Good morning and welcome to 2023. A few things I just need to cover this morning before we hear the evidence, Mr. Maharaj. Yes, first of all, witnesses. The position, I think, is now clear on the website, which witnesses we will be hearing from the course of the remainder of this week and next week. I've made the position, I think, fairly clear about which order they'll be heard in. Mr. Donowa is now going to give evidence on Monday rather than Friday. To accommodate him, he's out of the country at the moment. The witness statements from a couple of people from HHSL who deal with the crawler are not required by us, and I don't propose, we've got their statements, we've got the material they provided, and I don't propose to have them called unless someone can persuade me otherwise. That's where we'll be with them. The pathology, you asked, I think, particularly Mr. Peterson asked about the two pathology reports on each of the victims in this incident. We've had photographs from Dr. Pramanik. I hope I pronounced his name right. But anyway, we have a number of photographs from him. And as I indicated to Mr. Peterson and Mr. Mutu, we'll make them available to you both on the understanding that that's to be confined to you for the moment, at any rate, unless you make such application as you think appropriate, to see if that provides you with any additional help. If not, then I would expect that you will just destroy them in the usual way. So those photographs we're going to, right, am I not making it right? Those photographs we'll make available to you. They will not, I make clear, appear on the website. They will not be made available to anybody else unless they make specific application to me. There is, as you know, a second pathology report that was obtained on behalf of the families, provided by Professor Daisley, I believe. He has not responded to all of our missives. And I'm not persuaded of the need to pursue it beyond that. So anything you want, Mr. Peterson, I'm afraid you're going to have to get it yourself. All right. So I can't provide you with anything further from there. Still dealing with witnesses, Mr. Fuentes has provided additional material that appears in the supplementary bundle. I am told it now is on the site. Correct, good. He's giving evidence, I believe, tomorrow. OSHA, can I remind you all that at the moment they are not scheduled, save that I have informed the witnesses for OSHA that we require them to attend on Monday of next week, subject to being told otherwise. I make clear that we're in some discussion about the necessity to have them give evidence. Can't take it beyond that, but at the moment they are scheduled, subject to anything further that we, as a commission, determine to come on Monday. Yes, which brings me finally to the Tuesday, which will be the last day upon which we will hear evidence in this session, and maybe completely. Mr. Zaid Khan from Enquiry will be giving evidence and a small video demonstration on that Tuesday. I have scheduled in a number of family members who have indicated that they wish to give evidence live. May I make this, in particular I address this to Mr. Ramadan, because I understand you represented and have made it clear you represent a number of different family members. At present, I'm not informed as to whether any of those that you represent would wish to give evidence. Can I say this? I encourage those who are directly affected by the outcome of this inquiry and those who are the relatives, close relatives of the victims of this tragedy to consider giving evidence.
Yes.
I want them to understand that we, the Commission, would regard that as important evidence. We will not, I make it absolutely clear, permit anyone to be cross-examined. They should feel completely at ease to say that which they want to say. What weight we give it is a matter for us, you'll appreciate. But I will not, and I don't want them to feel that they don't wish to give evidence simply because the prospect of facing a phalanx of lawyers who might ask a number of questions which they might find difficult to answer. That will not happen. I will not permit it to happen. So they can write out what they want to say. They can go in the witness box over there and they can read it. We will treat them with the degree of sympathy that they deserve, and they'll be allowed to leave. And that's the extent to which they will be taking part, if they wish. I don't want anyone to feel compelled to do so, but anyone who wants to should. At the moment, we have 2 people who have indicated they wish to do so, and if they do on the day, then they're permitted to do so. And that's the arrangement it's going to be in relation to those people. All right.
Chairman, first of all, thank you very much for that. I think it's an excellent opportunity for the families to have a sense of ventilation. And indeed, younger Leah Henry has already produced a statement. It ought to have been forwarded to your commission already. I'm still in conversation with other members of the Kurban family as to whether they wish to do equally.
Yeah, I make it equally clear. It's not an opportunity for them to have a rant about who they think is responsible one way or the other or anything like that. I want to understand what they had to suffer and the circumstances in which, in particular, they awaited the outcome of what they believed to have been a rescue attempt.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm particularly interested in hearing. As I say, it's not an opportunity to have some rant about, well, it's his fault or that person's fault. I won't permit that either.
Absolutely.
All right.
And we are grateful for that opportunity.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Right, that deals with witnesses and the timetable. You'll have seen from the timetable that we intend to conclude the evidence on Tuesday, the 10th of January. That will leave 3 days for potential closing statements. As I indicated at the outset of this inquiry, I will permit those who were not permitted to make statements at the beginning to do so at the end. At the present time, I am minded to allow everyone to go before the 2 principal parties, that is to say LMCS and Paria. Anybody who has anything to say will be permitted to do so. I will need from you an estimate, please, between now and Friday of how long each person or each team anticipates they are likely to be, so that we can timetable it in. At the conclusion of all of what anyone has had to say, Mr. Maharaj will then address this commission as a final address on behalf of the commission. So that is the current timetable as we see it. Can I add to that this? We, as you know, have been quite anxious to see the habitat itself. And with the cooperation of Paria and LMCS, we understand it is to be removed from the seabed. Unfortunately, for reasons I needn't bother everybody else with, that's not likely to happen until the end of January. So not during this period, which is a little unfortunate since we've indicated we wanted to do it some time ago. Be that as it may, it is being done as I understand. So what I'm minded to do is to schedule 2 days in February for us to return to see the habitat and to have 1 day, I put very much as a tentative day, in the event that we felt it was necessary to hear any further evidence, either arising from the habitat itself related to that or as a result of our consideration between now and that date to recall any particular witness. I'm hoping that that will be wholly unnecessary, but I'm anxious that we should not lose the opportunity if we thought it appropriate, or indeed if principal parties thought it was appropriate. Those days are the 23rd and 24th of February. So after Carnival and after you've had a day to recover from Carnival.
So you may not be aware, a day is not enough to recover from Carnival.
Well, you might have to
I don't know
your
if
best.
anyone who has recovered within 24 hours participated.
Well, I appreciate your frankness, Mr. Peterson, but Ash Wednesday will have to be it, I'm afraid. Can I make clear, this is tentative, and I will hear representations if it is particularly difficult for any particular party other than recovery. And at the moment, I'm minded to say the 23rd, which is a Thursday, 23rd of February, to view the habitat. That would be an easy day, if I can put it like that, with those who have hangovers. We can view the habitat. And then on the 24th, as I say, a tentative day, that's Friday, the 24th, to hear evidence, if necessary. And I will make sure that if we thought it necessary, people will have ample notice that that is what's going to happen. All right. So that is a tentative timetable, which we've scheduled in so that everyone can make their arrangements around it. As I say, I'll hear any submissions that there are as to the impossibility of those days. All right. I believe that covers all of the issues I wanted to raise this morning, save the application by Council for Paria for disclosure from LMCS. Can I invite you to, I've seen the correspondence provided by Miss Baird, I believe, yes, on behalf of Paria. Now, can I ask, first of all, if that has been circulated to the parties, if everybody's seen the application that's been made? In particular, have you seen it, Ms. Purcell?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, indeed, I have seen that correspondence and application.
Right. Well, unless you've got something to add, Mr. Peterson, to the letter that we've received, can I take it as you?
No, Mr. Chairman, we just thought that in the procedure or the process of assisting the commission, we thought that since we are focused around the incident and the management of the incident thereafter within that 48, 72 hours, we thought that all communication, including, and since you have recognized that LMCS is a party with standing, and as you had indicated, even on the closing statements, that they are the two focused parties, that how they dealt and communicated with respect to the communication of what they had, because there's a big issue in this commission as to whether they had a formulated plan and what they did with it and all of that. So I think the communication between them, not the position that they may have taken at the commission, but the communication between them at the real time, which would have been the 48 to 72 hours after the incident. I think that would be helpful to the commission to determine how things were actually
well, so that everyone else understands what's being asked for. I mean, the application was orally made in brief by you before we broke up last year. And the follow-up correspondence from Ms. Baird, who instructs you, asks for all records and or documents produced by LMCS personnel involved in the rescue and or recovery efforts from Friday the 25th to Thursday the 3rd of March 2022, and identifies specific emails and other correspondence. And then B, all records and or documents received by LMCS personnel from third parties in relation to the aforesaid rescue and or recovery efforts. And then any emergency response plan. And then sets out, it's important to properly interrogate this allegation that they were prepared to have divers enter the pipe, and to understand the circumstances surrounding the decision so to do. Pausing there for a moment, it seems to me that this was a matter that could well have been identified at a much earlier stage. And I simply wonder why this application is being made now, following the oral application at the end of the inquiry last year, rather than at an earlier stage. I see the identification of particular material and why it's decided that it would be important to this inquiry to have it for the purposes of interrogating that allegation. But given that those witnesses have now already given evidence, I don't know how you're going to interrogate at all without looking at the material. I mean, assuming the material threw up some issue that you thought was relevant or important, Mr. Peterson, you haven't got a witness now to cross-examine about it.
We don't have the material, so but if that material does exist, I think under your edict earlier in these proceedings with respect to disclosure of all in your possession that reasonably would have been of assistance to the terms of reference of the commission, that would have been forthcoming and should not have even give cause for us to generate this request. So I think that if it does exist, that is something that should have been voluntarily given to your commission.
All right, well, let's hear from Ms. Prasad Maharaj then, please.
So, Mr. Commissioner, as has been just indicated by you, LMCS's personnel have already given evidence in this proceeding in the live evidential hearing. But in addition to this live evidential hearing, all the parties and particular persons who have not been called were interrogated and went through that process of dealing with all of the issues in relation to plans and everything that would have coincided with plans, decisions, discussions. Now, the evidence is already on record.
Pause, please, for a moment, so that I understand where we're going.
Yes.
First of all, do you concede any of this exists?
Well, it doesn't, and that's why I was now going to go into the evidence, because...
Pause for a moment.
Yes.
First of all, if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't
So
exist.
there's not a lot of point in us debating whether it should be disclosed or not disclosed, or why, or any of those things.
Yeah.
Either is in existence or it is not.
There are few documents which were emailed, and those are already part and parcel of these proceedings. So whatever could have been disclosed have already been disclosed, and whatever could have been interrogated has or have already been interrogated. Both at this live evidential hearing and at the interview interrogations, which would have taken place between October to November.
Yeah, so that I'm clear.
Yes.
All right. Your instructions are, having considered the specific requests that have been made, is that if anything existed, it has already been disclosed.
Yes.
And if it's not been disclosed, it simply does not exist.
That's correct.
All right. Yes. Well, I don't think we need to take it any further.
I can see that. I'm grateful.
Mr. Peterson, you'll make such observations of that fact as
Yes,
you
sir. Well,
seek to choose to do so.
That's exactly the focal point, sir. If we requested this, if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. The only way it falls to be disclosed, and the earlier point I made is that if it existed, then it ought to have been disclosed at your earlier invitation. So if the assertion, if the instructions from counsel is that it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist.
Yeah, quite.
Because we only requested what exists. And if it didn't exist, then it falls by the way.
All right. Well, we needn't have any further discussion about it. As I say, you'll make such observation of that as you will,
as
you choose. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, look, thank you very much, everybody. That disposes of that. Does anybody else want to say anything about that? No. All right. Good. Well, then, why don't we get to the evidence? Mr. Maharaj.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the witness would be Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, and Ms. Vijaya Maharaj will read a summary of that evidence.
I, Mushtaq Mohammed,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence
I shall give
to this commission
in this case
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you for coming. The water's there for you. You've done the right thing, brought yourself into the desk and brought the microphone closer to you. What's going to happen now is this. You, through lawyers, Miss Baird, I believe, prepared a statement on the 7th of October of this year. That statement has been summarized, and Miss Mirage, thank you, Miss Mirage is going to read a summary of that statement, all right?
Good.
So please listen to her summary.
All right.
If you agree it at the end, then hopefully you do. We can then proceed to any further questions. If not, you'll point it out to me, all right?
Great.
Any issues that arise, please raise your hand, let me know, and we can proceed from there. Whenever a document is referred to, including your statement, I hope you'll be given it from our team that sits behind me here, all right?
Great.
As I say, if you need anything, just let me know. All right, Ms. Maharaj, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed provided a witness statement to the Commission dated 7th of October 2022. It's in the witness statement bundle at page 1440. Mr. Mohammed had declined to be interviewed by the Commission. Since August 2019, Mr. Mohammed had been the Terminal and Trading General Manager of Paria. Paria's day-to-day operations are carried out by its employees as well as employees of Kenson, who are deployed by Paria in its HSEQ department, which is the Health, Safety, Security and Quality Department, as well as its Maintenance and Operation departments as subordinates to Paria officials. Paria has engaged Kenson by way of contracts. Paria's workforce, as of the 25th of February 2022, comprised 95 employees of Paria and 183 employees of Kenson. The HSEQ, Maintenance and Operations departments were the main departments involved in facilitating and overseeing the execution of the project by LMCS. Paria did not possess the specialist skills and expertise to perform subsea maintenance works, and therefore it was necessary to outsource the works to a competent, experienced specialist contractor. LMCS was hired for the 2021 project after undergoing a process of selective tendering in accordance with the State Enterprise Performance Monitoring Manual and Paria's procurement policies and procedures. LMCS was the sole bidder who was found after evaluation to have submitted a technically compliant and suitable bid. Its commercial submissions were evaluated and also found to be compliant and suitable. A recommendation was made by Paria's Technical and Maintenance Department to Paria's Management Tenders Committee for LMCS to be awarded the contract for the 2021 project. And that recommendation is at the core bundle of documents, page 928. Mr. Mohammed is a member of that committee, which reviewed, discussed, and approved the recommendation and awarded the contract to LMCS. Between 2015 and 2018, LMCS carried out at least 17 jobs in respect of which LMCS was rated by Petrotrin as acceptable. Between 2019 and 2021, LMCS was engaged by Paria for approximately 7 jobs, which they successfully completed, including a 2020 project involving repairs to number 36 Sealine Riser at Berth No. 5, which was similar to that of the 2021 project. LMCS's performance in that 2021 job was evaluated by Paria in several categories as being very good or excellent. Mr. Mohammed states that LMCS was therefore not only a competent and experienced specialist contractor, but they ought to have been very familiar with the Paria's policies, procedures, and practices. On July 2nd, 2021, during the course of pre-work at Paria's offshore services dock, a critical injury was sustained by one of LMCS's workers. This led to OSHA issuing a prohibition notice on the 6th of July 2021, and that notice is at the core bundle of documents, page 1173, pending Paria's compliance with OSHA's requirements for work to resume. Mr. Mohammed appointed an investigative team on July 7th to investigate the matter. The investigators concluded that the incident was caused, among other things, by certain breaches of Paria's permit to work procedure and made several recommendations for actions. Paria's investigation report into this incident is at the bundle of submissions, page 5126. Mr. Mohammed states that the recommendations were accepted and implemented or in the course of being implemented by Paria. Mr. Mohammed learned about the incident on 25th February 2022 at around 3:15 p.m. from Mr. Colin Piper. His involvement in the aftermath of the incident included performance of his duties as general manager, liaising with the incident commander, Mr. Colin Piper, and requesting and facilitating access by the incident management team to the resources required to assist in an emergency response, and liaising with the divers' families, Paria's chairman, and other stakeholders with a view to keeping them apprised of material developments. On his way to Paria, Mr. Mohammed requested Paria's communication lead, Narissa Fevic, to join him at Paria, as he wanted to start communication with the divers' families and the public. He also informed Paria's chairman, Mr. Paul Newman, and the chief executive officer of Heritage, Arlene Chow, of the incident. He also had a number of exchanges with Mr. Piper on his way to Paria. Mr. Piper informed him, among other things, that a diver was recovered from within the chamber. Mr. Mohammed arrived at Paria at about 5 p.m. He was informed that rescue divers were entering the pipeline in search of the missing divers. At that time, there were several unknowns, and therefore Mr. Piper held the position that it was unsafe to dive into the pipeline. Mr. Mohammed supported this view. Mr. Mohammed was also informed that LMCS's persons at the site were becoming anxious, emotional, and hostile, and he became concerned that persons supporting the rescue operations may be in harm's way, and that search and rescue operations could be disrupted. Mr. Mohammed indicated to Mr. Piper that the Coast Guard were the best persons to protect Paria and Kenson personnel, to assist with the search and rescue efforts, and to control the site with a view to ensuring that the search and rescue efforts proceeded safely and efficiently. At approximately 6:24 p.m., Mr. Mohammed made a request to Mr. Piper for the Coast Guard to take control of the site at Berth No. 6, and Mr. Piper agreed to his request. His expectation was that the Coast Guard would work with Mr. Piper to plan, develop, and implement plans to attempt to rescue the divers. He also expected that they would have made their presence felt on the LMCS's crane barge so that there would be some respected authority on site, and they would prevent divers from entering into the pipeline in an unsafe manner, as no specialist advice had been received that it was safe to enter the pipeline. However, Mr. Mohammed states that he could not recall whether he actually spoke to the Coast Guard and requested them to assist. Mr. Mohammed said that in the wake of Christopher Budram's retrieval from the pipeline, the main focus was to inspect the internal condition of the line with the assistance of video footage, and as nighttime approached, the divers stopped diving on their own accord. At around 7:45 p.m., Mr. Mohammed heard Mr. Piper speaking to Kazim Ali Sr. on the phone. Mr. Piper asked whether the divers' families were informed of the incident, and Mr. Ali Sr. confirmed that they were. Mr. Ali Sr. requested of Mr. Piper for the topside riser to be installed at Berth No. 6 in order to mitigate the risk of compressor failure and facilitate the use of tools like the crawler inside the pipeline. He also requested that the blind flange be removed from Berth No. 5, as he had heard reports of knocking at Berth No. 5 and wanted to enter from that berth to attempt a rescue. Mr. Piper agreed for LMCS to install the topside riser, but indicated that he would get back to Mr. Ali Sr. in relation to the removal of the blind flange. Around 9:15 p.m., Mr. Mohammed was advised by Chantal Ramdeo, Senior Process Engineer at Heritage, that the removal of the blind flange at Berth No. 5 could cause any existing air pockets in the pipeline, to move or be extinguished, but she could not answer the question definitively, as she did not have all the necessary information. Based on this information, Mr. Piper decided that it was too risky to the missing divers to remove the blind flag at that stage. Mr. Mohammed agreed with this position. At around 9:30 p.m., Mr. Mohammed stated that he called Dr. Miriam Richards to assist with the incident management team having an interview with Mr. Budram so that more information on the incident and the condition of the pipeline could be obtained. At around 9:43 p.m., the incident commander had a discussion with Mr. Piper wherein Mr. Budram provided information in regard to the state of the other divers and the pipeline. At around 10:30 p.m. to around midnight, the Coast Guard concluded that it was too risky to dive into the pipeline. By midnight, there were a number of specialist diving companies with confined space rescue capability, as well as the Coast Guard representatives on site. The incident management team was also having discussions with the heritage team who was providing support. At around 1:30 a.m. on Saturday, Mr. Piper reported to Mr. Mohammed that the data received from the push rod camera borescope footage was viewed with the Coast Guard and two rescue diving contractors, and they all indicated that they would not enter the pipeline to perform a rescue due to the risks involved. At approximately 4 a.m., Mr. Mohammed was informed by Mr. Piper that attempts by a crawler to get past the blockage was unsuccessful. Mr. Mohammed left Paria at about 5 a.m. and returned at about 7 a.m. on Saturday. Mr. Mohammed was informed that after reviewing the information from the borescope and crawler footage, none of the rescue companies were willing to enter the pipeline to attempt the rescue. As such, Mr. Piper indicated that further opportunities for rescue were being developed by the incident management team. However, those options, including the cutting of the horizontal section of the pipeline to create a hatch for the divers, to create an escape hatch for the divers, was deemed to be too risky and not feasible. Also, Eastern Emergency Response Services indicated that the drive rescue option by pumping was too risky, and they now considered the operation to be a recovery and would therefore not enter the pipeline. The incident management team, however, agreed to continue with pumping out the line option in the event that Eastern or another company could be persuaded to execute a confined space dry rescue. From around 12 noon to about 1 p.m., Mr. Mohammed and other members of Paria management team held a meeting with the divers' families. The purpose of this meeting was to give the families an update on the situation and ongoing operations. Minister Stuart Young was present, and at that meeting, Narissa Fevic, Paria Communications lead, was also present at the meeting and obtained the contact information for the relatives of each diver. And by 3 p.m. on Saturday, she formed a WhatsApp group to provide the families with timely updates. She offered the divers' families assistance, including free counseling services and the purchase of groceries, which was accepted by some of the families, but not all. From around 4 p.m. to 4:45 p.m., Mr. Mohammed attended a meeting with Mr. Piper, Mr. Michael Wee, as well as heritage officials. Mr. Mohammed addressed the meeting by providing an update of where the efforts were and indicated that they were working with the option to pump down the line so that a dry rescue could be performed. In addition, the likelihood of the divers not being alive and the potential transition from rescue to recovery were also discussed. After the conclusion of the meeting, Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Piper discussed whether time had come for Paria to make the decision to transition from rescue to recovery based on all the information received. At paragraph 97 of his witness statement, Mr. Mohammed outlined the relevant factors which they considered. A joint decision was made by Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Piper at about 5:15 p.m. to transition Paria's response from rescue to recovery. However, Mr. Mohammed indicated that they agreed to speak with the families first before informing the public. Mr. Mohammed met with Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. at 5:30 p.m. at the shipping building. He told Mr. Ali Sr. that the likelihood of the survival of the divers was low and that they should talk to the families and advise them of this. Mr. Ali Sr. said that that was a message he could not deliver and that he didn't know how to tell them the chances of survival were slim. Mr. Mohammed says he asked Mr. Ali Sr. to accompany him to the families, and Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. suggested that they meet with Kazim Jr.'s wife, and they did so. At around 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m., Mr. Mohammed went to the house of Kazim Jr.'s wife and informed her of the decision. It was a difficult meeting. However, after the meeting with the Ali family, neither Mr. Kazim Ali Sr. nor any other representative of LMCS was willing to accompany Mr. Mohammed to visit the other families. Mr. Mohammed was informed that the divers' families were gathered outside Paria's gates. He returned to the Paria's main building to attempt to get the families to come inside one by one in an orderly fashion. However, they refused. Mr. Mohammed says, therefore, that at approximately 8 p.m., he held a WhatsApp call to inform the other families of the decision to transition to recovery and the reasons for that decision. Mr. Mohammed states that around 9 a.m. on Sunday, the 27th of February, he met with Paria's chairman, Newman George, and then he and Mr. Piper met with Minister Young and the CEO of Heritage, Arlene Chow, and informed them that Paria was transitioning to recovery. Mr. Mohammed and other Paria representatives held a meeting on Sunday morning with Kazim Ali Sr. and other LMCS representatives. During the session, Mr. Ali Sr. stated, among other things, that he knew his son had already passed and that he was thinking about the recovery of his body and those of the other families, and he expressed concern that the way Paria intended to recover the bodies may cause them to become mangled, and indicated that this is why he wanted to send a diver into the pipeline to bring them out. Mr. Mohammed states that he requested a method statement for the proposed LMCS plan to recover bodies with a risk assessment and emergency response plan, and the diving certification of the diver whom they proposed to deploy, so that Paria's experts could review the documents and assess the procedures, its risk and mitigation measures before making a decision. Paria received LMCS's documents around 2:20 p.m. on Sunday, after which a meeting was convened with LMCS to discuss the rescue plan. Mr. Krishna Fuentes, independent dive expert, Mr. Rolf Seals, dive experts on behalf of Heritage, and Lieutenant Hargreaves of the Coast Guard did not agree with the proposed dive into the pipeline and indicated that the plan was too vague and risky. Mr. Mohammed and Paria held a conference at about 8 p.m. on Sunday to inform the public of transition to recovery. Mr. Mohammed, is this an accurate summary of your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I just ask you one thing before Mr. Maharaj asks you questions? You declined to be interviewed by the Commission of Enquiry in advance of this hearing. Are you able to say why?
I think the logic behind it is that, I wanted to be interviewed, have one clear, concise statement around the activities around the incident. And I thought that this would be the best avenue to have that done. And that was the simple reason why we declined to have the interview earlier. So I'm prepared today to go through the extent of the interview as the commission required to give all the evidence that I could give.
I mean, you understood that the purpose of that particular approach to this inquiry was to try and save time in a public hearing, going through the sort of questions that might have been established in advance.
I give it some thought, and I kind of resolved myself that this was probably the best way to do it.
Was that an independent decision made by you in relation to your own position?
I think it was in consultation with the legal team also, so there was both consultation and independent decision.
I don't want to hear what they might have advised
I just say,
you, but
yes.
But it was, having taken advice, you decided that it was an appropriate course to take.
Correct.
And was that one which you, given your role in Paria, advised other members of staff of Paria to also adopt?
I would say generally, yes, we all agree that we'd give evidence once, give it as clearly and as concisely as we can, and we would respond in writing to any questions that the commission had.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mohammed, I want to ask you some questions.
Yes.
According to your statement
Yes.
that you gave, as you stated at paragraph 4 and 5, that as general manager of Paria, your duties included an overall sort of responsibility for safety
Yes.
and secure operations. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Correct. And according to paragraph 5.2 of your statement, the words you use is driving a safety-first culture was the sort of motto that you operated on.
Yes.
And then at paragraph 15 of your witness statement, you stated, and I'm a bit concerned about this, and I want to get some answers from you because I think it's very important. You stated that Paria did not own the necessary equipment, nor did it have the specialist skills and expertise required to perform such a job.
That is accurate.
And you maintain that today.
And I maintain that today.
And then at paragraph 17, you stated that LMCS was hired and there was an evaluation process. And Paria was involved in that evaluation.
That is correct.
And Paria found that the bid submitted by LMCS was technically compliant and a suitable bid.
Yes.
Well, I'm concerned and I want you to help us. If Paria did not have the expertise required to perform such a job,
Yes.
it also undertook to evaluate the bid in order to determine whether Paria should be, as to whether LMCS should be awarded a contract.
That's the question.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So I agree with the statement above that Paria did not have the skills. I'd start by saying that I don't believe any organization has all the skills to execute every bit of work that it is going to do. Paria is no different to any other organization from that respect. We'd have gone out with a process where we would have identified the scope, we would have identified the challenges around doing the job, and we would have gotten returns from contractors. In the evaluation process, what would we have looked for? We would have looked that the company had certain management systems in place, that they had an HSE management system in place, that they were certified and deemed competent. In this case, one of our key expectations from people who do high-risk work is that they were STO certified, which is an indication that they have met a certain standard on the performance of work with regards to safety. We would have looked at the general competence of the people and the people supplied to do the job. We would have looked at the ability of the company to do the job. We would have looked...
Sorry, I'm trying to write this down. So
too fast, sorry.
Just a bit too...
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. And we would have looked at the company's track record in being able to execute this type of job. And in all cases, particularly, there's no, in my view, there's no better proof of competence than having done a similar job successfully. And LMCS met those criteria. In each case, they were able to meet the criteria. They had done a very similar job on the same section of line only a year ago, I think it's 2020. So they would have met, I would say, the general requirement for being able to execute a job of this type.
Okay, I'll come back to the similar job matter in
Great,
a short
okay.
while. But you will appreciate,
Yes.
and tell me if you agree,
Uh-huh.
that the contracted works in this case that we are concerned about involve a dangerous operation in that there could have been a delta P hazard and persons could have got injured and persons could have been in difficulties. It was a dangerous operation.
My understanding of the job that was done in 2020, that possibility also existed, that there were plugs inserted in the line. There was likely to be a delta P activity. So, you know, in terms of the differences in the job, would it be the depth underwater, I guess the length of the pipeline, but there were no major material differences with regards to the type of job and the risk associated with the job.
So, Mr. Mohammed, you recognize that in this job that had to be done, there was the possibility of a delta P hazard.
I would say at the time of investigating the tender, no.
No. So, having Paria not having the expertise, as you said,
Yes.
to do this kind of job, Paria, according to the permit work procedure of Paria,
Yes.
was required to determine whether to accept or reject LMCS method statement for these works.
Is that a question? That's the question?
Yes, Paria had to determine whether to accept it or not to accept it.
From the perspective of the permitted work system, all right, every contractor that we hire to do specialist task is expected to bring to the table the specialist risk involved in doing that job, all right? Paria's permitted work system would take into consideration both the obvious risk that Paria has to manage based on the things that we do day to day, and it would also combine that together with the specialist risk that is brought to the table by a specialist contractor. As I indicated before, I don't think there's any company in the world who understands every bit of risk for every job that they do. So there's an expectation that a specialist contractor will bring forward special risk associated with the execution of that job.
I accept that.
Okay.
But the fact is that whatever the contractor does, whatever LMCS put forward in this matter,
Yes.
Paria had to determine whether to accept the method statement or to reject it.
Paria had a role in terms of doing two things, according to the permit work system. We had a role to ensure that there was process set up where the risk was discussed between the contractor and the operator for doing that particular job, that a risk assessment was developed where the knowledge of the contractor and the knowledge of the operator is brought to bear onto the risk assessment. Paria obviously would consider the risk that is evident to them and they could clearly identify, and there has to be an expectation that the contractor would bring those specialized risks to the table.
Yes, but do you agree that in this matter, Paria accepted the method statement LMCS did in respect of this work?
I won't agree with that in the manner that you are presenting the question.
Well, it's accept is either accept or reject.
I'll reject.
Did Paria reject it?
I reject it, but I'd also want to add.
No, the question is, did Paria reject the method statement?
I would add context to the answer. It's not as simple as accepted or rejected without understanding context.
Well, you're perfectly entitled to add context, and
Right.
I'll permit you to do that, of course, and you must. But it's a straightforward question, isn't it? Either you accepted the method statement or you didn't. Just a minute.
Sorry.
If you say you didn't, then I need to know why you say you didn't, when all the evidence points to the fact that you did. Secondly, if you did accept the method statement and you wish to add a rider to that, then you have to accept that you accepted it, if you see what I mean, and then you get your opportunity to add the rider, right? So that I get a clear note of what you're saying, please answer the question first, Then give us your right,
Great.
all right?
So we accepted the method statement. LMCS was hired to do the job. All right.
Sorry?
We accepted the method statement. LMCS was hired to do the job. That's the fact.
Okay.
Right? However, the acceptance of the method statement and other pre-activity before the job started required that a process of understanding the risk that would come with this specialized work would have been brought to the table. That would be the expectation on the acceptance of the method statement, and I want to make that clear.
Next question.
Before you do,
Sorry.
brought to the table by whom?
By the specialist contractor.
Right, thank you, got it.
Did Paria accept the risk assessment done by LMCS in respect of these works?
And the answer would be Paria would have accepted the risk assessment.
Yes.
But I would also caveat to say that in that risk assessment done by a specialist contractor, the expectation is that that contractor would have brought the relevant risk to the table, the risk that Paria would not have been, that would not have been obvious to Paria, so that a discussion could be had and mitigations against that risk would be put in place. Let me also add that there was mitigation against that risk. There were three. There were two solid barriers and an administrative barrier to help to manage that risk. So I just want to make sure we add that so we're very clear.
Yeah. I'll come to some of that.
All right.
Okay. Did Paria accept the job safety analysis done by LMCS in respect of these works?
Paria would have accepted on the condition that the specialist contractor would have brought specialist knowledge to the execution of the job.
Did Paria also accept the emergency response plan submitted by LMCS for these works?
Paria would have accepted the emergency response plans based on the credible risk that was identified by the contractor as part of the job. And let me explain what credible risk is, right? Credible risk is a term that we use in industry to identify the risk that the contractor and the operator see as credible, without understanding the concept of a credible risk. You know, it would almost be saying that, let me use a little bit of an example that might be way out. Should Paria have been, we work in the sea, so would we have planned for a tsunami on that day? That would not have been a credible risk.
Okay.
And this was not identified as a credible risk by the specialist contractor.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in all of the documents relating to the method statement,
Yes.
the risk assessment, the job safety analysis, and the emergency response plan, which Paria reviewed, LMCS did not identify in those documents a delta P hazard?
I agree with that.
And Paria accepted those documents?
Paria, yes, Paria accepted those documents on the condition that we hired a specialist contractor who would bring specialist knowledge both on safety and the execution of this particular type of job.
We'll come to that. We'll come because you're saying that, and I accept what you're saying.
Okay, great.
We'll come to that. I'll show you the permit to work rules and what.
It's fine.
Okay. So, Paria, in doing its review,
Yes.
did not also identify for these works a delta P hazard.
That is correct.
That is correct. Hmm? You would accept that from your knowledge, that from what you know now, that there was a delta P hazard, a latent delta P hazard from the 13th of February.
I would accept that we had a Delta P event and there was a hazard of Delta P with this project.
You would be familiar with
Again,
the,
sorry, I do need to be clear.
Yes.
Are you accepting that there was whether you identified it or whether LMCS did or not, irrespective of that, do you accept now that on the evidence there was a latent Delta P hazard from the 13th of February?
I would accept that there was a potential for a Delta P incident or a Delta P hazard at this time, yes.
From the 13th?
From the 13th?
Yes. The 13th is the day upon which the first works took place in relation to this piece of pipeline. In other words, they did the works on berth number 6, sorry. Intervening Christmas period has confused me which one it is. So once the works had started, there was in existence a potential Delta P hazard. Do you accept that as a fact now?
I'd accept that as a fact with a caveat too, if you don't mind, that I
Which is,
explain a little bit, right?
Whatever caveat you like. Yes.
All right, good. The fact that we would have had differential pressures because of the hyperbaric chamber and the pipeline, right, would have, in hindsight, would have created the potential for a differential pressure condition within the pipeline. I accept that.
From the 13th?
From the time the hyperbaric chamber.
Not before the hyperbaric chamber was
if the
put in place.
hyperbaric chamber was never pressured. Remember, the Delta P was created only during the pressurized period of the hyperbaric chamber. Once the hyperbaric chamber was not in place, then the pressure above the plugs and below the plugs was the same. The pressure potential that created the DP came about with the pressurization of the hyperbaric chamber.
I understand what you're saying. And sort of for my note,
yes,
your position is this, that with the benefit of hindsight, there was a Delta P issue from the time that the hyperbaric chamber was put in place.
And pressurized.
And pressurized.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
I'd just like to intervene here. I'd like to offer you the Delta P existed when the pipeline was empty, not necessarily when the habitat was put on.
I don't accept it, right? And I don't accept it because both sides would have been at atmospheric pressure. And if both sides were at atmospheric pressure, then where was the pressure differential?
Yeah, I understand where you're going, and I'm not going to argue it, but once a pipeline is dry, right? Yeah, you'd have that differential pressure with all the water wanting to rush into the pipelines. Really pretty basic. So I'm not going to argue it.
Good.
Pipeline empty, Delta P exists.
All right. I don't accept it 100%.
No, I understand I understand your position. I'm going to leave it to Mr. Maharaj to ask you questions about it because I anticipate he's going there. But so that we're clear, your current position is that there was a latent delta pressure issue, but that only arose once the hyperbaric chamber was placed over the open end of the pipe and pressurized. I got you. Right.
Mr. Mohammed, I want to take you to the permit to work rules of Paria. And that is in core bundle 1. It starts at page 26, but I want to take you to page 30. You would agree with me that the site authority under the rules was Paria.
Just now, let me just get my brain in the document here. Yes.
You would agree with me that the site authority in respect of these works
yes.
was Paria.
Yes.
Correct? If you go to 5.3, the site authority shall, you see, it said the site authority shall ensure that a suitable and sufficient JHA has been prepared for the job.
Site authority shall. Okay, good. Yes.
The site authority shall ensure that a suitable and sufficient job hazard analysis, JHA,
Yes.
has been prepared for the job.
Yes.
Correct? You agree with that?
I agree with that.
And a sufficient job hazard analysis for this job would include stating that there was a risk of a delta P hazard.
I agree with that.
You agree with that?
Could I add context too?
Yes.
Now, I want to bring what a permit to work system is, right? A permit to work system is not simply documents that you fill out. It is a process by which an operator engages the person or the company that is going to execute work to develop these exact documents that you speak about. The JSA, the supporting necessary certificates. This is a process, Mr. Maraj. This is not somebody sitting down by the desk and say, Paria is going to do the JSA. In that process, the specialist contractor is expected to bring the specialist risk and the challenges that has to be able to execute
Could you
that job.
show me in these rules where what you're saying is stated?
Like everything else, Mr. Maraj, the rules are the rules. The way the execution of the process is also important to how the rules are operated.
Would you agree with me that what you're telling us not stated in the rules?
I don't think it has to be stated in the rule, Mr. Maraj. I think there has to be a distinction between the rules and the way the process is organized to have the benefit of the rules make sense.
Okay.
I think it's unreasonable not to think about the process.
Okay. Look at 5.2
Yeah.
on page 29. See the rules define a competent person?
5.2
on page 29.
on page 29. I am seeing page 14. Is it 29 at the?
Yeah.
Okay. 29, yes, 0029.
Yeah.
Okay.
5.2, you see a heading, competent person?
Yes.
A competent person in Paria's permit to work system is an individual who has the required training, knowledge, experience, qualifications to identify the hazards and to develop effective precautions for high hazard activities such as et cetera,
Yes.
right? Now, Paria decided that LMCS was a competent contractor,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
A competent contractor
Yes.
would be expected to identify as it states here, the hazards and develop effective precautions.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that based on the works which were done in this matter and the documents which were submitted, the hazard of delta P was not identified and precautions for that activity was not also identified?
Well, I want to deal with the two things separately.
Okay.
The competent person, and then I want to deal with whether these documents were supplied or not. I think that's two different questions.
Okay.
Right? So LMCS was identified as the competent contractor to be able to execute that job. Why? Simply, there's no better proof of competence than having done it before. LMC had safely executed this job not more than a year ago or around a year ago on the same pipeline bearing the same risk, using the hyperbaric chamber, using the same badge, using most of the same people. That, to me, helped to define that the competent person was LMCS. Now, as part of whether that competent person in this job would have identified that risk, it was not identified. So I don't want to confuse the two.
Okay, but let's take what you say about a competent person.
Yes.
And you are relying on the fact that LMCS did these works before,
Look,
right?
and, yes, and that's a fact.
Okay, okay.
Right.
But we do not know from the evidence that is before us,
Right.
we do not know the exact, what were the exact amount of liquid in the pipe at the time in those works. We do not know whether those works had a similar, had a liquid in the pipe to a certain extent that a delta P could not have occurred. So we do not know from the evidence that Paria has produced what those works, even though there was a hyperbaric chamber and there was a similar pipeline works, we do not know the details of those works. So what I'm asking you, you would agree with me that the fact that a contractor would have done work like this on a pipeline using a hyperbaric chamber, that in itself is not sufficient to determine whether a contractor was competent according to these rules to do a particular job.
I disagree with that.
You disagree with
And let me tell you why I disagree with it. All right? So I know we don't have the exact facts, and I wouldn't pretend to know them exactly. But what I could say in principle, there are a few things at play here. One, there's the use of the hyperbaric chamber. Two, there is liquids in the pipeline that we needed to empty to be able to get to the point in the riser where we had to cut. So that pipeline also had to be drained to some extent. Three, that the potential for DP would have existed in that job no differently than it existed for this job once that hyperbaric chamber was pressurized. Four, very similar people worked on that job who worked on this job. So there may be details that are different, but broadly, the job required the same skill set and the same thought processes to be executed.
Before you move on, can I just be clear, please? You've identified 4 reasons.
Yes.
Use of the hyperbaric, reasons why you say it's not a matter for Paria, but a matter for the contractor LNCS, right?
Yes.
The use of the hyperbaric chamber
Yes.
being something which is unique to them.
Correct.
The removal of liquid from the pipeline,
Yes.
draining or partial draining of the
Yes.
pipeline,
Yes.
something which you were responsible for.
Keep on going. I'll come back to that.
No, I'd like the answer now. Please.
I would say that
Was your company responsible for the removal of the liquid from the pipeline?
I would say our company was responsible for the process and the system by which the liquid would have been removed from the pipeline.
Well, I don't understand that.
All right.
You're taking the oil out of your
No. Right. That's it. And I think you hit the nail on the head. Because we are going to be able to, as think about it this way, right? We have a pipeline that is a system that is going to be worked on. The pipeline is a system that we are going to work on.
I just want an answer, if I may, please. All of this, I anticipate, is going to be gone into with some detail by Mr. Maharaj. I simply want to know, when I make this note of what you've said, I need to understand it when I go back over it.
No, fair enough.
So I need to understand, you're saying that the reason why it was necessary to rely on LMCS speciality special abilities was because of the use of the hyperbaric chamber. I get that straight away. All right. The second point you raised was the removal of liquid from the pipeline, or partial removal of liquid from the pipeline, which, as I understand it, is your responsibility.
Paria had a role in ensuring that liquid was removed from the pipeline.
No, not a role. Was it your responsibility to remove the liquid from the pipeline or not?
Let me say yes to that.
Thank you. Right. So, and then the third point you mentioned is potential for Delta P existed.
Yes.
As an issue, and that presumably was an issue in the previous job as well.
Yes.
And was not identified in that job either.
Well, we'll have to go back to check. Maybe I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it.
Well,
so that's
all
something
the
we could
evidence
test.
suggests that that is the position, right? So neither LMCS nor you, Paria, I don't mean you personally, but Paria recognized a Delta P issue in either job.
I would say that's probably true.
Right. And then, and the fourth reason you gave for it, I think is sort of allied to the others, is that similar people worked on a similar job.
That's correct.
Right. So so that I understand, those are the reasons why it's important, you say, to rely on the expertise
Correct.
that they were bringing to bear.
Correct.
All right. I'll leave it to Mr. Maharaj.
Let's go back to the permit to work rules a bit, right?
Sorry, Mr. Maharaj, there was a further question. I made a note of it. I didn't ask it. And so who do you say the competent person under your own rules was?
The competent person would have been the expert contractor that we brought in, or the specialist contractor.
Right, not anyone employed by you.
Not anyone employed by us.
To name an individual, the competent person was who?
LMCS.
As a company.
As a company.
They were the competent person.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Mr. Mohammed, I take you to page 28 of the rules. Coburnal 1. See the heading applicant?
Yes.
Would you agree that the applicant for these works under these rules was Paria?
Yes.
And it says the applicant is a person who initiates the job activity by completing section A, etc., etc. The applicant must have the necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job. He shall be knowledgeable of the hazards associated with the job and the necessary controls for these hazards. He shall be responsible for the job and for the safety of the people who work on the job. So those were the responsibilities of Paria in respect of these works.
But let us, I agree, but let us understand how the hazards are identified. The applicant, the hazards are identified through the process where the experienced or the competent contractor and the operator works together to identify the hazards. There's a process by which this system works that allows both the knowledge of the competent contractor or the competent person, the applicant or the operator, to be able to identify the hazards. It is unreasonable to have any company understand every single hazard every single day of the job. I mean, that is just not a request that's just not something that makes sense.
Mr. Mohammed, there may be a process, and there probably is a process, but I cannot find anything in these rules which talks about these duties that I just referred to you as. Two, these duties, anything that you are saying are contained in these rules. And I'm going to give you the opportunity. The explanations you are giving us today, could you point to any of these rules which say so?
I can't point to it specifically in the rule book, but as I said, with any rules that you have, there would be a process by which those rules are executed. I don't think rules stand on its own. And I think as there's a fact of how things operate, there is a process by which things are executed and work is done. Now, whether that should be detailed in the permit to work system,
Well, you have told us that Paria didn't have the necessary expertise for this work.
Yes.
So would you agree then that it did not have the necessary expertise to assess whether the documents submitted by LMCS were adequate for the work?
I would argue that, or I would say on its own, Paria would not have had the competence to be able to do that. And that's just the fact. I would also say that Paria has a permit to work system and a permit to work process that encourages and facilitates discussion between the competent contractor and the operating company, whereby those risks are identified and mitigated.
So according to what you were saying then, you were saying that in this matter, notwithstanding the permit to work rules and whatever it says, that Paria depended upon the expertise of LMCS in respect of the risk assessment, the job safety analysis, because it did not have any expertise to do that, and it relied entirely on LMCS assessment.
I would say that Paria would have expected a competent contractor to bring forward the specific risk that was associated with the execution of that scope of work.
Okay, let me ask you this question. As general manager,
yes,
on reflection,
yes,
and what happened with these documents for these works, do you regard LMCS as a competent contractor?
I mean,
a competent contractor for these purposes?
We hired LMCS based on their track record and the competence they demonstrated to do a very similar job on the very same system a short while ago. They were, hold on, give me a chance. Right? We hired them based on that and the documents that they submitted. Now, the root cause of the incident and why the incident occurred, I think it's more than just the competence of the contractor. I think there needs to be a little more understanding of what was the critical factor that caused the incident to occur before I answer that question. What actually happened? What was the critical thing that changed that caused this incident to occur? And why did that change take place?
Okay.
Well, we're going to determine that in due course. But I do want to, if I may, please, pursue that a little further. See, what Mr. Maharaj has been asking about is the applicant.
Yes.
Now, the applicant is described in your own document, the document that is the permit to work procedure that your firm effectively put in place.
Yes.
Right? And it assigns various roles to different people and different responsibilities to different people.
Correct.
And the purpose of that is so everybody understands what their competencies are and what their responsibilities are.
Right.
Yes. So in paragraph 5.1, it describes who the applicant is, doesn't it?
Yes.
It says, so that we're clear about it, the applicant is the person who initiates the job activity by completing Section A of the work permit.
Yes.
Right? Or the certificate. That's the first sentence. Second sentence, the applicant must have the necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job. That's one sentence.
Right.
All right. So the applicant himself in this case was who? It was, if you can't remember, Mr. Houston Marajat Singh.
Yes.
Yes. He is the person described in this rule book, if you like, your rule book, as the applicant.
Yes.
And it follows that any ordinary reading of that sentence, that the applicant, Mr. Marjad Maharajad Singh
Yes.
is that he must have the necessary competence to execute the job, right? Or supervise the execution of the job. Right?
Yes.
Now, given that is the position,
Yes.
is it not, in its ordinary and plain reading, his responsibility to ensure that such hazards as might exist are identified?
Right. And it's all right if I take you to the next statement?
Yes,
The
but I'm going
next
to read the
sentence?
next sentence,
Next
because the next sentence, which is equally important,
Right.
he shall be knowledgeable of
Right.
the hazards associated with the job
Right.
and the necessary controls for these hazards.
Right.
Right? And he should be responsible for the job and the safety of the people
Right.
working on it. Now, is it your position that he only gains that knowledge from the contractor?
It is my position that the knowledge of the hazards in a specialist type job
Yeah.
is gained through the process of engagement with the contractor who would bring specialized knowledge and specialized understanding of the risk and hazards associated with that job.
I think I understand you then. So what you're saying is his knowledge is not independent of the contractor.
That is correct.
It is linked to the contractor.
That is correct.
So if the contractor's wrong, he's going to be wrong.
If the contractor is wrong on the specialized knowledge, there's a chance that he could be wrong, yes.
Well, almost inevitably, if that is where he gains his knowledge from.
Yeah.
So the sentence which says the applicant must have the necessary competence to execute the job, clearly he didn't. Mr. Maharajad Singh is not your, is he your employee, isn't he?
Yeah, it's Paria.
He's Paria through Kenson, yes.
Yeah,
Paria.
Kenson employ him. He works for Kenson, but Kenson are employed
Yes,
by
yes,
you
yes.
to do those jobs, right? So to all intents and purposes, he's Paria, correct?
All right, I wouldn't argue that.
Good. So he, being the applicant, must have the necessary, I mean, these are your words, must have the necessary competence to execute the job. Fact is, he didn't have the necessary competence to execute the job, did he? He didn't.
He didn't on his own, I would say, without the experience and the knowledge of the contractor, would have complete experience.
See, I'm struggling a little, if I be frank with you,
Yeah.
I'm struggling a little to understand this whole concept of an applicant. If he doesn't have the necessary competence to execute the job himself, or to supervise the execution of that job, because he doesn't know how to do the job, what role does he actually do? If he's just dependent on the knowledge from the contractor, then what is he actually doing?
So what the practical world that we live in the execution of work, Chairman, is, as I said, there is no company, no applicant that will be able to identify every single risk
Of course
that is
not.
associated. So what is done, and that is why we have a permit to work process, is that a system of engagement with the contractor and with the applicant or the company is set up to be able to identify and be able to work these risks.
Mr. Mohammed, you've said that several times in answer to Mr. Maharaj and to me. What I want to understand is what is his actual role? What is if he can't do the job and he can't supervise the execution of the job because he can't do the job? I want to understand what the applicant's role actually is. What is he actually doing? If he's totally dependent on information provided by the contractor himself.
I never said
What does
that
he
he
do?
was totally dependent, right? So remember, there are two type of risk, and there's the supervision of the job. The two type of risk are the obvious risk. So LMCS is coming to work on our facility.
Yes.
We transport cargo, we use ships, we have high volumes of inventory of hydrocarbons. We have all of that
Pause for a
stuff.
minute, and I follow all of that.
Right.
Why would you make the applicant
Mhm.
in a work permit system this individual? Mr. Kent, somebody from Kenson, or employed by Paria? Why not make the applicant the contractor?
It's a good point. Very good point.
I mean, if it's his responsibility, if you're reliant on him, as you've been at pains to tell us and Mr. Maharaj, why are you making this other person
It's a good point.
do anything?
It's a good point.
I simply don't understand it. And I mean, at best, would you not agree? It is ambiguous, to me at any rate, reading that.
I think it creates some ambiguity. So, you know, I think you made a very good point.
I simply don't understand the point of having an applicant unless that person, I could see it in other circumstances, but where you are wholly reliant on the contractor being able to identify the problems that might exist, why not make that person the applicant?
It's a very good point, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown.
No way.
Just needed to understand.
Mr. Mohammed, as general manager of this company,
Yes.
if, as you said, Paria did not have the competence to do this job or to supervise this job, why Paria did not employ an expert to advise it in respect of these documents which were submitted by LMCS as a sort of client representative, an expert to assist Paria in discharging these responsibilities?
Mr. Maraj, there are a number of options that are available. The option we choose to execute this job was to bring that expertise through the contractor that we hired. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not an alternative, but what Paria did and the expectation is that that competence and that expertise would have come through the contractor who had experience in executing a similar job before.
But Mr. Mohammed, I want you to try and understand my question.
I understand your question very clearly.
If according to the permit to work rules, the applicant here is Paria, and Paria had the responsibility of ensuring that necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job. And you as a general manager, no, Paria did not have the competence to do that. Why Paria did not consider having an expert to advise it in respect of the documents which were submitted for these works?
That would always be a consideration, Mr. Maraj. In this case, as I explained, Paria chose to go with a contractor who had a track record of executing this very same work, not longer than a year ago.
But you would agree with me, I think you agreed with me before, but tell me, you would agree with me that these works had serious hazards which could have caused persons to be injured, and in this case, 4 persons lost their lives. So this was dangerous operation. Wouldn't you say that?
Mr. Maraj, it's very unfortunate and regrettable that 4 people lost their lives. I can't explain to you how it feels to be sitting on this end of the microphone in a situation like that. All right? And I have been in this industry for all my life, since 1985. But I also want to add that we do dangerous work every day. Today, while we sit here, I have guys who are standing on top of a tank that is 90 feet high, doing welding. That's dangerous work. I have guys who are working on 12,000 volt systems. That is dangerous work. So there was no, I would say, this was specialist work requiring specialist risk. But we conduct dangerous work every day.
I agree with that.
Okay.
But Mr. Mohammed, all that I'm asking you, if you know that Paria is doing dangerous works, which could cause injury to persons or even death, would you not think that in the exercise of your duty of care, 2 persons, you should have had an expert to advise it in respect of these documents which were submitted by LMCS?
Paria has adopted a system for work that includes the hiring of competent contractor and a permit to work system through a process where those risks are expected to be identified. I am not discounting what you said, Mr. Maraj. I mean, it's very good consideration, but I'm saying it's not the only consideration. We have a process by which we manage those risks. Now, if there's something for consideration, then that's fine. But there is a process. What I don't want to leave on the table that has to be said is that there is a process that Paria has in place to allow these risks to identify and a particular approach.
But
If
I'm
in
not
this
sure
case,
that's right, Mr. You see, I'm not sure that that's right, is it? Because if we just go back to what I was asking you and what Mr. Maharaj asked you before, I mean, if you read paragraph 5.1 and what the applicant is supposed to do, if that person is somebody from your firm or someone you employ through Kenson, is not the contractor entitled to think, well, if we've missed something, they will pick it up? It's a two-way street, as you put it yourself. Why would it be that you are entitled to be completely reliant on the contractor, abrogating any responsibility yourself for something that might be not an unreasonable risk, when one reads what the applicant's job responsibility is? Why wouldn't you think, if you were the contractor, well, they're taking on some responsibility too. They are saying, we will employ an applicant who must have the necessary competence to execute the job or to supervise the execution of the job. And he should be knowledgeable in the hazards associated with such a job. I mean, wouldn't the ordinary reader think, well, I've got some cover here?
as I said, the perspective is not lost, Chairman, or the perspective is not lost from Mr. Maraj. Perspective is not lost.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I think we'll take a short break now. Thank you very much. We'll take 15 minutes.
I go back to the room.
All right, so we're taking a 15-minute break. So we will be back momentarily. So yeah, stick around, share the live, keep commenting, and we shall be back soon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maharaj.
Much obliged, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mohammed, I want to pass on to another issue, but before I do that, I would just want to ask you a few more questions.
All right, yeah.
As general manager, and having regard to what you stated as you have a motto of safety first culture.
Yes.
In respect of safety.
Yes.
On hindsight, would you say, or on reflection and on hindsight, would you agree with me that it would have been prudent for you to get an expert to advise Paria in respect of these documents submitted by LMCS for these works?
Mr. Maharaj, as I said, that perspective is not lost. You know, that's something that we would have to give deep consideration to.
All right, let me just refer you in respect of some of the things you told us this morning. In paragraph 13 of the witness statement of Mr. Majad Singh, he was the applicant for Paria in the work permit at page 3051, 3051.
That's in this document in front of me.
It's in the supplemental witness bundle. It's on the screen.
It's on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Behind tab 79. Behind tab 79.
Okay. Tab 79, yeah. I'll refer to what he says at paragraph 13. It was not my job to approve LMCS method statement and job safety analysis, nor do I have the expertise to do so. Documents such as method statement and the job safety analysis were approved before they were handed over to me. And then I recall Mr. Ram Prasad Singh told me verbally that the documents attached to the work permit were approved. So according to what Mr. Majad Singh, with the applicant is saying, that he really did not have the expertise. And you are saying that he didn't have the expertise and Paria did not have the expertise.
The expertise you expected to come from the competent contractor.
Now, I want to read to you what Mr. Michael Way said in his witness statement in respect of the removal of the migration barriers.
All right.
That would be at pages 1286 and 1287.
That is
in the supplemental bundle.
Okay.
No, so no. Witness bundle of volume 4 at page 1286, 1287, paragraphs 85 and 86. You can read it and then I'll put to you what is the summary of what he said.
Which paragraph are we looking at?
Paragraph 85 and 86.
85 and 6.
86, right?
Yes, 85 and 86.
You have it up on the board?
It's on the board.
All
It's
right,
on the
all
screen.
right, all right.
85, he said, more importantly, the removal of the migration barriers would have caused a dangerous disturbance of the atmospheric conditions inside a hyperbaric chamber and the differential pressure between inside the pipe and inside the chamber. And then in paragraph 86, the removal of the migration barriers by LMCS also opened the differential pressure between the pipeline and the chamber, which is likely to have caused a powerful and immediate suction effect which pulled and entrapped the divers inside the pipeline that ultimately caused the death of the 4 of them. So the identification of differential pressure delta P hazard for these works was critical and very important in assessing the risk for these works. Would you agree with me?
I agree with that, yes.
Well, let's go to another aspect of your evidence. I want to go to the rescue efforts.
Right.
Now, would you agree that when you got the information about the men trapped in this pipeline,
Yes.
and you had to liaise with the IMT and as general manager had to be informed and give suggestions and advice, that you would have regarded that any rescue of the men from the pipeline had to be done with speed and urgency?
Yes.
As general manager, were you aware at any time that evening, after you got this information, that there was any timeline set by the IMT to effect the rescue of the men? In other words, it was urgent, so they fixed a timeline that the rescue should be done within a certain, all efforts should be done to have a rescue within a certain timeline.
The question is around the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that we established a specific timeline. What I would say though is that we were working the team was working very assiduously to have a rescue plan in as quick time as possible. And, we probably thinking between the first 6 to 12 hours.
6 to 12 hours.
Yes.
To have a rescue plan.
To be able to engage in some type of rescue.
Pause there. I want to make a note of that.
According to your evidence, during the period of time you said that the rescue had to be effected, look at from paragraph 52. I have read it with interest, Mr. Mohammed, and would you agree with me that when you look at paragraph, you have it before you?
No.
Your witness statement?
No, I don't have the witness statement. But I can read it off the screen.
No, it's probably easier for you if you have it in front of you, because then you can look at it contextually as well. Because if you're just looking at the paragraph that's on the screen, it's perhaps a little unfair on you, all right? You can see what it says in the previous paragraph and so on. So if you look for page 1451,
Yes.
right, you'll see paragraph 52 at the foot of that page.
Right. You see that you received the update from Colin and Catherine and Visham Haricharan.
This is Friday evening.
Friday evening. Paragraph 52. At paragraph 51, that is after Budram's retrieval,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, have it.
Right. At paragraph 52, you got updates, right? Then at paragraph 53, at approximately 18:24 hours, you made a request to Colin for the TTCJ to take control of the site. So would you agree with me that at 6:24 p.m., you gave instructions you gave instructions for the Coast Guard to take control of the site? That meant to prevent diving.
Yes.
By persons unless you approved it.
Yes.
Correct.
Unless it was approved by the incident command team and supported by myself, just to be clear.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. Would you say that again, please?
Unless it was approved by the incident command team and supported by myself.
Approved meaning we're dealing with whether anyone was allowed to dive in the water at all, to dive into the hyperbaric chamber, or to dive into the pipeline. Can I be clear, please?
Specifically speaking about diving into the pipeline.
Pipeline. So you did not prevent anyone from diving into the hyperbaric chamber or diving in the water generally?
No. I think I was very clear that diving in the pipeline is where the big concern and the risk was.
Right. So your position is, and what you meant by paragraph 53, approximately 1824, I made a request to Colin for the Coast Guard to take control of the site at berth number 6, and he agreed to my request. And what you mean by that is that you were preventing anyone from entering the pipeline without your express authority.
And I think I've clarified that in 54 by saying my expectation would be they would prevent divers from entering the pipeline, right?
You do.
So I was quite clear on what my request was at the time.
Not to enter pipeline. Just let me hear it. Without the IMT and your express authority.
Yes.
Do you mean by that the buck stops here?
The buck stopped with me, I guess. Yes, I'm the general manager of the company, and my responsibility is to oversee the safety of both the organization, rescuers, etc. So yes, the buck stopped with me.
Stop with you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
Now, at that time, you knew that the foremen were in the pipeline.
Yes. By this time, yes.
And you knew from the information you would have got that that the men, based on what Budram said, the men were waiting to be rescued.
Yes, based on the knowledge coming from Budram, yes.
At that time, when you gave those instructions, Paria did not have a rescue plan.
It was not a credible risk, and a rescue plan at that time wasn't fully developed. That is correct. We never anticipated that people would be in the pipeline.
So let me go a little before that. Paria did not have a rescue plan even before 624, that if anyone was sucked into the pipeline, it had a rescue plan for that.
Let me start a little bit before that. All right. So I think all these things have to be in context, Mr. Maraj, and I'd ask to have some patience with me too as I try to explain.
We have a lot of patience.
Okay, good. Thank you. Really appreciate that. The credible risk were identified, and an emergency response plan was developed for the credible risk that we thought possible. Remember, to get into that pipeline, 2 physical barriers had to be removed, and an administrative barrier had to be broken to get into that pipeline. So to believe that it was credible that we would have people sucked into that pipeline and have an emergency response plan prepared ahead of that incident, you know, I think it's unreasonable.
Okay, so the answer is...
I don't understand that. Are you saying that if Delta P had been identified, that you would not have had a credible plan to deal with it?
If Delta P had been identified,
yes,
the best option and the risk of Delta P of guys being sucked into that pipeline, the option would be to have a rescue plan. The option would have been to look for a different method of execution for that job.
Right. So what you're saying, so that I'm clear again, if Delta P had been a recognized risk, you simply wouldn't have done the job.
I simply would not have done the job in the way that we executed it. I would have evaluated different technical means of achieving the same objective.
All right, I got you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed.
And I won't go through everything that you said, but you would agree with me that your main focus was on getting reports from Colin in respect of the internal conditions of the pipeline
Yes.
with the assistance of a video footage.
Yes.
And that up until 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, some 13 hours after the men were sucked into the pipeline, and some 11 hours after Christopher Budram was rescued, Paria was still getting video footage.
Again, I would say, and the answer to that is yes, but the context is this. Let's look at the activities that took place from the time the guys were sucked into the pipeline. So based on the emergency response plan we had with LMCS, LMCS were the first responders to any diving incident because they had divers that were available, not Paria. Paria didn't have any divers. LMCS dived into the pipeline. Paria began searches into the water. Paria also called in expertise to be able to analyze whether a dive was possible, including the Coast Guard and expert diving. So to say that Paria was only waiting for video footage, if you look at the series of parallel activities that were taking place, Paria was trying to bring expertise and information to ensure the safety of a rescue diver who would have to enter that pipeline. So to simply say that Paria was waiting for video footage, I think is not totally accurate.
I'm just telling you what the evidence shows.
Okay. Good.
Okay? The evidence shows that until 4 a.m. on the Saturday morning, Paria was still looking for video footage. That is 11
Well,
hours.
Mr. Maraj, the evidence also said that, by 1:30, by 12:30 on Friday night, that video footage was looked at by expert divers. It was also regarded by the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard as a dive that they were not willing to risk. So it was not just the video footage, it was also the use of professional opinion to be able to guide us.
But we have evidence that the Coast Guard said they were not experienced in that kind of operation.
The Coast Guard said they weren't experienced, but they were brought to test.
Well, I'll come to what Paria had available from LMCS, but just follow me and answer my questions.
I'm following you.
Right. Now, I just put to you the length of time.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Piper, when he gave evidence here, he said that the timeline that he thought a rescue was required, and I'm referring to the transcript of the 15th of December 2022 at page 33, lines 1 to 4. It's on the screen. He said 3 to 5 hours from when Budram came out, but they simply didn't know, but understand they had to work quickly. So according to Mr. Piper, from the time when Budram came out, the timeline was approximately 3 to 5 hours in order to be safe to have a rescue. So by Saturday at 4 a.m. was too late, according to Mr. Piper.
That's a perspective, but I would say that rescue activities were being attempted way before that by the LMCS crew, who were the first responders.
Now, at paragraph 51,
yes,
you stated that you wanted to have a risk assessment,
yes,
a method statement,
yes,
a job hazard analysis in respect of any rescue plan.
yes.
What you wanted, a written plan? A written method statement, a written jobs hazard analysis, and a written rescue plan?
I would say, Mr. Maraj, more like a well thought out plan than actually a written plan. If there was some writing, some things to test, yes, that would have been acceptable.
Okay. But you would agree with me that up to that time, Paria did not have a rescue plan.
Up till?
Up to, let's say, up to about midnight on Friday, Paria did not have a rescue plan.
Up until midnight on Friday, Paria continued to assess to be able to develop a rescue plan.
Assess to be able to develop. And even up to 4 a.m. on Saturday morning, Paria did not have a rescue plan.
No, I would say that hold on. Up until 4 o'clock Friday morning, Paria had developed.
You mean Saturday morning?
Saturday morning, sorry. I'm sorry. Saturday morning, Paria had evaluated or was working with a number of different rescue agencies to be able to have a workable rescue plan. What Paria did not have was a workable rescue plan.
Were you aware that LMCS had a rescue plan?
I was aware that LMCS had a rescue. I don't know if to call it a rescue plan. What was? Let me just think a little bit.
Okay,
LMCS. The information that we had at the time, and just bear with me, I'm trying to recall, right? The information we had at the time was there was a method that LMCS was suggesting. I wouldn't call that a plan.
Okay, well, let me suggest to you what it had and tell me if you had that information.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm suggesting to you that according to the evidence that Andrew Farah gave, he was going to enter the pipeline with scuba, and that is at paragraph 26 of Farah's witness statement, page 446 at volume 1. But were you aware of that plan?
Enter the line with, yes, I believe so.
Yeah. And that, were you also aware that he could not do it because Paria did not approve him doing so?
That's the part that I have a concern with. It is a fact that diving continued by the LMCS crew way past into the evening. Both Mr.
Diving into the pipeline?
I believe Mr. Kurban entered the pipeline, right? Not Mr.
I'm coming to Mr. Kurban.
All right.
I'm talking about before Mr. Kurban.
And when Paria never. Let me repeat the question so I could give it a proper answer. I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
I'm coming to Kurban. I'm talking about the first rescue plan.
Yeah,
right.
Let's not worry about where he's trying to go with it. If you can address your mind to the question that's being asked.
What guys are trying to figure out? Maybe ask the wrong question.
Yes. First of all, going back a little way from what Mr. Maharaj was asking, he asked you, were you aware that LMCS had a plan?
I was aware that LMCS had a method of wanting to enter the pipeline. I wouldn't call it a plan.
All right. Well, what you're saying, if I read between the lines, is that whatever they might have called it, you didn't like their plan.
I didn't see it as a plan.
No, right. Fair enough. So whilst you were aware of what they were proposing, you didn't see that as a viable plan. Would that be fair?
That's fair. That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman.
Okay, right. Not a viable plan. Right. Then the next question was that plan involved Mr. Farah entering the pipe with scuba equipment.
Yes.
You said you knew that.
Yes.
And then that Paria had not. You were then asked if Paria had approved him doing, and you said, "Well, that's where you have a problem about Paria not approving him."
Well,
doing that. And then you asked. Yes, then you said, "I want to go back a little." You said then this, the fact is that diving continued into the evening.
Yes.
Right. Now, first of all, were you aware that Mr. Farah wanted to enter the pipe using scuba equipment?
Yes,
you've answered that
yes.
Yes. Right. Were you seeking to prevent him from doing so? listen to the question.
Yeah.
Were you seeking to prevent him from doing so?
I think the objective we had on our minds that evening, I had on my mind that evening, is I wanted to ensure that if Mr. Farah had entered that pipeline, he would have been able to safely achieve his objective and be able to, he himself, not be caught in or be trapped in that pipeline.
Right, I'm going to ask the question again and regard what you've just answered as a rider to the question. So the question is, were you seeking to prevent him from going in the pipeline?
I was seeking to prevent Mr. Farah from entering the pipeline with a plan that, in my mind, didn't consider the risk of going into that pipeline to execute a rescue.
Does it follow from that that you sought at that time to prevent him from going in the pipeline?
Well, I think saying yes to that question without context is, I just don't know how I answer that question without context.
Well, you've given the context. I want to know the answer. Did you seek to stop him from going in the pipeline for perfectly good reasons, according to what you're saying? But is that what you wanted to achieve?
I'd probably say yes.
Good. I'll write down yes. And I've taken into account what you've added by way of rider to
No,
that.
thanks.
Right?
Thanks very much. I think it's important.
No, of course, as I've made clear to you, Mr. Mohammed, you can, it helps me if you answer the question where it is possible to do so with a yes or no, and then you can add whatever you like afterwards in order to put it into context or to give it what I've referred to others as a but or a however.
Okay,
right?
good.
You're more than welcome to do that, but it does help if you answer the question first.
Yes.
You follow?
Fair enough.
Right. Thank you. Yes.
Right. Were you aware that there was a second attempt by LMCS to implement a rescue plan by Michael Kurban going into the pipeline with scuba and an umbilical?
Scuba, not umbilical.
Scuba and an umbilical.
I was not aware of umbilical at the time.
You were not aware of an
Yes.
umbilical at the time. But were you aware that he went as far as he could have gone on that occasion?
That is the information that we have.
Yes. And that is in Farah's, just for the record, Farah's witness statement at paragraph 36, page 448. Next question. Were you aware that there was a third rescue plan when Conrad Bedo arrived with commercial equipment at 6:30 p.m.? The plan was revised so that Conan Bedo, supported by other experienced divers, could enter the pipeline with commercial diving equipment. That is at paragraph 40 of Andrew Farah witness statement. Were you aware of that?
I haven't seen that plan.
You haven't? It wasn't a written plan.
What was that plan, Mr. Maraj? Where was that plan outlined? Let me hear what Mr. Farah's plan was.
Well, I'll point out to you that it was communicated to Catherine Balkisoon, who was Paria's representative at Berth 6.
What was the plan? I mean,
The plan was for Conrad.
Just a minute. To be fair, I don't think she entirely accepted that the detail of that plan was communicated to her. But just one step at a time, please. Okay. What's being suggested to you is that Mr. Farah had communicated such a plan to Miss Balkisoon. All right. Now, she does not accept that the detail of that plan was conveyed to her.
Right.
She was aware of the equipment arriving. She was aware of Mr. Bedo's presence and commercial equipment.
Correct.
But she does not accept.
Correct.
And I invite correction if I've recalled this wrongly, but my recollection
I think that's correct.
That she did not accept that she was given the detail, even in outline, of a particular plan.
Thank you, Chairman.
Whether that is true or not will have to be determined.
Correct.
The question is, that's what she said, all right? But Mr. Farah says he told her. And the question that Mr. Maharaj is asking is whether it was ever communicated to you that such a plan was in place, or that Mr. Beddoe had arrived with commercial equipment.
No clear plan for dive with commercial equipment.
So can you really lean forward just a
Sorry,
tad?
I'm sorry. No clear plan on the rescue with commercial equipment was communicated to me.
Right, of any kind, by anybody who was at that berth at that time?
No, no clear plan. We know that there were additional equipment here, but no clear dive plan was
So
communicated.
you knew commercial equipment had arrived.
Correct.
You knew additional divers in the shape of Mr. Beddoe or whatever their names were, commercial divers, had arrived.
Yes.
You were aware of that?
Yes. Just to add to that, Paria would have provided transportation for those divers to arrive at the
So
facility.
you knew? Yeah. All right. Thank you.
But you don't know of a plan, but were you aware that there were offers for them to go into the pipeline?
There were offers, yes, but no plan.
No plan.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Hi, Mr. Mushtaq. Hearing that there was no defined plan, how did Paria and the specialists determine it was too dangerous to go in without a defined plan? What process or what risk assessment tools you guys use?
Right.
And how did you align it to a plan if it didn't exist?
You mean for Paria to develop a plan? I mean, just to be clear.
No. You're indicating that you was never aware of a robust plan.
Yes.
Right? But I'm hearing that there were specialists and you were taking advice from specialists.
Yes.
And the specialists gave a resounding not willing to make a rescue.
Right.
But if there was not a defined plan, what did Paria officers, the ICT, together with the specialists, how did you determine it wasn't safe to go and enact a rescue or attempt a rescue if there wasn't any defined plan?
The approach that Paria took, right, as we said, Paria didn't have the expertise. So we called who we think were the experts, right? We called the Coast Guard and we called professional diving companies. Paria presented all the information it had at that time to these professional companies, all right? And none of these professional experienced diving companies agreed that they were sufficiently comfortable to be able to go into that pipeline to execute a rescue.
I understand that. But what I'm hearing, and I really, let's go back a bit.
Right.
In the absence of a defined plan, what, again, I'm sorry to be repetitive,
No,
what
that's
did
all right.
Paria and your specialists use to determine to, let's do, say a task risk assessment? How did you assess that it's not safe to at least attempt in the absence of no defined or communicated plan?
It's a good question. To the extent of the experience of the professional dive companies, as well of all the information that Paria had at the time that was passed on to these dive companies, including 2 dive companies and I guess the Coast Guard, who would have had footage of what the pipeline looked like, to be able to get to the point where we developed that task risk assessment. Both the Coast Guard and these professional diving companies agreed that it was too risky to enter the pipeline.
Was a task risk-based assessment or any risk assessment ever done or documented, or was this just a conversation in the ICT?
I wouldn't say it was only a conversation. I think it was a conversation where the information we had at the time was presented to the expert diving companies and the Coast Guard.
Well, then you're saying that there was no defined plan. So what was presented? My question now would turn to what was presented to the specialists to be considered.
The information that we had at the time, and that is where we would have expected that plan to be developed.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, you have agreed with me that LMCS had experienced divers who were prepared to enter the pipeline.
LMCS had experienced divers who were prepared to enter the pipeline. I want to be careful with that and say that LMCS had experienced divers, whether they had experienced divers who had entered a pipeline before to do a rescue is arguable.
Okay. All right. But you were aware that they had commercial divers.
Commercial diving and experience in doing a rescue inside a pipeline is two different things. Yes,
Okay.
they have commercial divers.
Okay. And were you aware that support vessels arrived with commercial equipment by 7:14 p.m.?
I was aware that commercial vessels are.
That is an Alvin Sitaram's witness statement at paragraph 10 at page 396.
Sealine works for who?
Sitaran was the Subsea Global.
Subsea Global.
Global, volume 1, at page 395, specifically at page 396 at paragraph 10. He was a gentleman who said he arrived with a boat, and he had all the necessary equipment
on board. Yeah.
And they arrived at 7:14 p.m. to assist in a rescue by providing the equipment.
Yes.
Was he the one that was unable to provide divers because they'd been diving all day long and they
Correct.
couldn't then dive again because
Correct.
of the potential for
Correct. But
damage to them? Yes,
But he had all the commercial equipment on board. Were you aware of that?
I know that there was commercial equipment.
Now, knowing that these men, that there were divers who were prepared to go into the pipeline, did you or the IMT had any discussions with them to find out about their plan and to assess whether they could go and do this operation?
The IMT and myself were assessing the plan through the resources that we had bought in.
Through who?
That was through the dive companies that was bought in through Paria.
Yes, those are the dive companies,
Yes.
and they were saying they wouldn't go.
Yes.
It was unsafe to go.
Yes.
But you had other divers who were prepared to go in. Did the IMT or you decide that you wanted to talk to them to find out whether you would agree with them or disagree with them?
No, we did not speak with them.
Why?
We did not speak with them because we had called the Coast Guard and we had called our specialist diving companies to be able to discuss the potential for a rescue, right? Both of these companies, including the Coast Guard, by 1 o'clock that night say that it was too risky to be able to get into that pipeline, to be able to do that rescue.
Yeah, you have said that.
Right, so that was the approach that we had.
Okay, so you're telling us that the IMT did not call them or go to meet them to discuss this plan?
Whatever plan was discussed either in full or in part at the site, and those plans never reached the IMT as complete plans for being able to execute a rescue of the nature that was
Mr.
required.
Mohammed, I'm asking you a simple question.
And
You have men in the pipeline. You all are working to do a rescue. You are talking to other divers, professional companies.
Yeah.
You know there are persons who are divers, they have commercial equipment, they're prepared to go in the pipeline to try and save the lives of the men.
Yes.
Didn't you think it advisable or it is fair or that it should be in the interest of the men in the pipeline or in the interest of Paria to go and at least talk to them to find out what their plan is and to assess it and to get advice on it?
Mr. Raj, in any event, going into that pipeline was a very complex thing. And I will start by saying, one of the key things to that was the unknown conditions that existed within that pipeline. We were not clear whether even with commercial equipment, sending people into that pipeline where we had no idea of what had taken place in that pipeline would have provided an opportunity for a safe rescue and for the rescuer. So it was always part of the consideration that we had to understand and assess the condition of that pipeline before that decision was made.
Mr. Mohammed, I want to pass on to another issue.
Go
Before
ahead.
you do, I'd like to ask you
Yes,
a question, please. Does it come to this, Mr. Mohammed, that in the absence of having a detailed knowledge of the conditions in the pipeline, you, Paria, and ultimately you, because the buck stops with you, were not prepared to countenance anyone entering that pipeline?
I would say it like this. That was one of the fundamental reasons for not wanting anybody to enter the pipeline.
Were there any circumstances in which you would have countenanced anyone entering into the pipeline to effect a rescue without having video footage of the conditions inside that pipeline?
Here's what I would say to that, Chairman, right? Going into that pipeline, there were risks.
Is it possible to give a yes or no answer and then give your rider rather than the rider first? Because I'll only come back to it again.
Is there any condition that we would have allowed people
I'll
to
repeat the question,
Yes.
probably not in exactly the same terms,
Right.
but I'll do my best. Were there any circumstances in which you were prepared to countenance people entering that pipeline in the absence of having video footage of what the conditions were?
I'd probably say
It's an important question, so please take your time.
no, and this is an important question for me too. And I would probably say the answer is no. I needed to have
Let
information
me
inside
write
that
that down,
pipeline.
and then you can add your rider. all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think, other than having some information or having into that pipeline, I would have been sending people into a hazardous situation that I didn't understand, couldn't quantify, had no real way of determining. And just to add one or two things, but all that information, what would have been the rescue plan for the rescuers? Is it possible that the rescuers could have also been trapped?
Sure.
What would have been the rescue plan for those rescuers?
Now, all perfectly reasonable questions, if I may say so. And I'm certainly not criticizing you for having that in your mind. A couple of things arise from that.
Go ahead.
First of all, there is a distinction, do you agree, between sending someone into a pipeline and permitting it?
Between sending someone into a pipeline
ordering
and
it.
permitting it.
I'm employing you to go into that pipeline to do this job. Please go in there and do it. There's a difference between that and saying to somebody, look, you want to go in this pipeline, I think it's a bad idea. I do not countenance it. I do not agree, but I understand your position. And if you want to go, go ahead. Do you see a difference between those two?
Not clear in my mind, sir.
You don't see a difference?
No, I'm not clear in my
Do you
mind
think
at all.
it makes any difference that the persons who might have been prepared to go into the pipeline were either relatives of those that were in there and or close associates of those who were in there and or have an understanding of the hazardous nature of the work that they do and would want people to do what they were prepared to do to rescue them if they were in that situation?
Chairman, I have a real deep understanding for why family, relatives, close friends would have wanted to go into that pipeline. But in my view, whether permitting or sending somebody into a situation where I had no information or incomplete, almost no information of what was in that pipeline into a hazardous situation that I could not quantify. I don't see a difference. To me, I'd still be sending people into a situation that I had no information.
Approved the minute Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe.
Yeah.
The likelihood of rescuing people who were still alive was high.
Yes.
Yes.
It was probably higher than more time passed this.
As each hour passed by, that changed, didn't it? You'd agree?
Yes.
Right. And there comes a point in time, whatever that point is, when, frankly, to send somebody into a pipe or to invite them or permit them even into a pipe was going to be an unnecessary risk because the likelihood is they were already dead, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So what I want to ask you is this. If you had, as Mr. Maharaj has suggested, some sort of timeline, did you on your board, a bit like the whiteboard we have behind us here, and as you had in your IMT, put up a sort of timeline and say, right, hour 1, this needs to happen, hour 2, this needs to happen, so that you could measure the things that were being proposed in the IMT against the likelihood of them still being alive?
Chairman, I would say that that is one element of the rescue plan, right?
Quite an important one, though, isn't
An
it?
important element, but there's also an element, there's also an ethical element here that had to be considered.
Ethical.
Yes. Because, as I said, sending people into an unknown situation where the risks were unknown, right? We never had an incident before. None of these people had practice in diving into pipelines in situations like this. We still, at some point in time, was not clear on the incident. We didn't have a rescue plan to rescue the rescuer. The ethical decision is how much risk do I take with the life of the rescuer? How do I sit and make that decision? How much risk do I take with that? That is an ethical question that I think, I want to force the committee to think about. I think it's a serious question.
It is.
And it's not simply about time and pipeline, and there's a serious ethical
Well, it
issue
is,
here.
isn't it? But it must be
is.
about time.
Well, it has to do with time, but not only that.
The risk assessment you're talking about with the rescuer himself must be governed by time.
And sir, and information and data.
Yes.
To be able to be confident.
I follow that, but the one follows from the other, doesn't it? You see, if the reality is, as has been pointed out to you by Mr. Maharaj, that you didn't have the information about the conditions in the pipeline until the early hours of Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Frankly, it was too late, wasn't it?
Well, look.
Wasn't it?
That's
realistically,
realistically, yes.
Yeah, it was too late.
But I would also argue that
the point. Forgive me for interrupting you, but I am anxious to understand this from you. See, because if it's not driven by time, you're inevitably going to be saying to yourself, "Look, if I can't have details of what's inside that pipe by virtue of putting in a camera of one kind or another until the early hours of Saturday morning, then there is not going to be a rescue. Let's stop now. There's not going to be a rescue. I'm not prepared to risk anybody going in that pipeline 6 hours after Mr. Boudram has come out, because their likelihood is they're dead. And there's no point in sending anybody else to their death or potential death to try and rescue them.
But and then I could argue on the opposite side.
Go ahead.
Without the information it's also difficult to make that decision and put the rescuer's life at risk.
No, I know, but we're on the same page.
Okay, good, good.
We're
good.
on exactly
I
the
just want to
same
make sure we're
page.
clear.
No, we are on the
Okay,
same
great,
page
great,
because
thank you.
if the assessment is
Yeah.
I can't get a camera into that pipe until the early hours of the morning, then and I'm not prepared to let anybody go in the pipe until I have had the evidence, then there is not going to be a rescue.
And I would say information to ensure that there's a safe rescue, there's a safety for the rescuer.
Of course. But you
Okay.
see, it comes back to what Mr. Maharaj is saying. You had commercial divers on the scene with a whole range of equipment,
Yeah.
right? Pause for a minute.
I'm listening.
With a whole range of equipment. You agree with him that you didn't actually ask them, well, what is a credible plan? We are not going to be able to get a camera in that pipe in a time that makes it work. So you tell me, what is the credible plan? What is an alternative?
Right.
You didn't do that.
But I also spoke to other commercial divers.
Yeah, but you see, the other commercial divers, Hull Support, Offshore Technology, Mitchell's Professional Diving Service, Eastern Emergency Response Services, these are all companies you contacted or your
Yes.
company contacted.
Yes.
They didn't arrive on the scene until much later.
Even in the event that we had spoken to the companies that were on site, and they were there by, I think, about 8 o'clock or something like that, something around 19:30, the ethical decision would have still been there, whether we knew enough about that pipeline and what was happening in that pipeline to send people into that pipeline. That remained a compelling question.
All right, well, we're coming back to the same position. I think, agreed that you ultimately were not prepared to permit anyone in that pipeline without having video footage. And the truth is the video footage was never available until the early hours of the morning.
Having information to de-risk the dive, Chairman. Video footage with information to de-risk the dive. That's the objective.
Mm.
I don't want it to be trivialized.
No,
Please, it's
rest
information.
Rest assured, it's not being trivialized. The
Yeah.
only other thing I would say to that
Yeah.
is that, as we have put to a number of other witnesses, is that you had perhaps some information that was even better than having a video camera. You had somebody who'd actually been in there for several hours.
Chairman, and I would argue differently, right? And I would argue
Well, I see what's in your
with
statement,
two
but
facts, right?
Go ahead, yes.
So the key fact that came out is that we were able to get the cameras in eventually, and that camera went over 600 feet, right? And we were not able to see any persons in that pipeline, 600 feet, right? Sending somebody into that pipeline with incomplete information, going in and expecting to find somebody at 120 feet, 130 feet, 200 feet, a family member, somebody who has emotional connection to somebody, what they would have done logically, they probably would have tried to go the extra mile. We had information from somebody who come out of the pipeline, but the rescuer had to make a two-way trip. He had to go in and he had to come back out. There were too many questions. Would one tank have been able to do it? Would two? Would three?
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Did you ask?
In hindsight, I'm asking.
Yeah, well,
But
did
those
you
are-
ask at the time?
At the time, it was more thinking through the ethical question of how do I find myself at a place where we get comfortable with that dive rescue. And the approach we took was consultation with professional dive companies.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Maharaj, I'm sorry I took so long.
Sorry. Consultation with professional divers, but not consultation with LMCS commercial divers.
Well, professional commercial divers, both those companies are commercial diving companies.
Anyhow, let's go to the other issue. That other issue has to do with the communication with the family.
Yes.
Okay. Did Paria make arrangements to accommodate the families of the men to keep them updated as to what was happening?
Yes, Paria offered that the families would stay at the staff complex, all right? Where
At what time you offered that?
that was offered, I believe, on Saturday afternoon.
Saturday afternoon. So between Friday to Saturday afternoon. Between Friday afternoon to Saturday afternoon. Is it correct that Paria did not make any arrangements to accommodate the families during that period?
During Friday to Saturday afternoon, no, we had asked LMCS if they had communicated with the families. We had planned a meeting for 10 o'clock with the families on Saturday morning. And is at that meeting, discussions would have with accommodation and what future communications would look like.
Right. At paragraph 91 of your witness statement, you stated there was a meeting with the family members at the Pointe-à-Pierre Staff Club. That was a meeting arranged by Paria,
Yes,
and that staff club was the venue for that meeting that
yes,
Paria.
yes.
So the meeting with the families at the Petrogen Sports Club on Saturday was the first time that Paria met with the families.
That is correct.
Before this meeting, did you know where the families were when they were trying to get information from Paria?
I want to make something kind of.
No, did you know where the
No,
families?
I don't know where the families were.
Right.
But we inquired from Mr. Ali whether he had communicated with the families. Now, on Friday night, if you mind if I add some context here, Mr. Maraj, Paria would not have had next of kin numbers for the guys who were in the pipeline. All those contact information would have been with the contractor, with the LMCS contractor. We wouldn't have had all that information at that time. And we had specifically requested that the contractor, or we had tested with the contractor, whether he had spoken to his employees and the families of his employees. Paria stepped in on Saturday to be able to meet the families and have that discussion with them.
Mr. Mohammed, I accept that.
Okay.
What you say as to getting information, but are you aware that the families were in the car park from Friday afternoon?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No. From Friday afternoon?
Yes, from Friday afternoon, throughout Friday evening, throughout Friday night.
No.
Or that they tried to get into Paria and were denied entry.
Families were denied entry into
Yes,
Paria.
families denied entry from entering the Paria premises. When they came to the gate and asked to speak to someone, they were denied. Be aware of that.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, evening, certainly.
I'm not aware of that.
I want to go through the witness statement of Vanessa Cassie. It's at volume 4 of the witness statement bundle at page 1585. Somebody get it, you know? Yeah, you could use mine. That mine I have.
What page, sorry?
1585.
1585.
Is Vanessa Cassie, sorry.
Witness statement bundle, 9 to 474.
Volume 4.
Tab 53, right. Right, I have it, tab 53. Good, I've got it. Thank you. Yes.
At paragraph 5, she referred to as getting the information. Then at paragraph 6, written
Paragraph
about
6.
half an hour or so, we were there at Paria in Pointe-à-Pierre. This was about 6:30 p.m. going to 7 p.m. When I got there, I was still shaking. My uncle Alan went up to the security at the entrance. There were 4 of them. He told them he understood there was an accident, and we came to find out. He told them that I was the wife of Rishi. The reply from the security was that this is the first time they are learning, they're hearing about an accident, and they didn't know. And then she went on in a statement at paragraph 7 that the uncle went and asked the security, etc. And then at paragraph 8, by this time we saw vehicles coming in out of the compound. We were right outside by the security booth on the road. My uncle stopped a few vehicles and asked if there was an accident inside. One person who said he works for Paria said that he understood that there was an accident and the guys are trapped in the pipeline, but they're hearing knocking, so don't worry. He said Paria was helping to rescue them. I then relaxed a little bit based on what I heard. My uncle told him that Rishi Nagesa is my husband. The man then said, don't worry, ma'am, we are going to get them out. Help is on the way. At paragraph 9, about 5 or 10 minutes, I saw a few of LMCS workers going into the compound. I stopped them. One of them I know as Brown. He is one of Ryan's friends. And then I'll go to paragraph 10. In less than half an hour, we saw an ambulance coming out from Paria. When they were halfway through, my uncle Alan stopped the driver and asked the driver if there was any accident that took place inside there and if the ambulance was here concerning the accident. He said he didn't know exactly what was going out, but he can say they took out someone and took him to the San Fernando hospital. We asked him if the person they took was Rishi or what was his name. He said if we want to know, we should go to San Fernando because they took him about half an hour ago. My uncle asked if there was someone in the ambulance at the time. He said no. My uncle asked if he knew someone we could call. He said, hold on a minute, and he made a few phone calls and then told us that it was Christopher Boudram who came out. My uncle went back to the security and said, all of these vehicles going in and out. This is the second time an ambulance is coming out of the compound, and they're still saying no accident, and they don't know anything about it, and didn't have a phone number to call a secretary. He said a big company like this, and you don't have a number to give to call someone, and there was one to help us and give us information. One of the security ladies came out, and then 2 others came out and said, if we wish, we can park inside the compound and hold on there in the car park as there are 2 vehicles inside there. She then said that she doesn't know if they are families of the victims. And then she went on at paragraph 13. We stayed in the car park until about 4 a.m. on the 26th of February. No one from Paria came out and spoke to me. No one from LMCS called me and told me what happened. Then she said she went home to shower, etc., etc. That's on Saturday, the 26th of February.
Pause there for a moment. Were you aware of any of this?
No, what I am aware of is that on Friday night, we had asked Mr. Ali if he was communicating with the families on the incident, Mr. Kazim Ali. And Mr. Kazim Ali told us, yes, that he had been communicating with the families on the incident and on the updates. So this detail, this is the first time I'm seeing this detail.
I mean, whether or not Mr. Ali was or was not communicating with some or all of the members of the families.
I would not have known. I mean, it was a straight question to Mr. Ali on that night.
But just reflecting for a moment
Yes.
on what this lady is saying, she's at Paria, attempting to find out what's going on, and apparently no one's telling anybody anything.
Yeah.
They're resorting to have to stopping cars, entering and or leaving the premises to find out what's happening.
Look.
I mean, on any view, not an acceptable position, is it?
No, that was not that's unacceptable.
Can I ask you this? And I don't wish to shortcut Mr. Maharaj from relaying the narrative from this lady. But once you knew, as you did, that there was a major incident which potentially involved the death of anything up to 5 divers.
Yes.
Did you, as the managing director, make any facility available at Paria to accommodate the immediate relatives and to keep them informed on a step-by-step basis?
Those arrangements were made on Saturday morning,
No.
but not on Friday
Yeah,
afternoon.
I mean, 24 hours after the event is not an acceptable approach, is it? Come on, Mr.
Yeah,
Mohammed.
no, it's not
These are
acceptable.
the
And I
victims'
would
families.
argue, I wouldn't argue the point,
Right,
Chairman.
good.
I wouldn't
Please
argue the
don't.
point. I wouldn't argue the point.
Right. I mean,
I wouldn't argue the point.
something should have been done.
I wouldn't
but
argue the
wasn't.
point.
Thank you. Mr. Maharaj, is there any value in putting any more of the tragic
I just,
circumstances?
yeah, no, I don't think
to,
so, because it's there on the record. Do you know,
If you're moving on to a completely different topic, I wondered if we should take our lunch break.
yeah, I'll be glad. And
Yeah.
I'll just be about half an hour. When
All
we
right.
come back.
Well, let's take our lunch break. Now,
Okay.
one way or the other, Mr. Mohammed, I can give you this reassurance. I don't care what time it is, but we are going to conclude your evidence today, all right?
No, thank
So
you. And
it
I'm
will
willing
have-
to spend the day.
Sorry?
I'm willing to spend the day. I'm going to spend the day given to the best of my ability.
All right, well,
Yeah,
thank you
that's what
very
I have.
much. We will conclude you at some point today.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Sorry.
Mr. Yearwood in the wings. Do we keep him? Or
I was going to discuss that with the team and see how much longer. I mean, I'm assuming that there are going to be some questions from a number of people of Mr. Mohammed this afternoon. Can I see a show of hands of those who would wish to ask questions? Do you all think you're going to be more than 10, 15 minutes? 1, 2. Less than 10.
Chair, I estimate to be around 30 to 45.
30 to 45, if I
Minutes.
let you. And
I will restrain to 30, sir.
you will be, yes, thank you very much. And what do you think, Ms. Purcell?
Mr. Chairman, I perhaps have about 45 minutes, of course. That might be
All
reduced by
right,
the
well,
time.
I think we can safely say Mr. Yearwood can go. Because
Thank you very much,
realistically,
sir.
we're not going to get past that. So what we're going to do, given that timetable, Mr. Maharaj will conclude. Can we resume at 2 o'clock? That's a 45-minute lunch break. Is that sufficient for everyone?
Yeah.
Good. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. Mr. Maharaj will conclude his questions, and then we will hear in the order I determine, and we'll get it done today. But I think we'll stop there. So thank you very much indeed.
the meeting that you had with the families at the Pointe-à-Pierre Staff Club, Paria was considering recovery?
I would say that recovery had been discussions that started to emerge by that time, but we were still moving ahead full-fledged with the attempted dry rescue. In terms of getting the pumps and
As a matter of fact, on that Saturday at around 5:15 p.m.,
yes,
you and Mr. Piper made a decision to move to recovery.
yes.
How did you inform the family of Rishi Nagesa about the decision to move to recovery?
Rishi
know?
Nagesa. Yes. So Friday, we informed them by
I'm talking about Rishi Nagesa,
Rishi Nagesa.
the family of Rishi Nagesa.
We informed them through a WhatsApp call.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
And how did you inform the family of Yusuf Henry?
Same method.
And the family of Faisal Kurban?
Same method.
I'm suggesting to you that the Rishi Nagesa's family were informed of the decision to move to recovery at Paria's media conference,
No.
which was on Sunday.
No. So just let me be no, and I want to provide an explanation, right?
Yeah, okay.
When we met on Saturday, the families were there, right? We asked the families what would be the best method to continue the communications if they opted not to stay at the complex.
Can you reach a little closer to the
Sorry, I'm
microphone,
sorry.
please?
Yes. And they said that WhatsApp calls would work best for them, right? On Saturday afternoon, after we made the decision to move from rescue to recovery, we had a discussion with Mr. Ali. And the plan on Saturday afternoon was to go to visit each one of those families on Saturday afternoon at their homes to be able to communicate that message. Mr. Ali asked that we go to his daughter-in-law's home firstly to be able to deliver that message. And myself, Mr. Ali, and one or two other people on my team went to the home of Mr. Ali's daughter-in-law to be able to deliver that message. The plan was for myself and Mr. Ali to continue to visit the rest of the families that afternoon. Mr. Ali said that he wasn't going to visit the rest of the families. And I said, okay, well, Mr. Ali not good. We have to find other ways to communicate. On the way back to the Paria's office at Pointe-à-Pierre, we informed that the families were waiting, were at the car park. When I got to the office on Saturday evening, we called all the families individually and asked them to come in to the office so we could have a discussion with them on what was the next move with regards to the incident. Families refused to enter the office, and that is when we opted for the WhatsApp call using the numbers that was provided for us by those families as the means of contact.
Okay. At paragraph 10 of your witness statement, you said that in February 2022, Paria employed 95 persons and retained 183 Kenson employees.
Yes.
So in February 2022, Kenson employees almost doubled the amount of Paria employees.
As of that date, As
Yeah.
of that date, yes.
Right, yeah. And at paragraph 13, you explain that Paria deployed Kenson employees primarily in Paria's HSEQ maintenance and operations department,
Yes.
where they were most required, and as subordinates to Paria officials.
Yes.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, you have been saying today that, and in your evidence, that because LMCS did work for Petrotrin on several occasions, similar work, that was an influencing factor that Paria regarded them as being a competent contractor.
I want to be careful about what I said. For this particular job, I said that LMCS did a similar job in 2020. Now LMCS also had a track record of working with Petrotrin. But I want to be careful that we don't mix up two things.
Okay, but am I correct that in your witness statement?
Yes, I have listed a number of jobs that they would have worked on
In
with
other
Petrotrin
words,
and
both
Paria.
in respect of the work that was done for Paria
Correct.
and in respect of the work that was done for Petrotrin.
Yes. But I want to make that distinction
Okay.
also, yes.
But you would agree with me
Mm-hmm.
that the institutional knowledge
Mm-hmm.
which the staff of Paria had
Yeah.
at the time in February 2022,
Yeah.
in respect of these kind of works,
Uh-huh.
were not comparable with the institutional knowledge of the staff that Petrotrin had.
Well, that is arguable because 80% of the Kenson staff were past Petrotrin employees.
But,
Right? There is a very high percentage.
But of lower level workers.
I wouldn't say of lower levels. They occupy roles that are fairly, well, they perform roles that are fairly senior in the organization. In addition to that, the people at senior roles in Paria are also heritage Petrotrin.
But am I correct that you did not work at Petrotrin?
I did not work at Petrotrin.
As a matter of fact, your first appointment is with Paria.
That is correct.
Correct. And what year was that?
2019.
2019.
Yes.
And prior to Paria, what was your occupation, if I may ask?
Prior to Paria, I worked at Heritage for a short time. Before that, I was CEO at National Quarries, and for all the years before that, I worked 24 years at BP and 7 years at Methanex.
Okay. Now, do you know a man called Imtiaz Ali who used to work at Petrotrin?
Imtiaz Ali, are you referring to Mr.
Kazim
Ali, brother?
Brother, yes.
I know of him, yes.
And do you know, he was a former employee of Petrotrin?
Yes.
And would you, according to him in his witness statement, he said he worked at Petrotrin for over 37 years? Would you have?
Well, probably, I wouldn't know the facts around that.
You would know that?
No.
But he retired in February 2018.
Yeah.
And he was Petrotrin's senior manager, strategy and business development, and advisor to Arlene Chow. Are you aware of that?
To Arlene Chow.
Mm-hmm. Petrotrin's then CEO.
Arlene Chow.
Yeah.
He was I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No.
Okay.
To Arlene Chow, you're saying, eh?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Possibly.
Okay. Now, in his witness statement, which is at page 2926 of the supplemental witness bundle,
Is it tabbed?
66. Yeah, 66.
66. Okay, good. Thank you.
paragraph 17 and 18. Paragraph 17 and 18.
17A.
Before I take you to, go ahead, just find it for me,
Okay.
paragraph 17 and 18.
17 and 18.
Yeah, 17 and 18.
Okay, good.
Are you aware that he accompanied Kazim Ali, Sr., to Paria's meeting on Sunday morning to discuss LMCS rescue plans?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Now, I want you to look at his paragraph 17 and 18, which is at page 2929. And he was saying, I should start at paragraph 16.
Paragraph 16.
At 2928. It was now about midday, and it was clear to me that Paria was very reluctant to convene a rescue. After more discussions, Paria said they wanted a written proposal of the rescue plan that they could share with their subject matter experts. And I want to refer you to this. All of this could have been done on Saturday, the 26th of February, or even on Friday, the 25th of February, when the rescue plan was developed so that Paria could have come to a quick decision. Paria had the responsibility and authority to assemble whatever resources they needed urgently to review LMCS rescue plan. They did nothing. Paria was presented with a viable rescue plan developed by LMCS and Conan Bedu, who was an experienced and competent diver, was prepared to enter the pipe. Rather than responding decisively, Paria did nothing. They vacillated, even though lives were in peril. Would you agree with those statements, or you disagree?
I disagree with those statements.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I disagree with it in part. The fact is that we did ask LMCS to come up with a plan on Sunday. And the fact is LMCS
Which day, sorry?
on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Yes, a written plan, right? That was when the request was made.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. You asked LMCS to provide you with a written plan on Sunday. Had you asked them to provide one before then?
We were always asking for a plan, Chairman. This was LMCS' second attempt at providing a plan that makes sense.
Right.
Not the first,
All right.
or maybe not the second, maybe the third or fourth
It's important
attempt.
to me, this.
Yes.
So I want to understand, you're saying that you asked LMCS to provide a written plan on Sunday.
Listen, let me
You
go
said,
back.
just a minute,
Yes.
Jen said that was not the first one, or that
Yes.
this was another plan.
Let me
When
go
was
back.
the first plan that you got from LMCS?
Well, outside of a few words, I have no plan. Is there a plan and evidence that I have not seen that LMCS has presented?
Right.
Is there a written plan or something I could say that LMCS presented this plan? And in the absence of not having a plan, written, articulated, drawn, or any other imaginary outside of a few words, and a request to dive, the obvious thing to do was to ask for a plan.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how
all
much.
I'm asking, you don't need to get emotional about it. I just want to understand. When did you first ask LMCS to provide you with a plan?
I think from Friday afternoon, you
Friday
asking for a
afternoon.
plan. Yes.
Yeah. And who asked, please?
I guess that would have been Colin at some stage or Catherine at some stage. I personally didn't ask for a specific plan until on Sunday.
Is it your understanding and therefore
It is my understanding, yes.
Is it your understanding and therefore your evidence that Paria or someone at Paria asked LMCS for a plan on Friday afternoon?
That is my understanding.
Yeah, all right, thank you. LMCS asked. So LMCS were asked for a plan on Friday afternoon by Paria, and you're not able to say who it was that asked that.
It would either be Colin or Catherine would be one of
one
those.
or the other.
One or the other, right?
Either Colin Piper or Catherine Balkisu. And is it your case then that you were not provided with such a plan?
No plan ever reached to
No
me
plan ever reached me,
from
right.
LMCS written. There were a few verbal mutterings, but no real plan.
No plan reached IMT or me. Is that right?
As far as I know, that those are the facts.
And you said earlier, not written, articulated, or drawn outside of a few words.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Maharaj. I interrupted and you were asking, I finished, thank you. You were asking him whether or not he asked
Yes,
for a
there's
plan.
one more thing I want to put in from what Mr. Ali said in his witness statement. Look at paragraph 28.
Paragraph 28.
28 at page 2930. He said, from my experience, Paria did not treat the divers and their families fairly, in that Paria did not act quickly and decisively when presented with a viable rescue plan, with a competent and experienced diver who was prepared to undertake the rescue. In my experience, Petrotrin would have never acted like Paria did. You do not agree with that?
That's an opinion.
Yeah, but you do not agree with that?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you very much. Right. So some hands went up. Do I take it that Mr. Hussein Shah, have I got your name right? I have? No, that's the first. So I can't hear you. Yes, it's me because and or Mr. Maharaj, right. Mr. Hussein Shah, yes, you have some questions.
Yes,
right.
I do, Chair.
Can I invite you to restrain yourself such that you're concluded within the half an hour, please?
Yes, I've been trying.
Chairman, is it okay if I face Mr. Shah?
Entirely appropriate for you to face him.
Thank you.
It's not a problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Asif Hussein Shah, and I represent the Seaman and Waterfront Workers Trade Union. I have a few questions for you. I'm going to try to be as short as possible. Hopefully, we can have a good report together.
For sure.
Now, you are the head of the Management Tender Committee at Paria.
Yes.
And in answer to certain questions from Mr. Maraj,
Yes.
you said you did not find it necessary to seek expert assistance in evaluating the tender of LMCS. I believe your words were that you trusted their expert competence as a contractor to bring forward the specific risks.
Yes.
And you also said that you trusted them to bring the expertise, to bring all the expertise through the contractor.
I want to be careful. I'm not sure I said trusted. What I said was based on their track record of having done the job safely about a year ago. So I don't want to bring the word trust into it because we run a business, right? So we work with track record, competence, display of objectives, achieving objectives. So I just want to be clear,
yes.
make
Well,
sure that you're not paraphrasing me wrongly.
Yeah, let me be fair to you.
Right.
So I'm specifically talking about the evaluation of LMCS's tender.
Okay.
Specifically the safety, the job safety analysis and the emergency response plan.
Yes.
And you said that you not trusted, but you relied upon.
Correct.
Their competence.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you also said that there are rules at Paria, and I believe Mr. Maraj took you through some of them, and that there's also the practical application of those rules.
Yeah.
Now I want to take you to the witness statement bundle. This is the invitation to tender at page 560.
Which one?
It's going to be provided to you. Maybe we'll clear away some that you have there.
Thank you.
Just keep your witness statement.
Yes.
This is the scope of work you're referring to, is it, Mr. Hussein?
Yes.
So we're
Just
going
a
to-
moment, Mr. St. John. Let's just give an opportunity for some space to be cleared.
Sure.
Right, lovely. Thank you, Marisol. Yes, your question.
Yes, so we're going to heading 6.3,
6.3.
which deals with safety. And in particular, we're looking at 6.38. And it reads, the
Yes,
contractor, you with me?
yes, now.
Sure.
6.38, yes.
The contractor is responsible for provision of the job safety method statement, job hazard analysis, and risk assessment, which will be reviewed by Paria's representatives. So you agree that's the rule,
That's the rule.
but that's not necessarily how it was applied. In that Paria did not necessarily conduct a detailed review in trusting LMCS's competence in drafting those documents.
I lost somewhere. Help me. Sorry. If you could repeat, sorry.
Sure.
I lost somewhere.
Sure. So the end of that clause ends
Right.
with those documents that you see there listed
Yes.
will be reviewed by Paria's representative.
Yes.
And in terms of the review, that review, you say, did not include any expert advice, correct?
What?
Ec-
All right.
In terms of identifying the hazard, sir.
Right. So as I said, the way we built the system or we fashioned it is that we would go for the contractor who would bring specialized services to the facility. The development in particular, the method statement would belong to the contractor because they would be specialists and they would know what are the job steps for executing that job.
Right.
However, the risk assessment and the hazard analysis would be joint between the Paria team and the contract team. But remember at the point of procurement, at the point of the tenders committee, the full development of the risk analysis and the hazard assessment is done once the contractor is selected. They do a site visit. That's a process that continues to run, right?
Yes, but you trusted LMCS to identify all the hazards. In that,
We believe based on the track record that LMCS had that they were competent enough to be able to identify the hazards. Yes, they had done the job, a very similar job not too long ago.
correct. So Paria did not undertake to identify the hazards. Is that correct?
Paria did not undertake. Paria, together working with the contractor over the period of the development of the project, would have
No,
engaged
I'm
with the
talking about the
contractor,
tender, sir.
would have engaged with the tender.
Yeah, LMCS would not be involved in evaluating the tender. That's Paria.
But then the method statement, etc., would come fully developed by the contractor at the tender stage. So Paria wouldn't have a role at the tender stage.
Correct. So you're saying that in evaluating the risk identified by LMCS, Paria would not have done its own independent, or it would not have tried to identify those risks on its own accord.
In the method statement that was provided at the tender, is what you're saying?
But the job safety analysis, the emergency response plan, all the safety documents, sir. The risk assessment.
At the tender stage, LMCS would have presented Paria with a set of documents that would have formed part of the package. Paria would have assessed those documents based on what the pre-qualification was for that tender. I can't remember exactly what the pre-qualification was, and that would be the assessment done at the tender stage.
Correct.
Right.
So that they would not have, and we were on the same page here,
Okay.
they would not have identified or sought to identify independently the risks associated with the job. They would have trusted the competence of LMCS. Is that true?
I would say that Paria would have assessed the package presented to it at the tenders committee based on the criteria that was set out by Paria.
I see, based on the criteria.
Yes.
Now, I want to take you to the witness statement of Mr. Balkaran at page 1432 of the witness statement bundle.
This is the same with the statement bundle looking at here.
I'm not quite sure.
Is it tabbed?
What page number are you asking for?
1432.
Is it tabbed?
It's volume 4 of the witness bundle. You probably had that removed. No, you should be the same bundle as the one you're in. Yes.
I see volume
143.
No, this is up to 1027. Sorry.
1432.
No, this wouldn't be here. This is 1027.
The tab should be 43, I believe.
The tab should be 43. No.
Sorry, 42.
No, I think 42 is what you mean. Yes. It's a statement. It's the statement immediately before your own in your bundle, in the bundle.
43. Right.
And we're looking at paragraph 28.
28 upon receipt.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And you see, among other things in that paragraph, Mr. Balkaran, in talking about evaluating the tender, says that he evaluated the suitability of the documents provided by LMCS. You see that?
Yeah.
Right. And now I want to take you to Mr. Archibald's witness statement at page 1317 of the witness statement bundle.
1317. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it tabbed?
My version is tabbed. I'll try to see if I can tell you what 36,
36.
on my version.
Good.
I'm sorry, you've lost me. I need to.
Sure.
I'm just looking at paragraph 28 of Mr. Balkaran's statement. I read that. Where else do you want me to go?
Page 1317, the witness statement of Randolph Archibald.
1317. Yes.
Almost said Archibald.
Yeah, 1317. I'm here.
Yes. So we're looking at paragraph 17.
Paragraph 17. Yeah.
So in assessing the tender submission by LMCS, this is what Mr. Archibald says. In the instant case, the department assessed the HSC documents, namely the ERP, risk assessment, job hazard analysis, site-specific safety plan, etc., which was submitted by LMCS to Paria in relation to the 36 Sealine Riser repairs at Berth number 6. And then we go to the next page, paragraph 18. The department's objectives.
Hold on. Paragraph 18, 17, 18. Okay, yeah.
With me?
Yeah.
The department's objectives in assessing the said documents were to ensure the following. So you see that he's saying that they were assessing the documents. Yes? Before we go further.
Go ahead.
1, that LMCS captured and properly identified all credible scenarios, potential risks, and hazards. You see that?
Yes.
But they did not have the competence to do that.
That Paria is what?
Paria did not have the competence, from what you said earlier to Mr. Mirage. They did not have the competence to ensure that LMCS captured and properly identified all credible scenarios, potential risks, and hazards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sorry?
No, just read it over one more time. I mean, I just have to go back to the process that we work, right? The credible scenario, so that specific work. We would have,
No. So we're looking at what Mr. Archibald said. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He is saying he assessed those documents. And in assessing those documents first, he tried to ensure, or the department rather, tried to ensure that LMCS captured and properly identified all credible scenarios, potential risks, and hazards. And my question to you is, they were not, your evidence is that they were not competent to do so.
All credible risk scenarios. But I don't think that the issue we're talking about was a credible scenario that either us or LMCS identified.
But did they have the competence, sir?
I think the credible scenarios are the scenarios that we would have all kind of spoke to about earlier in the discussion, it was not seen as a credible scenario by either us or LMCS.
Well, it
LTP
wasn't
was
seen
not.
at all, was it?
It wasn't seen at all.
No, right. So the question of credibility doesn't come into it, really. It wasn't spotted at all.
It wasn't spotted at all.
That, with the benefit of hindsight,
Yes, it
was
wasn't-
a mistake
Yes, it wasn't spotted
on
at all.
anyone's view
Correct.
that it was not identified as a credible risk.
It was not.
And the only question that Mr. Hussain Shah is asking you is, as a matter of fact, your company didn't, through its HSE department, did not have the competence to have identified a credible risk outside of what LMCS themselves had identified. They didn't, did
We
they?
didn't identify a DP risk, so I can't disagree.
No,
with
but
that.
if this is to have value, if what Mr. Archbold says is to have value, the fact is that they didn't have the competence to look at LMCS's assessment of risk and say, you're wrong. You missed something important. You didn't have the competence to do that, did you?
I can't argue against that. Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, yeah. I
That's
accept-
right,
I
isn't it?
accept, I accept.
Yeah, all right. Does that
Yes,
identify
yeah.
you?
Yes, Chair, thank you. And then he also says, and he had to ensure, or the department had to ensure, that LMCS properly assessed those credible scenarios, risks and hazards. But again, they did not have the competence to do so. Yes?
Can't argue against it.
And then we don't necessarily need to go through the rest because those are the two main ones. I'm trying to
Okay.
save some time.
Okay.
But you see paragraph 19 says that upon that assessment, they found that the documents were satisfactory, but they could not. Correct?
Based on the logic of the question, I can't argue against it.
Thank you. Now, do you think during that assessment, Mr. Archibald talks about, that expert assistance or input would have been invaluable?
I think I covered that already this morning and saying that's something for consideration.
Fair enough. And in your witness statement at paragraph 19, so that's at page 1445.
Yeah.
You talk about LMCS's past experience working for Paria,
Yes.
and you identify that they worked two similar jobs
Yes.
to the one that is the subject of this inquiry.
Yes.
Now, those jobs would have been performed in compliance with Paria's permit to work system, yes?
Yes.
And for those jobs, permits to work would have been issued.
Yes.
It would have been issued from the start of the job and up to the completion of the job, yes?
You mean different permits, right? Various permits would have been issued
Yes,
during that
for
time.
the
yeah?
similar jobs.
Yeah. Various permits would have been issued.
Now, in those similar jobs, would they have also involved the installation of a migration barrier?
I'm certain that the job in 2020 involved the installation of a migration barrier.
And the job would have also involved the removal of a migration barrier.
Correct.
And that ought to have been captured in the permits to work for that job or those jobs.
Correct.
And in this inquiry,
Mm-hmm.
Paria says that LMCS breached the permit to work system for this job.
Yes.
Now, in evaluating the breach, did you consider how the former jobs were completed, the methodology employed?
We didn't go, well, to be honest, I didn't go back to the former job. What I went back to is the permits to install the plug. So for this job, specific permits were given for installation of the plugs.
Yes.
And on the particular permit for the job on that day, there was a specific statement that said that those plugs were to remain in place. That's absolutely clear
Where does it say that?
on the permit.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Or
Can we have the permit up, please? So, you're not expected to remember the exact wording of this. You should
Yeah.
have it in front of you.
Well, let's
I
put it,
agree. It doesn't say anything about.
it mentioned migration barrier, not plugs.
Well, just a minute. I agree. It doesn't say anything about the plugs specifically. What I want to understand is you're saying that it specifically said not to remove them.
Come on. Migration barriers to be used.
Yes. Well, they were being used. They were being used. They've been put in weeks before, or at least some days before. So, what is it you're trying to say? I just need to follow what you're saying.
But when I read this,
Yes.
let me tell you what my interpretation is.
Yes.
That during the execution of those activities outlined on the permit,
Yes.
that migration barrier was to remain in place until that job was completed. That is what I read.
Right.
this
That's
one
what
as.
you read into it,
Yes.
is it? You agree it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say it specifically.
Well, when were they put in? Well, I don't need the exact date from you. I don't expect you to remember the exact
about a week
date.
before.
Yeah, it's some time before, right?
Yeah.
Right. So they were already in place.
Yes.
Right.
Once that hyperbaric chamber was in operation and people was in that hyperbaric chamber,
Yeah.
those barriers were to be used.
For what reason?
Remember the reason that we would have discussed was two important things, right? One is the issue of fuel, the gas from the fuel, or poisonous or potential harmful gases from the fuel getting into the hyperbaric chamber. Two, that while they were welding and welding were taking place, that we didn't have sparks or any kind of hot liquid getting into the pipeline, which probably still had hydrocarbon. Three, like everything else, you wouldn't want people. Remember, this is an open space, 30-inch open space. They also have the migration barrier to prevent tools, people, anything from tripping and falling into the space. Once people was inside of that hyperbaric chamber and you had an open 30-inch space, typically in industry, all of those spaces are closed, surrounded, barred. That's normal industry practice. You don't leave an open 30-inch space where there's a possibility for people to fall into while they're working in an area. That's just standard industry practice.
Right, I got you.
It's almost like leaving, sir. It's almost like leaving a manhole without a cover. You wouldn't do it.
No, I understand. So the migration barrier to be used, you understand that sentence, if it is a sentence, you understand that to mean that the migration barrier had to be put in place in order to carry out works that were to take place on that
Inside
day.
the hyperbaric chamber, yes.
Yeah, but just so that I'm clear,
Yeah.
on the 25th of February,
Yeah.
it was already in place.
Yes.
Right, so it doesn't say anything about removing them or putting them in place. They were already there. Is that right?
You were already there. That is correct.
I mean, it's not as though, I just thought you were trying to suggest for a moment, in answer to a question from Mr. Hussein Shah, that the migration barrier was not to be removed, and it specifically said that. It doesn't say that, does it?
Doesn't specifically say that.
No, it doesn't
In
specifically
those
say.
specific words.
No, it doesn't use those words. What it says is migration barrier to be used under the heading requirements for equipment, isolation and clearance. And then the subheading, cleared of processed hazardous materials, answer yes, migration barrier to be
Yes.
used. Now, I follow all of that.
Yes.
I mean, you know, we've looked at this at some considerable length over the past few weeks.
Yes.
What I want to understand from you is that you understood that to mean that it should not be removed.
Correct. Once there were men inside of that chamber working, and that chamber was pressurized, and the potential for gases coming up into that chamber, those migration barriers would be in place. And the second thing that was in place was the gas testing to ensure that that environment remained breathable and free of contaminants. So the migration barrier was the actual solid barrier, and the gas testing was the confirmation that that area was clear of hazardous gases.
You agree, don't you, that this document, this work permit, says that the chamber, as we understood it, the hyperbaric chamber, is to be removed?
The hyperbaric chamber is to be removed
Yes.
at some point.
It
Yes.
says remove. Well, not about at some point. This is the application
right,
for work
yeah, remove the
on the
chamber.
25th of February.
Right. Remove chamber and blank top of the new riser.
Right,
Yes.
so conduct, what it says is to remove and install a 50-inch flange.
Yes.
Remove and install a 30-inch riser pipe.
Yeah.
Remove a 30-inch solid blank.
Yeah.
Conduct pressure test on
Yes.
flange weld.
Yes.
Remove chamber and blank top of new riser.
That is correct.
Now, all of those things weren't done on that day, were they?
No, you didn't get to the point where the riser was removed. So the riser, sorry, the chamber, I'm sorry, let's recollect myself a bit. The chamber was not removed on that day.
No, it was removed the next day, but never mind about that. The point is, what I'm asking is the specific tasks that were appointed and completed by the applicant.
So what was supposed to happen based on the permit is the chamber was supposed to be depressured.
Yeah.
Men out of the chamber now. It's depressured. Nobody's in the chamber.
You know, I understand how de-rigging the chamber would work.
And
what I want to understand from you,
Yes.
though, is that the migration barriers that
Yes.
you've identified as being mentioned in this document, which they
Yes.
are,
Yes.
those migration barriers to be used were to be used for the purposes that you've described.
Yes.
Gases from the fuel, sparks getting into the pipe, and other bits and pieces falling into the pipe, which you didn't want to happen, right?
Correct.
I get that.
Right.
Once that is no longer an issue, once that was no longer an issue, there was no question about removal of the barrier, was there? There was
Well-
no issue because nobody had identified delta P.
But they didn't identify delta P. However, the barrier was supposed to remain in place until the chamber was removed, right?
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
All right. So think about it like this, right? So we have men working in that chamber, right? As I said, the potential of gases come up into the chamber. So once
Yeah.
you had men working in that chamber,
No, once you've taken the chamber off, right?
right? So once you take the chamber off, the delta P goes away. There's no pressure.
No, you're misunderstanding me.
Sorry.
It's probably my fault. Once you finished the job of work, so as to remove the chamber,
Right.
right? Once whatever else needed to be done
Right.
was done,
Right.
and you're going to remove the chamber,
Right.
why did you need to leave the plugs in?
The plugs, once nobody was working inside the chamber and the work was completed, there would have been no reason to keep the plugs in. But the plugs were to remain in until the chamber and was removed.
Why?
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 Right? And the reason for that is once the chamber was removed, the potential for anybody working in an enclosed environment with the potential for gas ingress into that environment would have now completely gone away.
So you're saying that the plugs should not be removed because of the potential for gas coming from the pipe into the chamber while they were doing the plug removal.
Correct.
I'm with
Correct.
you.
And
All
that
right.
gone, right?
Okay.
And okay, so I'll leave it there.
So when it says migration barrier to be used, that in your mind at any rate meant in order to prevent any gas.
That is correct. And that was the risk that we identified.
Okay. And would there have been any reason why you couldn't, for example, remove the mechanical plug before removing the pressure plug?
Typically, I would say that those plugs, we would move them together. You wouldn't want to move the mechanical leave the only, in industry, there's a standard called double block and bleed, right? Which part you always try to have 2 blocks for gas ingress. So the mechanical block was a partial block, and your expanding block or inflatable plug was the solid seal, right? So once that potential remained here, we had to have a double block. That's the system the industry used to ensure people are not exposed to.
All right. So
process.
when you see this on the work permit,
Yes.
under the heading cleared of process hazardous materials, answer yes, migration barrier to be used. That relates entirely to the question of gas
Gas,
escaping
and, yeah,
from the
correct, and things falling into
for
the
the
pipeline.
purposes of the safety of the people working in
Correct.
and the fact that it says migration barrier to be used is not to mean anything other than that it is to be there for the entirety of the time that the men are inside that chamber. So
It
the
means,
chamber, in
yes.
your mind, the chamber must come off first.
Yes. Chamber must come off first.
Not because of a delta P hazard, but
Correct.
because of a gas hazard.
That is the risk that we identified.
Right.
Yes.
I see. Right. I don't know whether you're going to deal, Mr. Hussein Shah, with the method of
Yeah.
work.
Now, previously to the chair's questions, we were talking about the previous works conducted by LMCS.
Yes.
And we were talking about whether you compared how those works were done to this job.
Yeah.
And what was your response?
No, I said that I haven't done a detailed study of how the previous jobs were done. I personally haven't done it.
But you would agree that Paria's position is that LMCS, in executing this job, or executing the removal of the migration barrier and the inflatable plug in the wrong order, ultimately resulted in the incident, the Delta P incident.
Yes, the chamber should have been depressurized and removed
Yes,
before those plugs were removed.
yes. Now, in looking at the previous scope of works, or looking at the previous permit to works, were you able to identify how LMCS conducted the job? Whether this
No, as I said, I didn't look at that detail on the last jobs. I didn't go into that level of inquiry into the permits and the exact work statements, etc. of the last job.
Do you think it would be important to compare how LMCS conducted the previous jobs to this job and identifying exactly how, where,
Yeah.
or whether they got lucky in the past?
Yeah, I think there's value in doing that.
And would show the differences,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
if they remove the migration barrier at some later time.
Yeah. Yes. There's some value in doing that. I would agree.
Now, would you be in a position to share those previous the permits to work with the commission?
If it is a request from the commission, we will comply.
Certainly, we will ask the chair or the commission to consider, because there is some value in looking at the previous completion of the jobs, similar jobs, and in looking at this job, especially where an important aspect is Paria's position that
Yeah.
LMCS essentially went into the wrong order.
Fair enough.
Yeah? Are you able to tell me what is the relationship between Paria and Heritage?
The relationship between Paria and Heritage.
Yes.
Structurally, Paria and Heritage are both subsidiaries of TPHL. So let's say we have a connection by being subsidiary of a overarching governing body, which is the TPHL board.
And does Heritage share certain expertise with Paria when required?
If requested, there would be no hesitation with Heritage sharing expertise with the Paria organization.
And are you aware that Mr. Rolf Seals, a Kenson employee, is attached to Heritage?
Yes.
And he assisted Paria with
Yes.
respect to the rescue and recovery.
Yes.
would you agree that if it is that Paria had a dearth or had a vacuum of competence, that they could reach out to Heritage essentially and request assistance in the future?
Yeah, I think that's something that we have to consider.
Now, there's a lot of things to consider. I want to take you to paragraph 51 of your witness statement. That's at page 1451, 1451.
1451.
Yeah. And I don't need you to read the entire paragraph. Among other things, you say that diving into the pipeline was unsafe.
Yes.
And then you list various reasons why.
Yes.
Yeah? And you base this on not knowing the condition of the pipeline.
Yes.
And that there was no plan or risk analysis. Now, I'm not going to go into the risk analysis part because Leonard Senior has, dealt with that. But what I'm curious about, what were the conditions that you were trying to ascertain?
The conditions?
Yes.
The conditions really was the number, what was in the pipeline, right? We know that the hyperbaric chamber would have tools, chain blocks, knives, construction equipment inside of the hyperbaric chamber. We don't know exactly all that was inside the hyperbaric chamber.
Yes.
We know that the pipe, at that time we believed that the pipe was filled with oil, and we know that there were sections of that pipe for sure that was completely, I would say, filled with oil and hazardous material. We didn't know at the time whether the potential for a subsequent DP event to take place. We had no idea whether the pipe was completely filled, whether we had difference in levels at the various vertical pieces. We didn't know exactly where the blockages were and how people would navigate around them. So those were some of the big issues that we didn't know exactly where the men were, how far they were in the pipeline. We don't know exactly what was the condition of the plug, where the plug was in the pipeline. A number of things that we just didn't know.
Sorry. What inside the pipeline contain other hazardous materials besides oil?
We don't know. Remember, that pipeline has not been in use for a number of years, so we just don't.
Right.
We just didn't know. We just didn't have that information.
But you had the information that Christopher Boudram came out, and I want to take you to the ICT bundle of documents at page 1541.
Page 1541. This is bundle
Yeah,
one.
not the witness statement bundle, the ICT bundle. Right, too far. Yeah. So we're looking at the top of the page. You're seeing 9:58 p.m.
Yes, no, hold on.
Sorry. Now you recall, sorry.
Just a minute, please. Page.
1541.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Yep.
Now you recall a conversation which occurred in your presence between the incident command team and Mr. Boudram.
Yes.
And do you identify these scribbles? So you could read through them. Do you identify these scribbles as the contemporaneous notes taken of that conversation? So I can help you read it. 40 feet from Riser, I think. 2 air pockets and went down Faisal couldn't be found. Broken hand and foot, everyone tried to pull, reach in an air pocket. Only Faizi answer. Another part with water. Faizi had tank on him. Couldn't climb out the water at the top of the flange. Felt too well, seems.
Yeah.
Does that accurately summarize the conversation that occurred in your presence?
I can't recall each and every point, but yes, some of it resonates with me yes, some of it resonates with me.
And I want you to look at paragraph 66 of your witness statement. And that's at page 1454.
Paragraph 66.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You accept, so I'm looking at subpoint 4. He
Yeah.
crossed blacks who was unresponsive.
Yes.
You accept that that statement appears nowhere in the handwritten note. Do you?
Yeah, it's not there, so it's not there.
Thank you. You would have had the information that both Mr. Boudram and Mr. Kurban, so Boudram coming out of the pipeline, the information ought to have reached you that he said the boy is right behind me. Do you recall that?
Yes, go ahead.
And Mr. Kurban would have also come out of the pipeline. So that at least at that time, with proper equipment, a rescue may have been possible. Because when you speak about what the camera is supposed to see, oil, knives, tanks, gear, all those things would have either been navigated through by Mr. Boudram or Mr. Kurban, whatever limited space he went into or whatever limited depth he went into. He would have either come across it. But either way, you had the information that Mr. Boudram would have crossed all those obstacles, if should they exist.
And probably also may have left some behind.
Like what?
I don't know, Mr. Boudram, how did he come out? Did he have tanks that he used?
Yes.
Did those tanks became deposited along the line? I don't know how many tanks Mr. Boudram would have used to come out and what he would have left in his wake coming out of the pipeline.
But you didn't seek to find out.
I disagree with that. I seek to find out using a method that was safe without putting people's lives at risk.
And you think a camera would tell you whether a tank could move?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that there may have been obstacles which would have prevented movement. So I'm asking whether you're suggesting or whether it is your position that a camera would have identified unmovable obstacles like a tank or be able to prove that it's unmovable or unnavigatable.
What we had expected is that we would have been able to move around the tanks, be able to identify exactly where they were located, at least as a minimum identify where they were located, identify where we had oil, where we had water, identify where the men were, so that we could have properly risk assessed and understand the perils or the hazards that a diver would meet entering that pipeline. We know that the diver couldn't turn into the pipeline, so you'd either have to go head first or foot first. Not sure what direction he would choose. Typically, head first would always be pointing on the way out. So how that diver would be going into the pipeline, he would be backing into the pipeline. Wouldn't it be prudent for that diver who's going in without eyes into that pipeline to have an idea where these obstacles were and how he would likely deal with them when he meet them? Wouldn't it be prudent for that diver who's going into that pipeline? Yeah.
Hold on. And what are your diving qualifications, sir?
Look, listen, that's just thinking through it. And if you think through it, you'll probably come to the same conclusion. It's
Well,
just
I'm not a
thinking through
diver,
it.
so I wouldn't try to.
Okay.
Now, I want to take you to Mr. Archibald's statement again at page 1320. Now, this is Mr. Archibald seeking to talk about what a safe dive may entail.
What page, sir?
1320 at paragraph 37.
Paragraph 37. 1320. Paragraph 37, right?
Yeah. So he says, I believed it was unsafe to dive within the pipeline at that time without a continuous air supply with a tank and a tether. The rescue divers would have had at least needed a rope with them and a supply of air. They would have needed a tank to be on them as an emergency air supply in case their regular air supply was interrupted. Air and a means of communication and extraction were the three things they needed for any rescue dive inside the pipeline to be safe. And what say you?
I say they probably needed that and also an understanding of the risk that they would face going into the pipeline.
Sure. And now, can we bring up the, I'm not sure whether it made its way into a bundle, but I believe Mr. Piper would have supplied us with the standard operating procedures for confined space rescue. I'm not quite sure whether it's in a bundle. It is? So I want to go to 3.2.
Do I have it here?
I'm not quite sure. Now we're looking at the confined, oh, sorry. Let me know when you're with me.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you.
Now we're looking at the confined space entrance. Yeah? Now a suitably qualified diver ought to know the hazards associated with entering a confined space.
Depends what his experience is. He could be suitably qualified and never dive into a pipeline or a confined space.
And are you aware what the training is in order to become a commercial diver?
No.
So you're not in a position to say.
Well, I didn't say yes or no. I said there's a possibility that he would have never dived into a pipeline.
Yeah, but these are Paria's. This is Paria's document.
About confined space.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, it's the closest thing we have. So we have know the hazards and know how to use all required equipment. Do you believe a commercial diver would know how to use the required equipment? You can answer.
Yes, no. We have a situation.
Okay, the question starts with, do you believe? I'd appreciate whether you can answer the question, then maybe.
Ask the question again, sorry.
Sure. Would you agree that a commercial diver, commercial divers, would know how to use the required equipment for a confined space?
Not necessarily.
All right. And do you believe that they would be able to have a means of communication with the attendant? And the attendant being the person tethering them, or that person?
That they should have that if they were entering a confined space?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that they would be suitably trained in how to communicate with the attendant.
It's probably part of the training, yes.
And they would know how to be alert to hazardous conditions.
Not
So
the,
if they go
not,
into the pipeline,
not the ones that they were completely unaware of.
well, if they came up against something that they could not, they decided they couldn't go further, I'm sure
So,
they will
I mean,
communicate, which is the point of the
I
entire.
want to be respectful.
Yes.
So the ifs and the mays,
No, I'm just taking you through
I'm
the
just
SOP.
I'm just saying that the if and the mays and they should and they could and all that. And what the objective is this is putting a man into a pipeline where we are unclear of all the hazards. Should I make that decision on may, he might? Is that a decision? Are those the things that I make a decision on to put a man's life at risk? Or do I have specific and clear understanding of the risk under which I am going to subject this man to? Just give it some thought.
I mean, the thought you need to give as well is that there were commercial divers present.
Commercial divers.
There were commercial divers present at least close to 7 o'clock. They were supported by 2 vessels with unlimited supply of air. They were supported with the equipment, the qualifications, the supervision. They would have been able, had Paria, maybe, fair enough. But they were supported. Do you agree? They had the equipment.
Listen.
No. Did they have the equipment? It's either you know or you don't know.
A dive plan is more than the equipment.
Did you try to get a dive plan from them?
I think I answered that earlier.
No, you said LMCS. Did you try to get a dive plan from?
We attempted to get a dive plan.
How?
From other professional diving companies that were present at Paria.
Yeah, that was on Saturday. I talked about Friday. On Friday, 7 p.m. or in 8 p.m. Did you attempt to get a dive plan from the divers on site?
A dive plan, whatever dive plan was presented was unacceptable.
Was a dive plan presented?
All we had was some verbal mutterings of what that might look like, but no clear plan.
Did you communicate? I'm not talking about LMCS, I'm talking about with the other divers. Did you communicate with them?
I personally did not communicate with them. I thought I'd answered that already.
Did anyone from the ICT communicate with them and seek to get a plan from them on Friday?
We have actually been through this.
Yeah.
Pause there. In fairness to you, we have actually covered this ground already. I don't think we need to cover it again.
Fair enough. Now, when did Paria first consider the use of a waiver of liability for persons who may want to dive into the pipeline?
I don't recall. Maybe on Saturday, I'm not sure.
And did Paria communicate to any of the other divers their willingness to accept a waiver of liability?
No.
Why?
You see, I thought I addressed that earlier on by saying this was not only a question of liability, this was also a question of the decision point in terms of what information do we need to have so that we could send a man in and get him out safely with a rescue plan.
He put it as an ethical question. He suggested it was a question not just of liability, but of ethics.
Now, when did Paria consider the use of non-disclosure agreements?
Non-disclosure agreements?
Yes. If you need some help to refresh, I believe it's the
Well, I need some help to understand the relevance.
In Mr. Fuentes' new statement or email that was disclosed, he makes reference to a non-disclosure agreement.
So?
I just wanted to know when was that considered and why was it considered?
Why is it relevant to anything? Just tell me, explain the relevance and I'll let you answer it.
Sure. In terms of the ability for persons to communicate freely and the limits of that non-disclosure agreement.
Relating to,
The incident and discussing it with others.
right, non-disclosure as in preventing anyone from being able to say anything about it after the event.
Correct.
Right, all right, yes.
I can't recall.
It did, first of all, Paria consider the question of non-disclosure agreements to prevent people from being able to say anything about what happened on this occasion. Was there any such consideration by Paria?
There was consideration of non-disclosure agreement and the use of cell phones at the recovery. What we didn't want is to have, we wanted to respect the families, and that was the reason for it at that
Didn't
time.
want it to what, sorry?
We didn't want people to have cell phones and be free to communicate information around the recovery and things. So that would have been somewhere around Monday or Tuesday. That's my recollection of the use of non-disclosure agreements by Paria.
Of
That
its
was in
own
specific-
staff or of everyone else?
Everyone else, everyone, staff, people who were attendants at the,
Because you used WhatsApp, didn't you, or some other text communication between
they
each
had to be authorized by the ICT.
Yes.
No, I want to go to the supplemental witness statement bundle at page 3157.
3157.
This is Mr. Fuentes' new statement or email statement. And you go into,
You have a tab on it?
no, unfortunately.
Okay.
84? Oh, 84.
Supplemental statement, are you? Just, which one? Witness bundle? Page what?
3157.
Yes,
I have it here.
it's behind tab 83. 84. It is tab 84.
Tab 84.
Yeah. You have the supplemental statement there?
Yes, I have tab 84.
It's an email. Is that what you're referring to,
Yes.
the email?
Yes. I believe this is the
Similar.
only statement we have from Mr. Fuentes.
Yes.
So look some ways down, you'll see a sentence saying, I was asked to fill out a NDA document which I complied with. But there was no issue of cell phones with
I
Fuentes.
told you what I could have recalled. I haven't seen the statement until now.
So you're unable to assist us with the purpose of requiring an NDA from Mr. Fuentes or from anyone else.
I mean, well, I think typically, you know, incidents like these, you'd always want to make sure that information isn't, or there is somehow what I call it. There is some caution with how information is shared.
How many persons signed NDA agreements? Are you able to
I
say?
can't recall.
Do you have a general number or you just don't know?
I do have a general number and I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Fair enough. Now I want to take you back to your witness statement at paragraph 1441.
Paragraph 1441. Just tab me along so I could be quick.
Sorry?
You have the tab?
Oh, it's your witness statement. You might have to help me find it out.
All right.
43.
I think I find it. 43, yes.
Right, so it's paragraph 5,
Paragraph 5.
but I'm specifically going to page 1442.
1442.
Yeah. And you say, as part of your roles and responsibilities.
Establish clear. Which one exactly? 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I'm going to get there.
Okay.
But you list out your roles and responsibilities.
Yes.
And as part of your roles and responsibilities, You say you champion a culture of continuous performance improvement and learning environment.
Yeah,
That's number 11. And at number 7,
right.
you say you drive major transformations to increase safety, environmental performance, reliability, quality, delivery, and or financial performance. Yes?
Yes.
Now, did Paria prepare an investigation report, an incident investigation report?
Paria prepared an investigation report, yes, an internal investigation.
Did you have a role in that, in the preparation of that report?
No,
Did you review the contents of that report?
yes.
So I want to go to page 1765 of the witness statement bundle. But the report starts at 1743. Yeah?
1743, right?
That's where the report starts, but we're going to, firstly, 1763.
I'm going to be quickly switching to the TTT stream because there seems to be an issue. So hold on a second.
examination today, you would regard those two recommendations as perhaps a little short of what might be recommended in the future. Leave aside the question of any thoroughness of your own internal inquiry. The question being addressed here is, that is the totality of what you identified, or what your firm identified as by way of recommendation. And the point I'm simply asking you is this, is that had those plugs not been removed, of course, it wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
But the fact that they weren't removed was nothing to do with identifying delta P.
And that's correct.
One of the recommendations that might have appeared on there is recognizing delta P.
I can't argue with that, Chairman.
Right. So on any view, there is at least one short of the recommendations from your own report.
I would accept that.
Right. Mr.
I'm almost finished.
Saint Charles, how much longer have you got? Can I ask, please?
4 more questions.
4 more.
Not including this one.
All right. Let's move along then.
Yeah. Did Paria conduct an investigation into the recovery aspect or the rescue aspect of this incident?
That process is ongoing. We haven't conducted a full investigation into the rescue and recovery effort.
And don't you consider that to be important
We
in
know
championing safety?
we know that it is important.
And is there a time frame for the completion of that investigation?
I haven't put a time frame on it to date, and a lot of the time and effort was being spent preparing for this Commission of Inquiry.
And preparing
But we
half a
got it.
report.
And preparing what report?
This incident report that just stops to say this is liability, but doesn't go on further to say anything else. Do you agree that you solely investigate the incident, but you have not looked, or at least in terms of preparing this report, Paria has not even looked at their own response and how it could be better?
And what I said is that those things would be looked at thoroughly, and a lot of effort went into preparing for the COE, which we also have some lessons to learn from.
Can you commit to a time frame for completing that exercise?
Well, I can't commit to it today, but if the commission so would like it in writing, I will do that.
I'll leave that.
I suspect we'll have our report before you have yours.
I didn't want to say it. Now, what systems does Paria have in place to support the families of these divers?
Paria was written by the attorneys for these families on the 21st of March, indicating that Paria desist and stop all communications with the families.
And is it that Paria was desirous of continuing the support to families?
Paria was desirous of supporting the families, yes.
And Mr. Boudram?
Paria supported Mr. Boudram with counseling. We also supported Mr. Boudram, or was willing to support Mr. Boudram with an alternative to what he suggested as the requirement for help. So yes.
And do you think the support provided by Paria was sufficient?
Do I think the support provided by Paria was sufficient?
Yes.
I would say yes, Paria was open to providing all the support that it could have provided.
What was that support provided?
I mentioned some of it in the report. We thought that immediately the issue of counseling would have been important to get people through what would have been a very, very tough time for the families.
What about financial support?
We talked about providing people with a supply of the necessities that they would need until they were able to stand on their feet.
But that's not what you say in your statement.
What I said in the statement.
Your statement at paragraph 93, 1459 on to 1460 essentially says that you offer them support in the form of purchase of groceries and massive gift cards.
Those are the things that they would need to keep them going.
And do you think that's sufficient? Do you think that would be sufficient?
Do I think that would be sufficient?
Yes. Do you think?
Look, I think I think it was a start, and we were willing to engage with the families further until we were put to a stop.
Are you still willing to engage?
I am going to put an end to this
Yeah.
now. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Those are my questions.
Interesting though it is, the fact is that's not within the ambit of this inquiry.
Fair enough.
And I think that's as far as I'm prepared to permit to ask questions.
Those are my questions, Chair.
Yes. Before you ask any questions, can I, just one thing I wanted to correct. You answered a question of mine a little while ago by telling me that you understood the camera to go as far as 600 feet
Yes,
into the pipeline.
yes.
And that, in fact, a total of 616 feet into the pipeline, and that you regarded as being, I'm paraphrasing what you said here, but so please feel free to correct me, that the camera having gone that far into the pipe, it's difficult to imagine how any diver who might have gone into the pipe could have gone any further and found anything, all right? That I think is what you were saying to me. Is it,
I think it's a long distance for a diver to go into that
it
pipeline.
was about halfway down the length of the pipe, wasn't it?
But
The difficulty with that is, I'm afraid, is that length of distance in which the camera went in was on the Wednesday, which was after 3 of the men had already been rescued. One had been come out of the pipe, and 3 others had been recovered from the pipe, dead.
Yeah.
So that doesn't really address the question that I was asking you. And I've checked back in the records, or at least I've had it pointed out to me, which is what I thought at the time, but didn't have my finger on it. The depth to which the camera went prior to anybody coming out of the pipe after Mr. Boudran was no more than 200 feet into the pipe.
We couldn't get past the barriers, yes.
Sorry?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, well, 200 feet into the barriers, 70 feet down, and 130 feet along, isn't it? So it only, of the 1,200 feet that was underwater in a horizontal plane, was in fact only about 130 feet that the camera went in, prior to the men being, as it were, extracted from the pipe.
That's about correct.
That's the position, isn't it?
Yes.
So even when you did finally get the total, get a camera into it to be able to make an assessment, which I point out was at 3:15 in the morning of the 26th of February, the next day. So the Saturday, early hours of Saturday morning. It's at 3:15 that you first were able to see no more than 130 feet along the length of the pipe.
Yes.
Not 600 feet.
No, that's correct.
So the question as to the distance to which these men might have been or what other objects might have been in was only to the extent of 130 feet.
Yeah. The point I was trying to make, Chairman,
Yes.
is that the distance that the diver had to cover, that's 600 and whatever feet it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't have known that from any other information that we had.
Well,
prior.
you see, that's not quite right, is it?
Why?
Because we've heard evidence that there was equipment on board supply vessels and divers with the appropriate training. I say appropriate training in commercial diving. I don't suppose anybody's actually trained to dive in a pipe. But in any event, divers who were prepared to go into pipe, who had airline that would take them beyond 600 feet if joined together, and had communications and had lights that were in a position to be able to go into the pipeline. Now, all I'm saying is that in your making the assessment that you did, an unenviable task, I'm sure, but nonetheless, one which was your responsibility, the best that you were able to achieve was seeing into the pipeline by 130 feet at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. They were dead anyway, weren't they?
It's possible.
almost inevitable. We've already heard nobody undertook an exercise to try and find out how much air might have been in the pipe. Did you?
We haven't done a detailed exercise to be able to determine the amount of air.
Did you do a detailed exercise to work out how much fluid was in the pipe?
No.
Yet you knew, as a matter of fact, that there were at least 2 places in that pipe with air.
We know that there were 2 places in the pipe. I wouldn't say with air, there were vapor spaces.
Well, they were able to breathe it.
For some time, they would have a certain amount of oxygen for some time.
Yeah,
But that space would be filled with H2S and other
all kinds of toxic
all kind of toxic gases.
Of course. But at best, air. At worst, some kind of toxic gas, but breathable.
At best, yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
No attempt was made to try and identify how much would be needed per man, per hour, that sort of thing, was it?
No, and we didn't have the information to see how big those air pockets were, what were the size of the air pockets.
What you did have information of, though, was how much fluid had been pumped out of the pipe.
Yeah, but remember the pipe was re-flooded.
No, of course. But you knew what had been taken out, didn't you?
Yeah, but we didn't know how much actually went back in. The pipe could have been completely flooded.
What we know for sure is a considerable amount of seawater must have got in.
Correct.
Because it sucked these men in it as well.
Correct.
So it must have sucked in seawater, and you knew that they were able, you could see into the pipe.
But we know the pipe was filled to some point with
but it
seawater.
wasn't pure oil, was it?
No, it wasn't pure oil at that time.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to establish that because I didn't want anyone to think that you had made your decision on the basis that you'd send a camera in 600 feet, because you hadn't. All right, thank you very much for that. Now, Mr. Ramadan, yes. Now, I understand your daughter's here with you.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you so much for that kind indulgence.
No. I'm pleased she's here. Maybe she'll exercise some control over you. She's closer to you than me.
I think her mom sent her for that purpose today. Oh, thank you very much. And I really do believe her mom sent her today to try and
all right.
Continue.
I'm relying on Mr. Ramadan for you to be as swift as you can.
As I always am, sir. Yes. And this late in the evening, I always had to pay the penalty of the price of time. So I'm very painfully aware of that. So good afternoon, sir, Mr. Mohammed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ramadan.
Of course, on that day when you received this horrible news at Paria, you were on the way to a funeral, were you?
Yes.
And you ultimately ended up presiding over 4. Isn't that correct?
I won't answer that, sir.
You won't, no problem. You appreciate that you had the authority and the resources, not just of Paria, but of the state. If you chose to give a permission for rescue, you appreciate you had that authority.
Yes.
Right. And you, for whatever reason, good or bad or indifferent, chose not to give permission to do the rescue. You agree with that?
Well, let's get one fact straight.
Let's get the answer.
No, I want to get a fact straight.
Well, you go right ahead, sir. You are not in Paria. I understand you're in the Commission of Enquiry. And as godlike as you believe you are, you will answer the questions here.
No, sir. He started too early with that. I tell you, the burden you place on his daughter is too much to bear. No child should be given that burden, sir.
Well,
of the children of the deceased, of course, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Ramadan.
Yes. I withdraw and I shall move on for the sake of time.
It's only going to take longer if you do that.
Mr. Peterson, if you would interrupt less, of course. Thank you. So you appreciate that you did not give permission for rescue. You agree with that?
I want to clear one fact up first.
It works much better if you answer the question first and then add your rider.
Okay,
please,
good. So
if you would address yourself to the
all right.
question.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry. Right. Good. No, we did not give permission, or we didn't allow diving into the pipeline.
In fact,
right.
you prevented efforts.
I wouldn't say we prevented efforts. We didn't prevent efforts. People continue to dive.
Oh.
And let me get one thing straight.
And don't point at me, sir, please.
All right, that's all right.
That to others, but I
right,
knew from Mr. Maraj, you don't ever do that in a court or anywhere.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Carry on, please. We're waiting for you.
I just want to address the first question that we did bring beer to the incident, the state, through the Coast Guard.
Yes.
right? And the Coast Guard, through their assessment,
Mhm.
also agreed
Listen,
that
I appreciate that. The Coast Guard will answer for themselves. We're asking about you. You are the ultimate authority, the general manager. You had the authority and responsibility to make decisions. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And the decision was made that no one should go into the pipe. We've heard that many times before. You want to change that?
no,
No. So, let us just move for one moment. We're hearing about recovery and we're hearing about rescue. And I'm grateful to my friend, Mr. Small, Gerard Small, who, what was so obvious and we dealt with before, but I shall ask you now. What efforts were made to sustain the lives of those who were in the pipe while you came up with your plan for rescue? Zero. Isn't it? Isn't it? Zero effort to sustain the lives. While you got your cameras in and all the information you could possibly want, no effort was made to sustain the lives of the men. Isn't that accurate? Is a yes, no, or a big rider, a big butt? Which is it?
look, I would answer that by saying that we were working as quickly as we can to be able to develop a rescue plan, to be able to rescue these.
And could you tell us ad nauseum now, what was the rescue plan you ultimately had?
At the end of the day, we were not.
Which day? Which day are we talking about? We're talking Friday.
All right. At the end.
No, which day?
All right. At the end of Friday.
Yeah.
We were not able to significantly have the information to be able to do risk,
Beautiful.
so that we could have gotten
right.
a rescuer in and out of that pipeline.
Excellent.
Safely.
Gotcha. Now remember, His Lordship, the Chairman,
Yes.
asked and you answered.
Yes.
The timeline which you anticipated that life will end for those who were in the pipe. Remind us what number we're talking about?
I said at best probably 6 to 12 hours. That's
6 to 12 hours. And that came about from what experience of yours to determine 6 to 12 hours of life? What is the experience that you had and your training to come up with that 6 to 12 hours?
I mean, the knowledge we were working with basically was that there were possible air pockets within the line. There was some air in the line.
A hope, a wish.
No, I think that's evidence.
A knowledge, beautiful.
All right, that those existed.
What was the size of the air pocket?
We didn't know. We also knew that there were tanks inside of the pipeline. We don't know exactly where the tanks were.
Right.
So if the tanks were close to the men, they would have had breathing air for some period of time.
And you appreciate that tank, at a maximum of tanks, and I'm no expert, but no more than 2 hours.
Well, it depends whether the tanks were close to one man.
No, not on that.
Separated.
Forgive me, so that we may not misunderstand the questions. You'll give the answer to the question.
All right.
Right. A tank at its maximum will endure life for how long?
Well, I don't know specifically. Maybe 2 hours.
Let's give it 2.
Maybe less than that in an environment like that.
Right. And what time this accident occurred?
The accident occurred at 14:45, I believe.
Give me England, Trinidad time now, man.
2:45.
2:45. Let's go to that so that the country will hear. 2:45.
Yes.
Yeah. And see, 6 hours you started to think about started from what time?
From the time the incident happened.
Right. So that takes us to 8:45 for starting at a 6-hour lifeline. Correct.
Yep.
And that was, of course, with you knowing all that you could have and not knowing what you did not know. Put a timeline. So we say by 9 o'clock, you had great anxiety to ensure either a rescue or sustenance, isn't it? At best.
Go ahead.
No. Did you have anxiety to have a rescue or sustenance?
But, yeah, I mean, yes.
Thank you. So I'm hearing you speak with utter disrespect of persons who had come and put their lives on the line, possibly about mutterings of a rescue mission. What does muttering mean to you?
That is not correct.
But let me correct it.
No.
You had mutterings.
Can I finish, Mr. Ramada, please?
I beg your pardon, sir.
The mutterings that the witness, I understand, was speaking about was earlier with respect to the LMCS people, not the persons who came and were putting their life on the line. Mr. Ramadan may want to address you in the closing statement.
I think that is true. That an unfortunate use of a word, I suspect, but the mutterings, as he put it, were in respect of LMCS rather than anybody else.
Of course. And LMCS was speaking in those mutterings about ensuring a rescue effort, isn't it? As far as you were concerned, the regard you had for it, the mutterings was in relation to a rescue, wasn't it?
A rescue that would endanger the lives of the rescuer.
We come into that because you have said the mutterings, you didn't have it in writing, correct? You didn't have a written plan with risk assessment and so, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you disregarded it because you wanted you wanted form over substance.
I think what I said is that
we heard what you said.
Okay, good. So I don't need to repeat it.
No, you don't.
Okay,
so we will hear you that you would have preferred by far to have it on paper, rather than to have it articulated like we all do. And this is a matter of urgency, but you want paper, isn't it?
If I recall what I said properly, I didn't say paper. I said paper, a plan, something that made sense, something that was verbalized in a way that had some kind of
verbalized. Now you move to verbalize.
And but I said that.
So I don't want to delay because we all want to leave it this afternoon. But if Mr. Ramadan continues, we'll be here for a long, long time once you want to finish this witness.
Right. I shall move on.
He never said he wanted everything in paper. He said, a verbally articulated plan.
You wanted form over substance. Let's get that clear. I'm asking you whether you wanted form over substance.
Mr. Ramadan, by all means ask that question in that way. What you can't do is ascribe it as though it were what he had said, because it isn't what he said.
And I'm asking him,
right?
that is why
please,
open.
When you frame your question, you've got to frame it in such a way.
Of course.
You don't need me to tell you this. You
No.
know
Of
yourself,
course.
right? So please.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, you've heard once again, you delegated a lot of the responsibilities to contractor and to applicants, and so you agree with that, yeah?
Yes.
You appreciate as the supreme commander, the general manager, you could delegate, but you cannot abdicate. You know the difference?
Yes.
And you, of course, delegated the supervisory role for that day to Kenson.
On the day of the incident?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have any qualification check on the person that would have been the supervisor?
Every person that we hire through Kenson, it goes through a process where that qualification is assessed by the people in technical and maintenance team as applicable for the role that they would have to undertake.
Right, we hear about the process. In the particular case sitting as you are today, was any check made either before or from then till now as to the qualification of the supervisor for that piece of work that Kenson had provided?
I can't say specifically that I did that, but our process would have allowed.
Forget about the process. You appreciate a supervisor must be superior in knowledge.
I appreciate that a supervisor must be superior in knowledge.
He could say what to do, what not to do, stop this, do this. Yes? He's imbued with authority.
But I thought he said that on the permit.
You could say what you want on the permit. I'm asking about the specific supervisor on that day. He gave evidence here and we have the record. Do you know whether that person was amply qualified to supervise this work? Yes or no?
I would say that if you're asking if the supervisor had specific experience with working on subsea pipeline, I would say probably no to that. What I would say is the supervisor had experience in executing mechanical works of a very similar nature.
Do you even know the name? Do you even know the name of the supervisor who was overseeing that you gave that responsibility to on that day? Yes or no?
I would say I can't recall it now, but I recall it before your session is out.
But you appreciate that you had a catastrophic failure of all your systems and procedures on that day?
What I know.
Listen to
is
my question
what-
and answer it so
listen,
we can get moving.
n-
Do
what-
you appreciate you had a catastrophic failure of your
No,
procedure
the
and
answer,
process?
the answer is no.
Oh, thank you.
What I know.
I heard you.
No.
You had no failure.
No, he's
No.
going to be allowed to add, if he answers the question with a yes or no, he is going to be permitted to give his rider.
Give your rider, sir.
The rider is simple that on the permit, there were specific instructions to work to. So the system didn't fail. People didn't adhere to what the work that was authorized in the way that it was authorized.
In that regard, can I just ask you this, please?
Yes,
As far as you're concerned,
yes.
irrespective of whether there was Delta P or for whatever other reason these barriers were in place,
Yes.
what should not have happened was either of these barriers being removed
Correct.
before the chamber
Correct.
was decommissioned, as it were.
Correct.
Right?
And
That's
was-
still, let me finish the
Sorry.
question because I'm just stating what
Yeah.
we understand your evidence to be. So it follows from that, doesn't it, that if the supervisor to which Mr. Ramadar is referring knew that for whatever reason those plugs should not be removed prior to the removal of the hyperbaric chamber, he would and should have stopped
that job.
all work.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
Do you recognize then that whatever level of supervision there was, it was woefully inadequate in that they had failed to stop the removal of those those plugs?
They would not. So in the course of work, right, there is a clear barrier that is written onto the permit, right?
There's a what, sorry?
A barrier. There's a specific request that the plugs to be remained in use.
Yes.
Correct?
No, you pointed that out to
Right,
me
good,
before.
good. So if that, consider that these people in the hyperbaric chamber, they work in, they're not open, not visible to everyone.
Well, there's a camera, isn't there?
There's a camera, yes.
And somebody's supposed to be monitoring their work.
Somebody, the way that the work is conducted is that work is being monitored by the LMCS and their supervisors, and our people would from time to time check in. But the fact is, if that plug was to be removed against what was written on the permit, our supervisor should be informed. Our supervisor should have been informed that we are going to remove this plug. It is written in the permit that the plug is to be used. There is a responsibility on the worker to work safe. And I don't want to abdicate him from that responsibility.
Explain to me, you see, I get that entirely. But clearly they thought that they were entitled to remove it. They didn't do it for the fun of it. They did it because they thought whoever did it must have done it because they thought it was appropriate to do. Rightly or wrongly, right? We know that to be
Yeah.
the case. The fact is that you have a degree of supervision and a responsibility of supervision over the works being conducted. Do you agree with that or not?
I
Or do
agree
we have to
with
go
that.
to the
No.
documents?
I do have
You agree,
to
right.
go with it.
So,
I agree
so
with
what
that.
Mr. Ramadar is asking you, in effect, is this, isn't it? Is that given that there is a responsibility to supervise, I don't agree with him that a supervisor needs to have more experience than the person who's being supervised,
Right.
so long as he has the same amount of experience, or at least an experience of dealing with that particular
Right.
issue, right? So working on that premise that the supervisor understands what must and must not be done on a particular occasion. Help me about this. Do you know how long it would take to remove those two plugs?
I think the top plug, 20 minutes, there's a number of bolts, it's just a matter of slacking some bolts and pulling it out. Right?
We'll go with your 20 minutes for a minute. It might be a little
Let's
more
say,
than that,
all right.
but, we've heard other evidence about it. But never mind. You think 20 minutes. And then the other plug.
The inflatable plug, I would have to hazard a guess because we would be bleeding that through a small insect, right? So, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes for the plug to lose enough friction against the
Sufficient
wall
air.
to slip.
Gotcha. All right. So either way, we're talking about a period of time, according to you, to remove both plugs without hazard, about 40 minutes.
I would say reasonably, yeah.
Would you be happy with your supervisor not observing the work being conducted, bearing in mind how hazardous you told us it is, for a whole period of 40 minutes? Would you be satisfied with that?
Would I be satisfied with that? I'd probably say no.
Right. So if that is the case, one of the things that you might have recommended at the end of your own report, other than the two that you did, not you personally, but your inquiry, might have said that the period of supervision where this sort of hazardous work is being carried out should be no more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever period you think appropriate, so that you're keeping an eye on the work that's being done. Because the fact is that had that been done, it would have been stopped, wouldn't they? Should have been.
Yeah, I think they would have been stopped.
Right, that I think addresses Mr. Roundell's question about the supervision that was being conducted of the men who were carrying out this work, who obviously thought that what they were doing was okay, rightly or wrongly. We know wrongly, but fact is that that's what the position was. You've seen, haven't you, the I hope we don't need to go to it, but you've seen the method statement that they prepared, haven't you? You know all about that, and I don't want to go over it again because we've already covered all of this and the order of works that they say need to be done. But the fact is that the degree of supervision fell short of what you yourself would have expected.
Yeah, I'd argue that we could probably have been closer. Yep. All right.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Remino.
Much obliged, sir. Now, could you tell Mr. Chairman and all of us, between the 13th of February and the 25th of February, what other work would have been conducted in or around the area of the Riser 5 and 6?
I'm sorry, though, I wouldn't have that detail.
Would you be able to ascertain that? Because it could be crucial if there was other work that could have impacted upon the conditions within the pipe between 5 and 6. You appreciate that?
Once the commission requests it, we will work towards it.
Thank you. Now, sir, you gave an instruction for the Coast Guard to basically take control at the site.
Yes.
And part of that taking of control was to protect Paria and Kenson personnel.
Yes.
From whom?
Well, the reports we had, I mean, I could understand that the...
sir, I don't ask for an essay. From whom? From whom?
What we thought were the LMCS employees at the time.
Yes.
Because they were emotional and they were behaving, I guess, in ways that the guys felt uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? You think it was comfortable to have 4 men in a pipe and the possibility of rescue was at hand?
I already said that.
All right.
I already said that.
Yeah.
They would have been in a, I could understand, they were in a really tough place. I could understand that.
And also, you wanted the Coast Guard to basically execute your instructions.
Yes.
Right. And part of your instructions was to prevent diving into the pipe, isn't it?
Yes.
But at paragraph 55, my lord, at 001452, and
I may be many things. One thing I should never be is a lord.
But I know the peerage is under scrutiny now. Anyhow, you at that last line indicated that the main focus was to inspect the internal conditions of the line with assistance of the video footage as that night approaches. The divers stopped diving on their own accord.
Yes.
This is your statement.
Well,
hold on.
Yeah.
So we'll get a question.
Yeah.
Which diver told you that they stopped on their own accord?
Well, the fact is that the Coast Guard didn't stop anybody.
Oh, you were there? You were present?
The information reaching.
Listen to my question. Were you there?
I was at this. I was not on berth 6, but I was.
So did you hear and see any and everything the Coast Guard did?
Is that a reasonable expectation that I would hear and see?
Absolutely
not. It's not a reasonable expectation.
And that is
that's
why I
not
asked.
how the IMT works.
No.
If it works at all. But the fact is that he's entitled to receive reports from whoever.
Exactly.
And your question is entirely absent to be able to ask him, well, who did you hear it from? You weren't there.
Yeah.
We know you weren't there, so we can ignore that bit.
Yeah.
But we are entitled to know from whom you heard that report.
That report came from Ms. Catherine at the site and through Colin to myself.
Right. And so she spoke to the divers and confirmed that they did so stop voluntarily. Is that what you're telling us?
That's the information that I have.
That she spoke and they said, okay, we voluntarily not going in?
I don't know if they said in those exact words.
Well, what words? Because we have different evidence.
All right.
Okay. Now, Conan, you know the name Conan?
Yeah.
He didn't belong to a diving company.
I don't know.
No. You wanted to deal with companies.
I wanted to deal with professional organizations
Professional
that have a
organizations.
track record of diving and operating across the country doing jobs that resemble this data.
And when did the first company arrive that was able and willing?
Sometime after 8, 9, I guess, somewhere around that time.
And which company was that?
I can't recall exactly which company it was.
Wouldn't that be very important because you were waiting on one of them to have arrived to facilitate a rescue?
I know at least 2 were discussed, and that was
No, not about discuss. I'm talking about being on site.
well, I would know the exact time that they arrived. But
Well, no,
but
I'm asking the name, sir.
It was OTSL and Mitchell were the 2 companies that we had discussions
Right.
with.
Let's deal with OCSL.
Uh-huh.
Approximately what time did they arrive?
I can't recall.
And what was their position upon arrival
When I say the position upon arrival,
in terms of doing the rescue?
they met with the diving supervisor we had at the time, Mr. Seals, and they shared the information that we had, including the video footage, and they determined that the dive was too risky for them to send them in.
So you had video footage around 9-ish?
We had some footage, I believe, around 9-ish, yes.
Thank
Sorry, at the time when they arrived, whether it was 9 or later in the night, I can't exactly remember, but there was video footage that they would have viewed on the site.
Thank you. Now, you spoke a lot about, and you use a term, maybe it's a term of art, of the unknowns.
Unknowns?
No, according to your statement, UNKNOWS, unknowns.
Okay.
Yeah? So you didn't know the conditions in the pipe.
Yeah.
In terms of whether it might have been another delta P. You agree?
Yeah.
You didn't
Yes.
know how much air there was. We've been through this, so
Right.
I want to speed it up, right? You didn't know a lot.
Yeah.
But what you did know, after Christopher Boudram came out, having spent how many hours? 2 to 3 hours in the pipe, that he had survived. Correct?
Yes.
So the issue of vapor and toxins was mitigated, that there was air and men were breathing. Correct?
Well, Christopher Boudram survived, came through the pipe with air tanks or with air in the pipeline. I'm not sure.
You, as the general manager, are not sure that he came out with air tanks or with what? Sir, I am shocked, and I'm giving you the opportunity to revisit your answer. You are not sure whether Christopher Boudram came out how?
Well, he would have had to use air tanks to come out of the pipeline. That's the fact. He would have had to use to be able to get through the flooded parts of the pipeline.
Would have had. To this day, you paid any attention to the public statements of Christopher Boudram? Yes or no?
Yes, I did pay attention to the public statements.
Did you also learn that he had made a promise to his brothers in the pipe to return for them?
I think that's public knowledge.
Thank you. Now, you, shockingly, and maybe I have it all wrong, did not anticipate a delta P in the works that would be done?
No.
But you yourself, through your own words, spoke about the air chamber having a pressurized, and I'm paraphrasing here,
Yeah,
and that is what would keep the water out of the chamber. Isn't that correct?
yes.
What is that? What is this thing about delta P? Isn't it a differential of pressure?
Yes.
And if you were, for instance, to cut off the compressor leading into the chamber, what would happen?
The chamber would flood.
And as a result of what was the scientific term for that? Delta P? Huh?
There's a change in pressure, yeah?
Yeah. Isn't that an obvious risk when one is underwater and you have a pressurized chamber that delta P was alive, in fact, not live, but a death threat?
But there are also barriers to prevent.
Yes, we hear all of that.
Yes, but those are
But
facts.
do you appreciate a compressor hose could burst and cause a differential pressure and cause flooding and killing?
Compressor hose could burst.
Yes. So when you tell all of us that it was not even contemplated at delta P, looking upon it now, you realize that that makes very little sense. Huh? Yes, I'll take it as yes.
All right, go ahead.
All right. No, I'm going ahead, of course. You talk about a plug, correct? And what is the other barrier they put?
There were two plugs.
Two plugs. That pipe, was there a draining of that pipe before the work began?
I think that yeah.
Right? You drain it and then you seal it at the other end, correct?
At which end?
Well, there are two ends. Is a U pipe, isn't it?
Yeah, but which end are you talking
You
about?
tell
the seal
me,
on?
you're the boss. Was it sealed at both ends or no end? Rock back and answer.
It was sealed at berth 5 with a flange, and it was sealed at berth 6 with both barriers, the
Beautiful.
inflatable plug and the mechanical plug.
So in that pipe, what did you expect when both sides were sealed? What was the contents within it? Anything?
When you say the contents, I don't understand.
Contents, the contents of the pipe.
The contents of the pipe would have been the liquids that would have been in the pipeline.
Right? So was it filled? Was it an equilibrium reached on both ends? Or was there not a vacuum in that pipe?
I don't know that there was a vacuum in the pipe.
You don't know. Would that be part and parcel of pumping out the pipe?
That the pipe, a vacuum was created in the pipe?
Yeah. I'm asking you. You're the expert.
It was pumped out. I'm not the expert, but I mean, we can think a little bit. It was the pipe would have been emptied at atmospheric pressure. So I don't see a vacuum being created at atmospheric pressure. The pipe was emptied at both sides open at atmospheric pressure. So,
so as far as you were concerned,
I can't rationalize a vacuum being created.
Let's rationalize some bit more. As far as you were concerned, that pipe contained only water and possibly some oil.
Probably water and oil.
Beautiful.
The pipe was
Could you tell all of us
Uh-huh.
when you began the pumping out, the flushing out of the pipe after the men unfortunately had perished, what was the volume of water and oil that you all pumped out of that pipe to get the men's bodies? Didn't check that either?
If I have it correct, I think it's 150, over 100 barrels of oil.
And water?
And, well, the water would have been the rest.
Yeah, how much?
How much water came out?
Yes. You only interested in oil?
I don't think we measured the water.
Well, you see, we would have thought any logical, scientific approach would have required us to know, after the fact even, what was in there. You agree with that? Yeah?
It's a perspective.
Not a perspective.
Excuse me, can I understand, please? Are you saying that you can say with a degree of certainty that 100 barrels of oil or thereabouts came out of the pipe, but you don't know how much water came out of the pipe? Is that the position? Yeah. So do I understand you to say that then that you separated the two?
Well, what we would have done is that we would have started to pump, and the oil and water would have come first. But once
The,
the oil,
sorry, the water would come first.
yeah, once the oil started to come, we would have captured it.
Which end was the water coming out of? Berth 5 or 6?
Berth 6.
So pumping in at 5,
Yeah.
out at 6.
Yeah.
So the same way out as they had come,
Yes.
gone in.
Yes.
And so the pumping is going on from 5,
Yes.
pushing the fluid in the pipe.
Yes.
So first of all, water, presumably mixed with oil
Yeah,
and
it would
other
always have a mixture of oil,
contaminants.
yes.
Yes. And is it? Am I to understand that wasn't being pumped into the ocean, was it?
No, no.
So it must have been pumped into some place where you could measure it.
It would have been pumped back. It would have been pumped back, I believe, into the pipeline. No, it wouldn't be pumped back into the pipeline,
Really?
you know.
I would have thought
some-
the sooner you got seawater out of the
Yeah.
pipeline, the better,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah.
You got steel
So-
pipes. You
some
don't want
of
them
that-
rusting, do you?
Some of that water would have gone into the sea, and what would have been
Some of that would have gone
contaminated-
into the sea.
Yeah, what would have been
What,
contaminated?
this water that was coming out of the pipe that had been sucked in
Yeah.
was now being dumped in the ocean?
Look, listen, it would go back not as oil or phlegm, or it wouldn't go back as dirty oil into the ocean. There would be some assessment as what was possible and what we had to collect.
Yes,
what
I
was
understand that, but
contaminated.
forgive me, you weren't making that assessment while you were trying to pump bodies out of that pipe. Surely you were just
So-
pumping
so-
this
Chairman-
into some
Chairman,
sort of.
The fact is that if we had contaminants going into the sea, we would have had a spill. And we didn't have
You'd have had a what?
a spill, an oil spill,
No, quite.
right?
So
we
I-
didn't have an oil spill.
So it must have gone into something. What Mr. Ramadar is asking you is,
Yeah.
could you measure how much was pumped out of the pipe? And you said, well, 100 barrels of oil. But I just want to understand
Yeah.
what you're saying about this. I'm not sure where it's actually leading, to be honest. But I mean, it just concerned me that you said 100 barrels of oil came out and you don't know how much water came out. All I want to try and understand is, how did you get this stuff out of there?
Maybe somebody knows, but I don't.
Right. Well, that's the answer to Keith,
Right.
isn't it? Really, I don't know.
I really don't.
So there's your answer.
Thank
Mr.
you so
Ramadar.
much,
He doesn't
Mr.
know,
Chairman.
right?
But the buck stops with you. You appreciate you've said that.
Yes.
Meaning that whatever happened on Paria's property,
Yes.
the responsibility rests with you,
Ultimately, yes.
right? Whether the failure of LMCS,
Yes.
whether the failure of Kenson, whatever the failure rests with you.
Yes.
Good. The responsibility is yours, correct? Huh?
Yes. I
And
think I said, I
notwithstanding
think I said that earlier.
Yes, yeah. I just wanted so that so that you have indicated to us that there was a WhatsApp group created with the families of the deceased. I'm asking,
I didn't hear what you were.
a WhatsApp group, a group chat, if I may call it that.
No, and Mr. Ramadar has this ability where he would say to the witness, you said so and so and so, and when he realized that there's some distortion, he said, I'm asking. But he's not asking, he's stating it, hoping to get acceptance, and when he doesn't, he says, I'm asking.
You know,
What he can do is to recall accurately the evidence or close to accuracy and then put it to the witness.
Well, Mr. Peterson, I'm grateful for your great guidance. But was there a WhatsApp group chat created with the deceased families? Yes or no?
Yes, there was a
Thank you.
WhatsApp communication.
So all the
between
murkiness Mr. Peterson has, it's been cleared up.
Mr.
So that we
Ramadar
know-
would have to respect me, even though it may be a challenge for him. Yeah, but I never said, yes. Yeah, but he can't do that. Otherwise, I could respond in kind, and then we'll have an open season, which I know he would not allow.
Stand with your great experience that sometimes it's easier to let things go than it is to challenge each and every one, simply because we will be here forever. Mr. Ramadar has a certain style about him, which some like, some don't. I'm not going to pull him up every time he makes something which might be objectionable. So, oh, well, all right. Well, that's a little harsh, but never mind. He wouldn't have any clients if that were the case, would he?
Well,
So let's be clear. He
I-
does.
I
So-
need to respond that the clients that Mr. Peterson has, I could understand why
No,
they do
we're
not
going to
like
stop this now, Mr.
Yes.
Ramadar. You can carry on, but
all the big
please,
boys,
just please be
big money.
circumspect. Please be circumspect about the way.
So
that you
we
want
move
to
forward. We move forward, sir. We talk about the WhatsApp group chat or whatever you want to call it. WhatsApp. to communicate with the families. Do you have a record of the communication issued by Paria through the WhatsApp group chat?
If there is a record,
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a record. I know that all the WhatsApp messages related were submitted to the commission.
All of it?
Certainly, I don't think I have seen anything that resembles a group chat on WhatsApp with any of the family whom you say such a chat was created. I've seen WhatsApp messages, but nothing with, and I invite correction, but I certainly don't recall seeing any.
Would you endeavor to make available to all the commission and all of us?
Whatever is there that we can make available, we'll make available, Mr. Ramada.
You were at a press conference where reporters asked about queried whether the family had been properly informed about the move from rescue to retrieval. And of course, they were saying that nobody had told them. You've heard that report?
Yes.
Yeah? And your chairman said that that is not true. You heard that coming from your chairman?
Yeah. Well, look, what the commitment is I will recheck, and if there's any information that we need to
No,
provide,
you see,
we'll provide.
because I want to know that the families are saying one thing and your chairman is saying, and what they're saying is not true. You know, it's a serious thing. You appreciate that, correct? So let's get that record moving forward.
All right.
Beautiful. Now, you spoke about, you were the boss man, right? The general manager, and you wanted to create a culture of health and safety, and so isn't that accurate?
That's correct.
And you appreciate when one falls ill or there's an accident on your compound, that obtaining as quick as possible medical assistance is the highest priority, yeah? Yes?
Yes.
And not one of keeping the status quo so that you can make proper records and so for the sake of documenting it. You appreciate that, correct?
But you need both.
So what?
You need both. You need both.
Yeah, well, which is the highest priority?
Well, you want to take care of the person.
Which will you sacrifice?
Do you want to take
The
care of
first or the
person first?
second?
You want to take care of the person first.
Thank you. The name Shaquille Douglas rings a bell to you?
Yes.
He died on the compound?
Yes.
What time did he fall ill?
I mean,
The culture, let's say the culture of Paria.
So what's the
What-
relevance of this?
I will show the relevance, Mr. Chairman. This is a young person, and if he should answer the question, the culture will be obvious.
I'm going to give him a little more latitude to see where it goes, and then I'll stop it. If I
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, and let me remind you, the 21st of October, 2022, not far ago. Yeah, what time did that young man fall ill on your compound?
Mr. Ramada, I did not come prepared information to answer questions.
Well, let me help you. Around before 10 o'clock. You want to disagree with that? Because you participated in this, didn't you? Yes? What time was he removed from medical attention? Are we talking culture of HSE? What time was he removed from medical attention?
As I said, Mr. Ramada, I am not prepared to answer those
He was
questions.
pronounced dead on site after 1 o'clock. You remember that, though?
I know he was pronounced.
Oh, thank
dead
you
on
very
site.
much. Let's talk about the culture of health, safety for workers. You appreciate every working man, woman, and whomever in this country that goes to work expect of their employers some level of care? Yes or no?
Yes, I expect that.
And immediate medical assistance, if required, should be rendered?
But why are you making the assumption that immediate?
Well, we'll probably deal with that in another case
Well,
against you.
So let's deal with that then.
Yeah, and I'm asking you now, as a matter of your culture that you wish to create,
Mr.
is it
Chairman,
not
if,
for...
if Mr. Ramada is seeking to use this opportunity to lay some groundwork for some action
No,
he
I'm
has
not.
up his sleeve,
You see that sleazy approach that Mr. Peterson is
Right.
speaking to?
No,
Yeah.
no. That's enough.
Thank you. And I hope he knows that too. Yeah. So there we go. That Conan, I'm bringing you back to Conan, who you had no interest in terms of finding out, you told me, learned friend, as his qualifications are no expertise, presented himself as a savior, a rescuer, You know that now, don't you? Around 7 that evening?
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking if you know that.
That what? That Mr.
That-
Kudan presented himself as a potential rescue at 7?
Yes,
Not sure about the time, but I know that he did present himself.
right. You also knew from what you told us already on your oath that equipment was available from several sources at that time.
Yes.
You made no inquiry or caused any one of your agents or servants to make inquiry as to the man's qualification and her expertise and his ability. Remembering there was a countdown timer with men's lives literally on the line. Correct?
We had 2 elements here, Mr. Amara.
We got you. I'm asking a specific question, whether you made any inquiry or caused an inquiry to be made as his capacity to save the lives, to paraphrase it.
I didn't specifically make an inquiry.
Did you cause one to be made? You're the general manager. You had the authority. The buck stopped with you.
The information coming from the IMT at that time was the plan wasn't a credible one, and we were investigating alternative dive options with other reliable companies.
Yeah, reliable companies that came late into the night, isn't it? You remember you told us that?
Came later on, yes?
Yeah. Now, how would one rescue those persons ultimately to make sure that they were alive and well? Wouldn't it be to retrieve them from within the pipe while they were still alive? Seeing that you did no sustenance effort, it was retrieval of the men while they were alive, isn't it?
It was always considered to retrieve the men. The issue had always been the risk of the
A little
rescue
closer to
diver
the microphone,
entering the
please.
pipeline.
Just a little
Sorry,
closer to the mic.
sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Just couldn't quite hear.
Yeah.
Especially when you turned away, which I don't mind, but I got it.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was always about maintaining the life of the rescuer as he went in to do this.
Correct. As distinct from the certainty of death where there is no rescue. You appreciate that. As you told us already, there were toxic gases in there, right? You were fearful of knives. You were fearful of pulleys and tanks. Were you? Were you also fearful of crocodiles in there?
I was fearful of. All right.
No, the unknowns, the unknowns.
Let me just stay quiet. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to answer that, Mr. Ramadan.
Well, you don't know. Yeah. You've seen some tears before, you see. So the unknowns, right? And the fear for the rescuer basically paralyzed you until you had camera footage. You've told us that 100 times, correct?
Until we could have de-risk information to de-risk the dive into the pipeline.
De-risk,
Yes.
right? What does that mean? To remove risk, mitigate risk.
Yes.
Assuming you had your camera and it showed oil in the pipeline,
Mhm.
and it showed water,
Mhm.
and it showed a tank,
Mhm.
would you have permitted a rescue? Yes or no?
I think understanding where the oil was, the tank was, the method for rescuing the rescuer, should the rescuer get into trouble,
Right.
the approach that the rescuer would have on meeting the men, where the men were in the pipeline. There are a number of questions that need to be answered before we put somebody else's life at risk.
Excellent. Having got the information, even at 10 o'clock, from Christopher that he had passed 2 well seams, we had a better idea that maybe it's about within 150 feet of the bend. Yeah? Or you disregarded that without, as not credible.
We didn't disregard it as not credible.
Okay? So, not having disregarded it, he survived. He came out. He said that at least Faizi was right behind him. You appreciate that?
Yes, he said that.
Right? And your big fear then was that if you permitted or against your advice, men went in there, that would not been the ethical thing to do. Because you brought ethics into this, so let's explore your level of ethics.
I don't understand the question.
It's a very simple one.
What's the question?
Ethically, you couldn't allow anybody to go into that pipe because you didn't know all the risk factors. Is that accurate?
I think that's about correct, yes.
You think every human being is entitled to their level of ethics?
If I think every human being is entitled to that level of ethics.
To their own level of ethics.
Their own level of...
Yeah. In other words, I, as a man, could make decisions for me. It may be illegal and I'll pay the price for it. Or it could be, as a good Samaritan, do unto others as they have to do unto you. And if it should happen to you, I will come to your rescue.
Mr. Amada?
Yes, sir.
I've spent the day here listening. Eh?
You want to go home now?
No, I don't want to go home.
Mr. Purban wished to have gone home.
I could go for as long as you'd like me to go.
And so will I. But the chairman will not permit that. So let's get your answer.
Good. It's passing strange.
No, nothing is strange.
No, hold on.
It's
passing strange that the level of documentation and requirements for the job, the work permit, etc., to make a determination so usefully and well presented. And then all of a sudden, I am supposed to be prepared to make a decision with somebody saying, I will dive in that pipeline with a piece of rope and save a man. And I have to make a decision based on a plan that resembles that into a pipeline that we don't know. We have no idea of what happened. How does that, without a rescue plan for the rescuer, I mean, how does that make any, I just don't understand.
Clearly you don't. And that's the point. The rescuers know more than you, because you've told my learned friend you have no diving experience or expertise. You agree with that?
Well, I think if the rescuers had known more than me, they should have presented a very articulate plan.
So they should come to you. Correct? They're muttering it to you, and therefore you didn't take it on. You wanted it in, not to offend Mr. Peterson, in some form of formality. Correct? We waited.
Obviously, I would have liked to see something that was testable, that makes sense.
If you don't like it, let them die. Is that it? That's the effect of the consequence of what you didn't do. Your ethics of not permitting, in fact, preventing someone like Conan, unrelated, a brother in the water, willing to do because of his experience. And as a young counselor on my left, well put, if they met a hindrance that they couldn't overcome, it was open to them to tug and be pulled back out. You appreciate that?
I would continue to I will continue to remain where no credible rescue plan was brought for the retrieval of those guys that allowed us to be able to do that, guaranteeing or knowing the safety of the rescuer would be intact, regardless of how willing they were.
You appreciate the ethics that you speak to is almost godlike in its power?
We needed to have.
Do you appreciate the ethics that you exercise is almost godlike in its power, in that it made a determination for the death of 4 men?
Madam objecting.
Let me hear you on this.
No, you wouldn't. The chairman will hear me. Mr. Chairman, we have been through this over and over and over, and it's 4:30. My friend is still to go for 45 minutes. Are we going to restrain Mr. Ramadan? Is not curtail him? We have been through all of this over and over and over.
Mr. Ramadan has a point.
He has a point.
How much longer?
Not much.
What's that mean?
I too have a countdown timer.
What's that mean?
I shall, within the 10 minutes, and it could be less.
Thank you.
Yeah. You are still general manager? You are still the general manager?
As of today, yes.
You consider your handling of this incident excellent?
I consider that we handled the incident in a way that was organized around the principle of minimizing risk to the rescuers who would have to go into that pipeline.
Right. To offend Mr. Peterson, we've heard that 1,000 times.
But that's the fact. I mean,
right? I'm asking
else.
you now, do you consider that that was an excellent approach?
I have already given my answer.
No, I want your answer as whether it's excellent, poor, in need of work, or something along that grading.
Chairman, can I choose not to answer a question?
Of course.
Well, I'm not going to answer that question.
Beautiful.
I shall decide whether you answer a question or not, but I think we have actually covered this ground. So
Yeah.
Can we move on?
Right. Of course, we've heard you now. You do not wish to answer that question as to how you will grade yourself. Your incident management team, who you clearly relied upon, how do you grade them? You're the general manager. You have to grade and you have to know who has to go, who has to stay, what fixes we need and what we shall retain, who we shall retain. How do you grade your IMT, your team?
Another question I'm not prepared to answer this time.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to answer it, please.
You would actually
I
ask
think
the
that's a
question,
perfectly
Chairman.
reasonable question. You are the managing director.
Well, I would say
You
that-
are in charge.
I would say that
you
in-
sat there through the
I respect-
IMT. And I'm going to ask you to answer that question, please.
Well, a request was made, so I'll answer the question. I think the incident command team did the best that they could have done with the circumstances that was presented to them. And in fact, I look at it from the perspective that they may have preserved a life or two.
Yeah. Give me the names.
Potential divers into
Give me
that
the
pipeline.
names.
We know who the names
Of,
are. So
no,
we
no,
don't
no.
need the names.
Of the lives he preserved.
No, the rescuer, he said.
Yes.
Preserve the name of the rescuer, whoever that might have been. That is sufficient for my
Or no.
purposes.
We move
But
forward
what-
a little bit.
But what I do want to know is why there was a reluctance to answer the question in the way that you just did.
I just thought that, I mean, I don't know if it was appropriate, but I answered the question anyway.
No, I appreciate that, but you said you didn't want to answer the question. Then after some thought, you said they did the best they could have done, and you regarded them as having saved the life of a rescuer.
Yes.
And what was wrong with answering that question in the first
Nothing.
instance? Right, okay.
Nothing was
Thank
wrong with
you.
answering the
Mr.
question.
Ramadan,
That's the
yes.
truth.
Yeah, well, we'll deal with the truth. Now, your IMT team, you came in to Paria in 2019. You
Yes.
met that team there or you formed it?
Part of it I met and part of it we
Which
formed.
part you met? Mr. Piper?
The incident commander, the
Of
HSC
course.
manager, yes.
Did you, as a new incoming general manager, ascertain the qualification and competence for that role?
Well, we all know that these guys had gone through,
I didn't ask you that. I'm
Training.
asking
Yes,
you whether,
yes.
as general manager, you confirmed
yes.
the
we-
qualifications
we,
and yeah, you did.
we all know that they had training in
you-
incident command system
Training. And when was the last training you ensured that your team had to deal with incidents?
We haven't had training since I was there.
And did you confirm when was the last training that any of them had?
No.
Did you ever have a psychometric or psychological test done of these persons? You appreciate they need to be of very hardy stuff to deal with crisis? Yeah or no?
But I don't know that as a standard industry that people who operate on IMT need to have a psychometric test done.
How they get a job?
I don't know that as a
So
standard
anybody who
phenomenon.
work in there, say, me, I want to be part of it, is good enough?
They would have gone through necessary training and demonstrated competence
Demonstrated competence to you?
to the assessors who would have assessed.
And
it.
who were they?
I don't know the name.
So in other words, you made no effort to ascertain the qualification and competence of your team. Men and women who will not wilt under pressure. That is what you require, isn't it? With a sort of military approach, that decisive risk assessment in the moment and not a documentary procedure. You appreciate that?
I'm listening.
I'm asking you if you appreciate it.
No. You're going to answer the question, please. He's asked a perfectly reasonable question. you've told us that none of these men or women had had any training since you were there.
Yes.
You joined us, remind us, in the firm in 2019, was it?
Yes, 2019,
So
yes.
in 3 years or so, no
Yes.
particular training had been conducted.
No, no,
And you didn't check when they had previously been trained.
no, no.
So you have no idea when was the last. Have you asked since?
When last they were trained?
Yes, since this has happened, did you inquire of those who are part of the IMT? Look, guys, when were you last trained? When did you last go through a training exercise?
I haven't inquired specifically, no.
So-
I asked if they were trained, but I didn't ask specifically when they were trained.
Yes, all right. Well, I was trained in the law nearly 40 years ago, but that doesn't really help if you're simply asking the question. You presumably weren't really interested just in their training, but when?
No, I didn't ask when.
So you didn't ask at the time,
No,
and you haven't asked since.
no, I haven't asked.
And so can I ask you next then, please, have you instigated any additional training since?
Yes, we are reviewing a number of training sessions to be able to select what we think is the best one for the IMT team.
Do I take it that that means, although you've looked at the various different options, you haven't done it yet?
No, we haven't done it as yet, no.
Okay. And can you tell us when it is planned that you might do it?
It will be done before the first half of this year.
You appreciate it's almost a year since this incident, yeah?
Yes,
And as you told us earlier today, you have men on high voltage work right now today, correct?
yes,
And on a daily basis, high danger endeavors.
yes, but the IMT is practiced.
Yeah, and what happened on the 25th of February? They were practiced and 4 men died, right? So that we understand what you're saying. They're practiced. Do you consider what happened on the 25th a success for your IMT team? Whatever your reasons,
Yeah.
good, bad, or indifferent, do you consider it a success of your IMT team in the execution of their sacred duty?
I would argue that, as
Don't
I said,
argue, answer.
as I said before, the IMT team did the best that they could have done, and I'm looking at it from the perspective that they prevented what could have been more loss of lives by sending people into that pipeline. Can anyone say that people would have been able to go into that pipeline and conduct that rescue safely?
Listen, you repeat that they did the best that they could do. Was that the best that was available?
I think anybody standing in that position would probably end up with the same decisions that we made.
Really, what arrogance.
I'll keep the comments
Thank
till
you,
later,
of
please.
course. So that you, not having assessed the true experience, the true qualifications of your team, believe that others may have made the same decisions. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
You know the statement, do unto others as they have them do unto you? Do you know that statement?
Yes.
If the same circumstances were to arrive today
Yes.
with your same team, would you allow what happened on the 25th of February, 2021 to recur? 2022 to recur?
If you are asking me,
I have asked.
Just to be clear, Mr. Ramada,
Yes, certainly.
if you are asking me if today I would be prepared to send people into a situation where I couldn't quantify the hazards and wasn't clear on them, my answer would probably still be no.
Whoever that belongs to, please either leave or switch it off.
I think they're giving directions saying to leave. Sir, with all due respect, you understand that there are mitigating factors for risk taking, correct?
Go ahead, yes.
Yes. And your fear was noxious gases, oil. Yes? Tell me, I need to quickly. I want to finish. Noxious gases in the pipe, oil, water, possible...
Blockages.
Huh?
Blockages, etc.
Yeah, blockages, right? And the human being, as you know, one has the capacity to assess situations, and if it's too dangerous, to back off. Huh?
Human beings, like you and I, sit here probably watching the tables and the desks, but human beings going foot first in a dark environment that is claustrophobic, that is filled with oil, that they don't know what they're going to meet next. That's a whole different scenario.
And
going through a bend in a pipe at 90 degrees to get into a horizontal section, crawling backwards into that pipeline, not knowing where the next person might be. That's a whole different.
But
That's right. That is right, isn't it? Of course it is a whole different thing. But you know, I can't help but ask myself, as I'm sure everybody has, of themselves. If it was my father or son in that pipe, I could not live with myself afterwards if I didn't try and rescue them. And you would have had to shoot me to prevent me. That, I suspect, is the sentiment of many people. So the question here really is ultimately, were you, do you think, entitled to prevent someone from seeking to rescue either someone who they're very close to as a close personal friend or a relative? Did that at any stage come into the equation in your thinking before deciding whether to bar anyone from entering the pipe?
It came into our thinking, and the question was, in the same way that you asked that question, would I be willing to send somebody into a situation where clearly have no idea what the hazards are, clearly don't have idea how they would be rescued if they were caught in that pipeline? Would I be willing to put another life at risk, knowing from everything we know in the industry that most people who die in confined spaces are the rescuers? Would I be willing to take that? Would I take that risk? And that is at the heart of the issue. That is at the heart of the issue.
Yeah. And you heard, and maybe with some level of condemnation when I use the word arrogant. But let me ask you this. That is your position, correct? As the boss man, the general manager. That was your position.
Well, you know, in some ways, coming out of this incident, there probably is the need for some standard, for some recognized code that the industry would operate at. For this time, in this instance, we decided that we wouldn't allow diving into the pipeline, or we didn't want it because of the risk. There may be another instance where somebody is allowed to go into a hazardous situation and that person dies. And we could be sitting here already. Yeah. But without, and Chairman, this is at the heart of the incident. Without some code to be able to guide that judgment.
Wow. Yeah, I follow that. I mean, I do. I mean, I've been asking myself these questions, and ultimately we're going to have to make recommendations and such like. But I'm not sure that a code or a specific set of rules can cover every situation that might arise where a hard decision has to be made. And, you know, you could be sitting here giving evidence about why 5 people died in the pipe because you allowed a rescue to go in. I do understand that. I also understand that it is sometimes easier to say no.
I think the easier answer in this case was to say yes.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
I really believe the easy answer here was to say yes. Saying no was the hardest thing that we could have done. Saying no was the hardest thing that we could have done. The easy answer was to say yes.
Well, I can see that too. Yeah.
You know?
Anyway, I mean, as I say, I'm not sure that a set of rules or procedures are necessarily going to help make the ultimate decision about whether a person should or should not risk their life to try and save others. The natural instinct of humankind is to do just that, isn't it? Sometimes they die trying to save someone's life, and sometimes
I
they
have
don't.
some more investigative work to do, but there's the OPITO system, I believe, in the UK
Yes.
that addresses emergency response and the behavior of emergency responders, etc.
Yes.
Something that I'd like to spend some time looking at.
But I think that's to do with professional responders, first-line defenders.
Well,
such like. But
something to provide some kind of guideline.
It's something that we're going to have to wrestle with in due course.
Yeah.
10 months, I beg your
But
pardon.
I passed the
I'm
final
almost done.
questions to Mr. Ramadar because
Thank
we're
you.
stopped for
Yeah.
5 minutes in a minute.
You saw a whiteboard when you arrived at Paria, an update board.
Yes.
You know what confirmation bias is? As a man
Yes.
who's widely read, what does it mean?
Well, it means that you see something and you believe in, you're biased to believing that that is an outcome.
You saw a notation very early in the evening at 3:38 or thereabouts, that the likelihood of survival effectively was very slim. From early in the day, Paria made that determination. You saw that, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. That influenced you?
No.
No, you didn't believe it.
No.
But you moved as if the man dead already.
Well,
until Christopher came out.
I do agree with that.
That could help explain the failure of any meaningful effort, because even though Christopher came out, you're already in the mindset that the man dead or could be written off as dead.
I would never say yes to that.
Sir, I want to thank you for the time you've spent with us. And I heard you say something very interesting, that you wished to assist the families, but that you were basically prevented from so doing by lawyers.
Written notification, yes, by written notification.
By written notification.
Yes.
And did you make any effort to ascertain the conditions of these families, notwithstanding they couldn't communicate with them or help them, as to whether they had to put a barbecue before Christmas to raise money for the children and so?
I mean,
I'm sorry. Sympathetic though I am to all of those issues, I do not think that they are part of the remit of this inquiry.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mohammed, the Coast Guard, were you ever informed that they were there with guns?
no.
You never knew that they had guns?
The Coast Guard, outside of what they would have come with as normal, I guess, what would be their outfit? I didn't know the Coast Guard came specifically with guns to it. We invited the Coast Guard to a rescue operation.
Yeah, I didn't ask you whether they came specifically with guns, but were you aware that they were there with machine guns at all? Or is it the first time you're hearing that today?
I wasn't aware that they were there specifically armed with machine guns, but I
Yes,
would have expected them to be armed in some way.
You
But not
expected them, hold on, did I hear you right? You expected them to be armed in some way?
Yeah, they are Coast Guard. I expect them that they would move with some amount of ammunition, I expect.
Oh, beautiful. And you knew that even before they arrived? That Coast Guardsmen will be armed?
Yes, I
Yes.
expect that, yes.
So that when you issued the edict that you wanted the Coast Guard to protect Paria and Kenson personnel, you would anticipate that they would do so bearing arms.
No, that was never an anticipation. A traffic cop in Trinidad has an arm.
Yeah?
I don't expect him to pull his arm out for somebody who break a traffic light. I mean, they're stretching it too far.
So when you ask for their protection, to give protection to personnel, listen to me. I'm not finished with my question, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah. When you issued your edict edict,
Yeah,
your instruction.
go ahead, go ahead.
Of course. Not with your leave, but with leave of the chairman, yes? That they were to provide protection for Paria and Kenson personnel. Wait, or they were going to throw water on people or something? Or that they will use, and they are military arm of the state?
The presence, the authoritative figure is what I expected. That's all. That is all. And I
Trinidad
think
Tobago
that's,
police were called in at all in this matter?
no,
Thank you. Paria had its own private security,
yes,
provided by Kenson, I understand?
no.
No, not, sorry, not Kenson. Huh? Is that internal force, is it?
We have a outsourced source that we use.
Outsourced.
Yes.
Did you require them to exercise protection over
No,
the...
we
Listen to
agree.
my question, I have to finish. I'm
Go
almost
ahead.
done, I'm almost done.
Okay.
The line
I'm
is just
sorry,
there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Did you engage them, that is Paria security, to protect personnel from Paria and Kenson?
No.
You relied on the Coast Guard. Yeah?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if you just give me a few seconds, I think I will bring relief to Mr. Peterson and others by taking my seat.
Is he upsetting you, Mr. Peterson? Did you nearly say Gilbertson?
Even my friend is confused in his own name. Yeah. So let's see what we have now. And from what your procedure, as you painfully told us all today, is that you allow the contractors to basically police themselves in the execution of their jobs, relying on their expertise.
In this particular case, what we were looking to hire is a specialist contractor with specialized expertise to be able to execute this job. This contractor in particular had the experience and they had executed very similar jobs very well in the past.
Right. And that they too, after this accident occurred, made effort to rescue, but you prevented them. Isn't that correct?
Prevented them?
Yeah.
What we did was
Listen to my question. You prevented them. You said nobody to dive again. You want to change that?
listen,
Yeah, I'm listening.
we never said nobody to dive again because we continue to explore dive options to the point where we brought in additional divers. We got escort for additional divers to come to support the LMC efforts to the point where we supplied oxygen for dives to take place. What has been the continuous issue is that a credible dive plan never came forth. It's as simple as that.
And as we have the opportunity in this last minute, what would have been a credible diving plan?
A diving plan that would have dealt with the issues of
No, don't give me generalizations. Mechanics. How would you effect this credible diving plan that you would have approved?
Look, we have walked through a process where those dive plans were tested
Could you
with expert
answer the
divers.
question? I am being looked at unfavorably here.
I
Tell
don't
us
think,
now.
I don't think so, Mr. Ramadan.
Well, because
I don't know why
we've
you would
covered the
come to that
territory,
conclusion.
really. You know, I mean, we have
no.
covered this territory.
With
He's
all-
made it absolutely clear, to me, at any rate, that he was not prepared to countenance any plan until he'd had a camera in that pipeline that gave him all the information he wanted.
Excellent. And I'm moving just a little bit further than that. So having had, assuming you had camera footage of blockage and so, what would have been the plan? You had robots to go in?
At some point in time, we would have, my belief is that with the right level of information, probably would have been able to conduct a proper risk assessment that gave us the confidence to allow somebody to get in, rescue, and get out of that pipe
Right.
safely.
We heard that Many times.
Well, that is just the fact.
Yeah,
And
the
I
fact
can't
I'm
change it
asking
over.
you now that there been blockage, there been oil. What would have been your plan, knowing that with the camera, assuming the camera gave you bad news? What would have been the plan to rescue?
Well, we had a number, remember we had a number of divers on site, including parias,
Right.
parias from Heritage.
Yeah, so no doubt.
And the plans that would have come forth would have been tested for making sense. It had to make sense, Mr. Ramadan.
Yeah, well, I want to make sense of what you're saying. My
it-
question remains,
Uh-huh.
had you the very bad news, would there have been a rescue plan?
We would have tested that rescue plan with the people who were there,
Yeah.
and have it tested as being safe to be able to use.
What would that plan have been? I'm sorry.
I'm not the expert in what
Clearly
that
not.
plan should be.
Clearly not. Thank you so much.
Right, we're going to take 5 minutes. There's a couple of things I'd like to address counsel about, what I'd like is if the witness could, Mr. Mohammed, you take a break and comfort break for yourself. But can I ask you, you were asked a number of times about the other diving teams that you
Yes.
contacted,
Yes.
or that the IMT did. And I've just been working my way through the, what is a schedule of events as they unfolded. We've been told that this was contemporaneous. Would you expect that document to show when the different divers arrived on site?
I'm not sure whether it would be there in detail, but I could always get that from the gate.
I mean, there's reference made to Eastern divers, for example,
Yeah.
things like that, and
I'm
shows
not so
when
sure
they came.
if
but-
all the times were recorded when they entered the gate, but that is information that we could provide to the commission.
Well, whether they entered the gate or, I mean, presumably they had to enter the gate unless they came by boat. What I'm interested to know is, you've identified for us 4 dive companies
Yes.
that you contacted. I say you, I mean the IMT.
Yeah.
Hull Support Services, Offshore Technology Solutions, Mitchell's Professional Diving Services, and Eastern Emergency Response Services.
Yes.
They all do different
Different
things,
types of rescue.
different
yes.
types. 2 are certainly dive experts, if not all 3, 4, but they have different functions as well. And I'd just like to know, really from you, whether this document would help you in identifying when the first of those 4 arrived on scene and when they told you they would arrive on scene. Do you see what I mean? There's a difference, isn't there? You call them up and say, right, we need you here now. We've got this emergency situation. Oh, we're going to be 3 hours before we get there.
Okay.
You might discount them and then go to somebody else. Do you see what I mean?
I understand.
So
the
I'd like
point.
to know if you're able to do it now. If not, I'm happy to have it at some later point in time.
I wouldn't be able to do it now.
I'd like to know when they were contacted, if they told you
Right.
how long they were likely to be,
Okay.
and lastly, when they actually arrived.
Okay.
All right, as far as you're aware, right?
Okay.
We've got some evidence of this already, but I'd like to know from your perspective what you understood the position to be. All right.
Okay.
So I think that's quite a lot to do, and you might prefer to do it, provide it to me later this week.
For sure.
Probably better to do it that way
Yes.
rather than you trying to wade your way through this and
Yeah.
trying to work out bits of information without having the whole picture. But do you
Yes.
think you could do that for
Yes,
me?
we could do that.
Right, super. I'll let you go now and take your comfort break.
Okay,
So
great.
perhaps you'll go with this lady here. If you take him first to out the back. A couple of things I wanted to address counsel about. First of all, Mr. Pasod Maharaj, Miss Pasod Maharaj, you asked for permit to work and method statement in relation to the previous incidents. Have I got this right? Was it Mr.
That's Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein Shah, wasn't
Yes.
it? Forgive me, Mr. Hussein Shah. It was you, I think, who raised it, was it not? The question of whether you could have the method statement. Was it the method statement and the permit to work
Yes,
in relation to the previous incident?
in relation to the,
No, in relation to the
previous
previous
jobs.
works that had
Yeah.
taken place.
Yeah.
One in 2021.
2020 and I don't believe the witness, in his witness statement, was able to identify.
No, he doesn't. I think there were two, he
Yes,
said.
two similar jobs.
Yes, certainly the one from 2020 might be relevant. Is there any objection to my making an order? I thought we had something in relation to this. Right. Sorry?
We have the 2022 permits to work.
I don't think we have the permits. I definitely don't think we have the permits to work. We may have the method statement or something similar. All right, look, we'll get to the bottom of it, but is it your position that you would like a copy of that, if at all possible?
Yes, preferably for both jobs, just for comparative purposes.
All right, we'll see what we can do. Is there? It seems your witness didn't have any particular objection to it, but you might want to consider whether or not that's something that can be.
You'll try to track it down, sir, but also I think LMCS may also have records of that job.
Well, I was going to come to them in a moment, but I mean, if you've got anything you've got in relation, that might be helpful. Don't overwhelm me with another file this big, but the core document.
Depending on the job, it may be multiple permits to work because it only lasts 7 days.
Quite so.
But we will endeavor to.
Yes, Ms. Prasad Maharaj, where I was confusing it. I was going to ask you whether or not that you have such documents.
We had given in a document, I can't recall clearly, but as a result of the interrogation that we would have undertaken during the interviews, that was one of the things that council had inquired into, and I do believe we had given what we had.
I think I have a feeling a method statement exists for one of them.
Yes, it was a method statement.
Whether there's a permit, I'm pretty sure there isn't a permit to work, because I haven't seen it.
And sorry, but LMCS would not have the permit to works. That would all be in Paria's possession.
Well, wouldn't you have been given a copy of it at the time?
No, copies aren't given to the contractor.
All right. That's interesting. They take it away afterwards.
That's correct. In fact, the first time we would have seen this, I would have seen this, is when there would have been disclosure.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to make any order about it now, but if somebody could make some inquiry, please, including my own team, as to what might have been disclosed, that would be helpful. Thank you. The other thing is, Mr. Ramadar, you raised the question of WhatsApp and family messages, that group. I do regard that as relevant, and I would like to see if there are any that group messages, and I'm pretty sure there aren't any that
we would search it, sir, but I think the witnesses' evidence before Mr. Ramadar's course examination, I think his evidence was that they made WhatsApp calls because the witnesses give them numbers to call them on WhatsApp, and I think
that's certainly what he says in his statement.
Yes, and he said it here too, but we'll endeavor to see there were texts, WhatsApp messages.
If there were any, then I'd appreciate that, because there's some evidence to suggest that they heard by way of WhatsApp.
In the statement of Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed at paragraph 93, at page 1460, he referred to a WhatsApp group was formed by 3 p.m. that day, the Saturday, and she thereafter communicated with the diverse relatives.
Right. And I've been handed a method statement. Yes, relating to 2018, is it? 2020, yes, 2020. Project execution plan for repairs to SL36 risers topside piping. So that's at 2898 in the supplemental witness statement bundle. So if you could find if there is a permit to work in relation, or permits to work in relation to that, I'd be grateful. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Hussain, yes.
Thank you, Chair. While we're on the topic, I believe in the ICT typewritten log, we were supposed to get the expanded version of it because it cut off at a certain point. I'm not sure whether that was actually provided.
This is something I mentioned, I think, to Mr. Piper, wasn't it? It's not, sorry? I'm told it's arrived. Right, thank you. Thank you very much. I haven't seen it yet. I confess I've not noticed that there are a number of additional documents in the supplemental bundle that have been uploaded today. Or
Before today. Some of my colleagues not doing their homework.
so this was. Did I get it before Christmas? Right. It didn't arrive before Christmas, and I confess straight away I had not done any work, bar preparing for today, and since Christmas. So
If Christmas does this to you, so think of what Carnival will do to you.
No. Well, I am, because of what it clearly does to you.
It does. It does.
All right. We'll take 5 minutes. Everyone, please have a look at what you've got to ask. Rule out that which we have already covered, please. All right. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Can we have the witness, please? Can someone get me? Okay, Mr. Mohammed, you're still on oath. Final furlong, I hope. All right. I think Mr. Pegas has some questions. Is that right, Mr. Pegas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Chase Pegas, and I represent the interests of Kenson.
All right.
Right. Now, in answer to my friend, Mr. Ramada, you made reference to Paria delegating a supervisory role to Kenson as it relates to the work that was going on
Yes.
on Berth 6.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Right. Now, implicit in that reference or statement is not only that Paria had an obligation to supervise, agree?
Yeah.
You are saying Kenson had an obligation to supervise.
Yes.
Good. Now, you as the general manager, of course, would be familiar with the scope of works, which would have outlined the obligations of Paria and Kenson.
And the contract you're talking about now?
Yes.
Right, yes.
Good. Now, it's in evidence, so I wouldn't take you through every
Yes.
single provision, but you are aware, sir, under the contract, LMCS was supposed to provide full-time supervision for the works that were being conducted.
Correct.
Good. Let me take it one step further. Under those provisions, there is no, under that contract, my apologies, there is no provision which says that Paria was to supervise.
No, Paria was around quality assurance, delivery, and a few things like that, if I'm that's correct.
Good. Now, when you made the statement that Paria through Kenson had to supervise, do you now want to reconsider that statement?
But when I made the statement, and I probably didn't say it right, it was in the context of the contract that was agreed between LMCS and Paria, that the contract outlined clear rules and accountabilities for both parties. Right? So the supervision in the context of the contract was around the things that Paria had to do as far as the contract is concerned.
Okay, I'm not too sure I'm following you, and I just want to make it clear
Right.
for my clients.
Right.
Let me suggest to you that the Kenson personnel that you had on site, they had no obligation to supervise. Let me suggest that to you. Agree?
I'd have to go back to the contract, sorry.
Yeah, I think that might be more useful, Mr. Pegas,
Okay,
because
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
sure.
I'm sorry. Just to help my head clear up a little bit.
Right. The contract can be found. I'm looking at page 544 of the witness statement bundle.
544 of the witness statement.
Witness statement bundle, and I believe this is referred to in the statement of Kazim Ali.
Do you mean
Senior.
544 of the witness statement?
Yes, the witness statement bundle.
Whose statement is it?
It's attached to the statement of Kazim Ali Senior.
Ah, right.
Yes.
Just a minute. Page what?
It could be found at page 544.
The scope of work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Now, Mr. Mohammed, before you review it, I have seen several provisions in that document which placed an obligation on LMCS to provide full-time supervision.
Correct.
Good. I have not seen any provision which placed an obligation on Paria to supervise.
I don't believe that there's an obligation for, how to say it? For full-time supervision by Paria in the document.
You're speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry,
I can't
I'm
hear what
sorry,
you're saying.
I'm sorry. Just repeat the question for me again, please.
Okay. Just an observation. What I'm saying is that
Right.
I have seen several provisions which placed an obligation on
LMCS to supervise, yes.
Full-time supervision. that
Full-time,
is.
full-time supervision was what I was looking for. So I don't recollect from the contract that there's an obligation for Paria for full-time supervision on the project.
Good. And we could go with your recollection for now. There's
Right.
also no contractual provision that you are aware of which placed an obligation on Kenson to provide full-time supervision.
No, there is no contractual provision in the contract that place full-time supervision with Kenson.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I just want to turn your attention briefly to the permit to work procedure.
Uh-huh.
I'm not on the work permit for the day in question. I'm on
Right.
the permit to work procedure.
All right.
Good. Now, the permit to work procedure, my apologies, in case you need to refer to it, page 24 of the core bundle.
I do have it. Yes.
Can we take away some of the bundles, unless anyone's going to necessarily, but just take some of them away. It becomes too confusing. Leave his witness statement. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm on it.
No, yes, sir. Now, on the cover of that document, it speaks to the custodian being Randolph Archibald.
Yes.
And the approving authority, one Miss Lisa Ali.
Yes.
Right. Who developed this procedure?
I believe that the procedure was developed by Mr. Archibald.
Right. Now, this procedure, this permit to work procedure,
Yes.
was this procedure tailored to the works that were being conducted on Berth 6 and Berth 5, or was it a general document?
This is a document that is a general guide for work at Paria.
Right. Now, so it's a general...
Well, just so that I understand what you're saying, you have to comply with it in order to get a permit to work.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Right. Just to build on what it is you are saying that it's a general guide to be followed when work is being conducted on Paria compound.
Yeah, I guess, yes.
Good. Now, in this document that we have before us, it basically lists obligations
Yes.
which were placed on the different players. So the
Yes.
applicant would have obligations,
Yes.
site authority would have obligations,
Yes.
etc. Right. Now, these obligations, they were intended as a general guideline only. Yes?
They were intended as a, yes, so that the different people with different roles would have an idea, or they would have guidelines around what their roles were in the execution of work.
Right. And because the permit to work procedure provided a general guideline, you would agree that it would have to be tailored to the specific work that was being undertaken.
So we have two things at play here, right? So let me just see if I can help with that, right? We have a contract that we would have signed with a company who's going to perform work at the site. That contract has specific rules and obligation for the company and the contractor,
Yes.
right? We have a permit to work system that is a general guide for work on the facility,
Yes.
regardless of, and it may have different elements of different contracts depending on how we contract.
Okay. Maybe I'm not making myself clear.
Right, sorry.
Right. Good. So we agree that the permit to work procedure provided general guidelines.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Good. Right. Now, in order for the permit to work procedure
Yes.
to make sense
Yes.
for subsea works,
Yes.
right? Those general guidelines,
Right.
either through practice or some other mechanism, would have to adapt in order to be utilized for the works that were being conducted on the day in question.
What I would say, and this is how I see it, right? This is my understanding of it. The general guidelines would continue to exist. However, it would be organized in a way to be able to meet the obligations of the contractual agreement between Paria and the contracting company.
Fair enough. Now, earlier in the day, in answer to the learned chairman, he was pointing out to you a particular provision under the permit to work procedure,
Yes.
right? Which concerns the applicant.
Yes.
5.1.
Yes.
Right. And he put to you that it was ambiguous at best. You recall that? You recall that question being put to you?
I just want to be clear what the chairman, what my understanding is of what the chairman put to me as ambiguous was a specific statement around migration barriers to remain in place.
Okay.
Is what I understand that to be.
Well, I think I put ambiguity on more than one occasion, but certainly in relation to the to the barriers, I put ambiguity. But I did suggest that when one reads the plain wording of what the applicant is, I'd suggested to you that the better person to have been in that role was
the contractor.
Was in fact the contractor, and you agreed.
Yes.
I then said to you that it is at best ambiguous.
Okay.
I didn't add at worst misleading, but it might be regarded in that way, but certainly at best ambiguous if one were to read this plain wording of that provision of your scope of the works.
Thanks for the
permit to work
correction.
procedure.
Right.
So that's what I put to him, and I think he agreed to that. So
Right.
if you want to pursue it, you carry on.
Right. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just asking for clarification. I sensed from what it is you were trying to say to the chairman is, notwithstanding what you are seeing here in black and white, in practice, something else took place.
Let me answer the question the way that I understand it, all right? In practice, what I would have expected is that a competent contractor that we hire to do the job would provide the supervision over the job, right? And if there were questions or things on that work permit or the risk assessment that required addressing, that contractor would address that with the operating company or with the area authority as a minimum.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at is this. Earlier, you agreed that the permit to work procedure provided a general guideline.
Yes.
Yes? Good. Now, in a case where the permit to work procedure was not adhered to,
Right.
to the letter,
Yes.
right? Because in practice, something else would happen.
Yeah.
In an instance where it wasn't followed to the letter, well, then you can't place fault on anyone. Agreed?
But I think it's a distinction between what's written and how work actually takes place on a day-to-day basis using what is written as a guideline. I don't think every single, the practicalities may be sometimes a little bit different from what is completely written in the permit because it's people working, eh?
Now, is there, this is my question, right?
Uh-huh.
Is there anything other than what you would say or what you would have to say, sorry, operated in practice? Is there anything that the commission could refer to determine what was the intention behind the permit to work procedure?
In Paria, what was the intention?
No. When you agreed with the chairman,
Right.
that clause 5.1 of the permit to work procedure, parts
Right.
of it were ambiguous.
Right.
Right. And you were trying to say to him, well, listen, this is what is written here.
Right.
But in practice,
But
it might be tailored to suit.
Yeah.
Right. My question is this. Apart from what is written here, is there anything other than what is written here that the commission could use to determine what was the intention behind the permit to work procedure?
No, not that I know of.
And if such a document or thing don't exist, one of the things that would assist would be to hear from the people who utilize the permit to work procedure.
Yes.
Or who familiar with it like yourself.
Yes.
Agreed?
Yes.
Right. Now, the permit to work procedure is not a contractual document.
No.
Good. And nothing in the permit to work procedure would displace a contractual obligation that LMCS had.
No, not to my understanding.
Can I have that question?
Okay. Nothing, just for the chairman's benefit, none of these obligations which are outlined in the permit to work procedure would displace a contractual obligation that LMCS had. Sorry.
No. No.
Just one final area for me. The part of the work that was being done on the 25th of February, we agreed it concerned subsea works, yes?
Yes.
Right. And the maintenance technician that you had on site, one of the maintenance technicians was one Mr. Houston.
Mr. Houston,
Right,
Majati,
yes.
right.
A name that featured prominently in these proceedings, yes? Good.
Forget Houston, but you might like that too.
Right. Now, you would agree that based on the rules that were given to Mr. Majrad Singh, he didn't have to be on Berth 6 for the duration of the works.
No,
good.
I agree with that.
Right. And of course, based on Mr. Majrad Singh's qualification, he was a maintenance technician.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, you accept that Mr. Majrad Singh couldn't supervise subsea works. You agree with that?
Maybe not supervise, but provide oversight.
Okay, lovely. So we could accept that. He was there to provide oversight, yes?
Yes.
Right. His role really was to act as a liaison between the contractor and Paria, yes?
And to ensure that the scope of work was done as outlined in the permit.
As outlined in the permit.
And you know, to make sure that the requisite rules around safety and operations of the work itself was done in conjunction with the contract and
right, focusing on the work that was going on in the chamber. The procedure that was utilized on the day in question, it depended heavily on the LMCS personnel keeping him abreast as to what was going on inside the chamber.
And that would be the expectation for most work that goes on, that the contractor would keep the technician abreast of what is next.
Good. And that was Paria's expectation of what LMCS was supposed to do. Yes?
Correct. And yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Just a moment. Can I ask you, please, to have a look at the scope of work described as technical, which is in our bundle at Core Bundle Volume 2, at page 558, tab 19. Do you have Core Bundle 2?
I have Volume 1 here.
Right, you'll be provided with it.
Yes. Yeah, I have it here.
Right, so just so that I'm clear on what's happening
Yes,
here.
go ahead.
This is a scope of work put out by Paria.
Yes.
This is what we want done.
Yes.
This is supposed to set out what we regard as being our responsibilities
Yes.
in the contract and what we regard as being the contractor's responsibilities.
Correct.
And it does so at some length, and we've done a lot of this already, all right?
Yes.
So I don't want to belabor it, but can I just take you to a few of the paragraphs, please?
Yes.
Paragraph 2, general.
Paragraph 2.
2, yes, general. Do you see that?
Yes. What page?
It's at 560.
560. Okay.
560. It's paragraph 2.
I have it here. General. Yes, I have it.
Right.
Yes.
And it says, the successful contractor shall supply all labor, materials, equipment, project engineering, supervision, inspection services, transportation, etc.,
yes,
etc. So here you're making it clear that the contractor will have responsibilities for supervising the work, right? Can I ask you this? given the hazardous nature of the work that we're dealing with here,
Yeah.
do you regard supervision by the contractor themselves, as opposed to you or some independent body, a suitable way of dealing with what might be regarded as you've told us, hazardous work?
Yeah.
Not at the time, but on reflection now.
On reflection, I would say that lessons learned from this, would point to having some level of independent supervision, I would say.
Rather than the contractor themselves. Because if nothing else has been learned, if the contractor gets it wrong, then everybody is going to get it wrong, aren't they?
So
if you're so totally dependent, as you've told us you were, on their expertise, if they get something wrong, then it's simply going to be perpetuated throughout, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think something like that we could determine the jobs that are high risk and consider an alternative.
I mean, obviously, if you're cutting the grass and you get a contractor, and you don't need someone to monitor that, do you? You can tell whether the grass has been cut properly or not. But it does seem to me, and I know it does to Mr. Wilson as well,
it makes sense.
of some importance, that, as it were, say, well, you supervise yourselves, guys, get on with it. That kind of just ignores the potential danger that might exist, doesn't it?
Fair enough.
All right, so that's the first thing I want to ask. In the same document, yes, if you go, please, to page 565.
565.
565, yes. 3.1.12.
Yeah, I have it.
You see there, it deals with, they're dealing with, it's under the, so that you understand, it's under the subheading of renewal of section of the 36 riser piping, modified tie-in bent and so on.
Yes.
And it says there at 3.1.12, in italics, so identified by you, Paria, note a video stream to be provided topside during work activity for Paria's representative. Can you just tell me what you understand that to mean?
Right. What we understand. So typically when you do these works, right, you'll want to learn from them if we could improve them. So this video will.
If you could what, sorry?
When you do works like this, you'll also want to look for ways to improve how you do these works. So typically those videos would be captured, Paria would retain them, and we could always go back and look at those videos. If we have other jobs to do, what were some of the things that we could improve? What are areas that we didn't perform as well in? Where are the efficiencies that we may have missed? Because around the process of continual improvement.
I raise it because it deals specifically with the issues in this particular instance, right? Because if you look at the sentence before that, under the same heading, it's describing the work to be done, isn't it? Cut.
Yes.
Insert migration barrier and install a 30-inch flange onto the existing line. Inspection required for the flange, including root passes, VT and hydro test. That's the integrity of the weld itself, is it not?
Yeah, we could take two views of this. One view is that the video stream would be provided for continuous monitoring, as we discussed. And there's a view, which is the view that I probably more subscribe to, in that video stream is provided as a record of the job done, so that Paria has that videoing of the job.
I understand what you mean, and I can see why that might be useful for you.
Yes.
But where you, the company, have added in italics in relation to that specific part of the job,
I can understand
to the cutting and the inserting of a migration barrier and installing that new flange. You've decided to add that specific paragraph in sentence in which it says provided topside, which rather suggests, isn't it, that somebody's watching this. Do you follow what I mean? If it was just for if it was just for training purposes later or improvement services later, a little bit like when we get the telephone call, you're being recorded for trading purposes. You know, I mean, the truth is here, looking at that, it does rather suggest, doesn't it, that it's up topside for Paria's representative.
It's not, Chairman, I could easily see how it could be interpreted that way.
It's not another ambiguity, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
If you look at 3.1.11,
Yes.
also in italics, right?
Yes.
Paria representative to review video of area and UT report prior to approved cutting point.
Yeah, so that they can look at it.
So they could look at it for this particular piece of scope that is to take place,
Yes.
right? So maybe it kind of falls into 3.1.12.
Yes. Well, it just seemed to me that might have suggested to the contractor that they've got to provide this so that what they're doing is being monitored. Otherwise, why do you need it to be provided topside?
Yeah. Well,
Just video it and give it to us after.
Yeah.
If it needs reviewing, do you follow what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a difference. It's like the phone call, as I say, you make, and somebody saying, you know, the banker saying we're recording this for training and monitoring purposes or some other nonsense that they claim that they're using it for. But the point, it seems to me, is that on the face of that, it looks, doesn't it?
Yes,
as if
yes.
actually, you know, someone's keeping an eye on you here.
Yeah. It's a fair comment, Chairman.
All right. It's good. Leaving that aside from that, in support of what you say,
yes,
you'll see that at 3.1.21,
yes,
we'll move on just a little bit. To be fair to you, bring that to your attention. There you go, right at the top there. You see, the contractor shall supply the video footage during the subsea works.
Correct.
Right? And then after that, and this video must form part of a handover package.
Correct.
Right. So, in fairness to you, it may be that it's for both purposes, that I'm right and you're right.
Yeah.
Yes? All right. And then lastly, this, please, if you go, say lastly, go please next to 570, page 570, paragraph 4.
Yeah. Paria's responsibility.
Paria's responsibility, because it's not very much by the look of it, if you'll forgive me for saying so. In a document that's this long, it's only got 5 sub-paragraphs and that's it. But anyway, be that as it may, what it does say is this. 4.1, supply personnel for organizing all work permits right, and certificates, monitoring contractors' performance and work standards, approving work done by the contractor and carrying out quality assurance audits. And that rather suggests to me that you're keeping an eye on what they're doing.
Now, I read that, and let me just, whether for right or wrong, I'll give you my interpretation, right? Right. Supply personnel for organizing work permits us to get the work started and having things organized to get things moving, right? Certificates, monitoring of contractors' performance, that's regard to scope, timeliness, getting the job done, ensuring that the contractor is delivering on the scope that he is requested to deliver on, right? The work standard, approving work done, and carrying out the quality assurance test. The work standard and the approval of the work done is related to the quality assurance testing of the wells and the installation the contractor did. So once the contractor is finished, we don't have to do rework, or we don't end up with a leak on the pipeline. So it's kind of focused on the quality pieces of the job.
But how can you monitor the contractor's performance if you're not watching them?
Well, and I think that goes back to what we discussed earlier, right? There were specific activities where the issue of video footage was particularly listed on there, right?
Yeah. So that's not everything, is it?
It's not everything.
No. And the video footage is often provided in a place where it would be impossible for your representative to be there in the habitat watching what they're doing. That's why you need a video. See what they're doing, because they're underwater, aren't they?
That's correct.
So, but I mean, I have taken from this that there is at least some monitoring of the contractor's performance. And this comes at the very earliest stage of this whole arrangement, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't argue with the fact that some monitoring is required, Chairman. I mean, you know, you wouldn't want to conduct work where you were completely absent.
Quite. Mr. Pigas was particularly anxious, I think, to ensure that it wasn't full-time. And I don't think anyone suggested it should be full-time.
No, it wasn't full-time.
And you agreed with me, I think, earlier that 40 minutes was probably too long.
Probably there's a look at check-in time.
Yes.
That could be improved.
All right. And then I just want to take you next, please, to tab 20.
Tab 20.
Tab 20, yes. It's not particularly anything that's in there, but it's just that this is a system that was operating. Page 598 is what's described as Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited, miscellaneous repairs and refurbishment works at the berths, addendum 1. And then a number of queries are raised by contractors, aren't they? Yeah. And then answers given by Paria.
Yes.
Do you see that? That's
yes.
And that becomes part of the deal.
That's part of the
it?
process. Yes.
Yes. So as you say, the process.
Yeah.
So if there's a query, it can be put here from the
correct.
contractor.
That is correct.
Can you tell me, is there one the other way round?
A query from Paria? Yes.
Right. Where's that?
If Paria had a query, it should form part
of this as well.
Yes.
So if they didn't have a query, can we assume that you wouldn't have asked anything?
It's possible, yes.
Yeah. All right. And so that takes care of that. Can I just remind you again? I don't want to go through it because we've done so ad nauseum, but I just want to be clear about the document that is. Yes. Just a second, please. Page in our bundle, core bundle volume 3 is the method statement.
Right.
All right. So I don't want to have it by all means.
Right.
Certainly not going to deny it to you. But that method statement is, in effect, the response, is it not, to the document we've just been looking at? So they say, yes, we'd like to contract with you. Here's our method for how we're going to do so. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
Right. So it sets out the work that they're going to do and the process by which they're going to do it. Because when I look at it, it says, in subheadings, to load equipment and material onto the barge. So that's the first thing they've got to do, isn't it? This is how we're going to do it. This is the order in which it's going to take place. Then the next heading is to prepare a line for works. Get rid of all the oil that's in there, all of the stuff. Then the next heading is the installing and preparing of the hyperbaric chamber, and so on.
Yes.
You know? So again, I don't want to belabor this, but it sets out that process.
Yes.
And it seemingly has on its face, at any rate, an order in which things are going to be done.
Yes.
What is clear from that, and what we've identified in the evidence hitherto, is that at paragraphs 56 and 57 of that document, it says to manually remove the migration barrier from the line and then manually deflate the line plug and remove it from the line. All right? Now that, according to this, looks as though it's supposed to take place before the removal of the hyperbaric chamber, which you pointed out to us, irrespective of delta P, should not happen.
Correct.
One, to protect the integrity of the line, and two, to protect the people working in the chamber. Yes. So when you, the firm, not you necessarily, but when the company received this, and you have this procedure for batting ideas back and forth, didn't someone pick up on this and say, look, this must not happen before you've taken the hyperbaric chamber away?
I would say, Chairman, that it probably didn't happen on the reading of the method statement, right? But the method statement is also not cast in stone.
No, of course not.
Right. Things change day to day, right? Things happen before, after. And in work on a facility, on a production facility, there are a number of barriers to preventing accidents. So you have the risk assessment, you have the permit to work,
Yeah.
you have the method statement,
that,
right?
yeah.
So somewhere along, if one barrier is missed, for example, it was missed in the method statement, it's expected that somewhere along the line,
I couldn't agree more,
It-
if I may say so.
it would get picked up.
Couldn't agree more. My concern is that,
Yes.
as you've seen, I wrestle with the papers that are regarded as the central core papers in this case.
Yes,
If you look at it online, there are tens of thousands of pages.
yeah, huge.
Exactly. And I simply need to understand, is there a document somewhere that recognizes that there is wrong, right? That order of work
Yeah.
should never take place in that order of work.
No.
Other than the work permit that we've been looking
Correct.
at, in which we have what I regard as a somewhat ambiguous statement to use the barrier. But there's nothing, is there, that says
There's nothing that addressed it at this level of the method statement.
there's no email, there's no document, there's nothing that seemingly points to. Do not remove those barriers from the line until you've taken the hyperbaric chamber off.
Yeah.
There isn't, is there?
No, there isn't.
I mean, somewhere somebody should have been saying that,
right.
shouldn't they?
No, and I haven't found it either. So it's,
All right.
it's in-
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to ask.
Okay.
So that again, so that I understand how it works. There is a procedure for you, Paria, to have been able to add as an addendum.
Yes.
Look, this order is wrong. It might not be what you intended, but let's be quite clear about it. You're not supposed to do it.
That's the process for work.
Yeah.
Where that engagement should take place and things like this should be identified.
Are you disappointed that it didn't?
Yes.
I suppose that's putting too mild a point on it.
Yes.
Disappointed, isn't it? All right. Thank you very much. Next, please, we'll have Miss Maharaj is going to ask you questions on behalf of LMCS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mohammed. Kamini
afternoon.
Prasad Maraj.
Ms.
for-
Maraj, yes.
For LMCS. All right. So this morning, in your answer to senior, you said that the 2020 contract
All right.
that was performed by LMCS
All right.
had no material difference in type of risk and work to what was being done in this contract under.
Yeah, my understanding at this time is that there's no major material difference between what was done now. And I spoke to a few things. One is that it was a little bit shallower.
Right.
The pipe cut was a little bit shallow, and there are a few other small things,
But
according to my recollection.
right, correct. And your evidence is there. But there was one material difference in the manner in which the work was done. Would it be true that on that project, the 2020 project, you had an engineer assigned with the planner?
Did I have an engineer assigned to
Yes.
the planner on the 20
20,
project?
yes. So you mean in Paria? The statement of Terence Rampersad Singh, the notes from Terence Rampersad Singh. So I have before the statement of, it's not a statement, it's an interview,
All
which
right.
was done by the commission with Mr. Terence Rampersad Singh.
Okay.
Yes, might he be shown that? It's a separate document. Page 5. Yes.
Supplemental bundle, isn't it?
It's a separate document online.
Transcript.
Transcript, yes.
Right. I kept that separately, I think. Yes, I don't have anything there. Well, I'll look at the screen. Is it a large extract or just something you want to point in?
I just want to confirm that Mr. Terence Rampersad Singh, who was also the planner
Yeah.
in this project, has confirmed that there was an engineer who worked along with him.
That is a possibility, Ms. Maraj. I will have to confirm.
Oh, that's what he says in his statement.
That's what he says in his
to
statement.
the Commission of Inquiry.
That's what
right.
he said
Yeah.
in his interview.
If
yes.
Mr. Ramprasad Singh said that, he's probably
And what
correct.
I can assure you is that he repeats this statement
Well,
further
if Mr.
in the transcript.
Mr. Ramprasad says that, I wouldn't go against what he said in the transcript.
Right. Okay. We proceed from there.
And part of the responsibility of that engineer would have been to counterbalance and or to deal with all of LMCS method statements and the methodology that was employed in relation to the work that was performed. That's correct?
The role of the project
Engineer.
engineer. Once there was a project engineer involved, I would, yeah, you're probably right that they would probably oversee and provide some guidance to Mr. Ramprasad Singh.
Right? And to Mr. Ramprasad Singh in relation to what LMCS is performing.
Very likely.
Right. And so that would take him into the arena of looking at all of the method statements that would have been provided, whatever they may have been, describing and dealing with all of the actual works done. Correct?
As I say, you know, if there was a project engineer, he would perform the role of a project engineer, which would include some of the things that you have outlined.
And now you would agree that that was a major and most significant difference in relation to the personnel between the projects in 2020 and 2021-22.
What if Mr. Ramprasad Singh points to the project engineer, the supervision of this project would have fallen with Mr. Ramprasad Singh, who is the planner, and then up to the technical manager. The technical manager who would have provided the project support that the project that took place in 2021 would have required.
So you're essentially saying that it would have been a different system altogether, a system of monitoring, a system of how the works were being performed?
Well, I think what I'm saying is that the role of the project engineer, if the role of the project engineer existed in 2020, that there would have been some incremental supervision above Mr. Ramprasad Singh, or some incremental testing of things beyond Mr. Ramprasad Singh.
Testing of what? Testing of the works.
I can't say specifically what, but a project engineer would test the scope, would test the schedule, would test the cost. You know, not clear whether the project engineer would actually go into the detailed method statements, etc.
So let me ask you this very clearly.
Right.
Why was there not a project engineer in this 2021-22 contract? Because clearly it's the same person performing the functions.
Well,
the same contractor.
Yeah, I can't say specifically, but what I could proffer is that we have Terence who would have had the experience of doing the job back in 2020. He would have gained that experience. We had a contractor who demonstrated that they could do this job safely and efficiently. And, you know, based on the track record of both Mr. Ramprasad Singh and the contractor, a decision would probably could have been made to deploy the project engineer to where we believe that we had more risk. I know I can't answer specifically because I don't know all the detail, but it's how I would, you know, is what I would offer that could have happened.
So you were part and parcel of the tenders committee, that's correct?
Yes.
All right. And there is the note to management tenders committee that you have signed. That is
Yes.
at page 9 to 8 of the core bundle. Nine to eight.
Yes, now I haven't found it yet. Tab 22. Tab 21. Tab 22, yes.
Right. So I would like to take you quickly through just a few points,
All right.
right? At your summary, at page 928, you say this. LMCS submitted the only technically compliant valid proposal with a suitable method statement and schedule which satisfy all the requirements of the scope of work. Also, LMCS has demonstrated in their prior performance that they have the required
Correct.
management and resources, competencies to satisfy the contract requirements.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah.
Right. You would accept, therefore, that nowhere there in your summary you've said or placed as an expression in black and white that they were a specialized expert in the area so that they were considered favorably. You would accept that. That is not one of the considerations that you've placed there. You're now saying that.
But I think the words infer that they would have been an expert and they were able to execute and had knowledge and the ability to execute such a contract. And they had demonstrated performance track record.
Required, now these are your words, I'm going back to them. Your words from the report, and if you go to page 932 of that document, you will see your signature approved by Mushtaq Mohammed.
Right.
Yeah? And your words in this report says, prior performance, they have the required management and resource competencies to satisfy the contract requirements.
So I don't know, is that a difference though by saying that they specialize? I mean, this is
you
what
are
LMCS
saying
does.
to this commission, and you have put in your evidence and you have repeated it on numerous occasions today that they were specialized expertise.
I see them as specialized expertise. They've done the job. They have a track record of getting the
and
job
then so
done.
you will accept that, sir, you will accept that those words that you have put to the commission for its consideration does not form part and parcel of the document that you've produced as to the basis on which they are hired or has been awarded a
Well,
contract.
it isn't written here, except it isn't written here.
Okay.
I mean, the fact is you didn't have an option at that stage, did you? If you wanted the work done relatively urgently, as I think the evidence suggests that you did, they were the only people who were compliant.
But it didn't mean that I would hire an incompetent contractor either. Right?
Well, no, I appreciate that, but you didn't have anything to measure it against.
As I said, what we use as the basic measure was the track record and the ability to be able to perform the job safely.
Yes, but what you ended up with was the only compliant applicant.
And sometimes that happens in the procurement process.
So what would you have done if they didn't satisfy?
We wouldn't have done the job. We'd probably have to go out and retender.
Thank you.
We wouldn't have done the job.
I'd like to take you to volume 1 of the core bundle.
Volume 1 of the core bundle.
Yes. At page 29.
Volume 1 of the core bundle, page 29.
And this is in respect of the permit to work system that we have looked at.
Yes.
Now this morning, and you can correct me, but when Senior Mr. Maraj questioned you in relation to 5.2 at page 29, you gave the impression that a competent person is equated to or means the contractor. Do you recall that, or is that incorrect?
The competent person.
You called LMC as a competent contractor, if I recall the
they are the competent contractor. In this case, yes, they were the competent contractor, yes.
Right. So what I'd like to do is to just take you through what a competent person means as per your document.
Right.
This is Paria's document, right? It says a competent person in Paria's permit to work system is an individual who has the required training, knowledge, experience, and qualification to identify the hazards and to develop effective precautions for high hazard activities such as hot work, confined space entry, and electrical works.
Yes.
Now, My question to you
Uh-huh.
is a competent person being described only in relation to, well, it may not be an exhaustive list, but a list of these kinds of work, hot work, confined space entry, and electrical works?
What these works would identify some of the actual higher risk work that we do on the site, right? So on a site where we store 2 million barrels of fuel, hot work is a very critical thing, right? So we want hot work to be effectively managed. Confined spaces is a risk throughout the industry. Electrical works is also high risk. Maybe what could be added here, if I was to take a second look at this, would be working from heights. Those are the critical activities that we do where persons could be seriously hurt or
Right.
Yeah.
So, and in other words, a competent person is somebody who is able to deal with these kinds of high risks.
correct.
All right. So let's call this the philosophy upon which your permit to work, the actual permit to work is based. Would that be correct?
The permit to work is designed to ensure that work is conducted safely. So, all right, let's take that from there.
Right. I would like to take you to the actual permit, the hot work certificate.
Before you do that,
Yes.
can I just be clear about this?
Yeah.
Are you saying that the competent person, who I understand to be the area authority, is LMCS?
The competent person is the person who is executing the job, right? A competent person in Paris product system is an individual who has the required training, knowledge.
No.
I lost.
No. I need to be quite clear about this. Is the competent person LMCS or somebody from Paria?
The competent person is the person or the contracting company or the entity that Paria determines to be competent to execute that job. So for example, if Paria was using one of its technicians to execute a pump repair, right? That person would have to be the competent person. They would have to know how to repair the pump. If Paria was using a contractor to do electrical works, right, then the competence would reside in the person who is going to, the person or the entity who is going to execute the work.
Right. So as far as you're concerned, the competent person and the area authority for this particular project was LMCS.
The competent person, so we have the competent person, we have the site authority, and we have the site area authority, right?
Well, the area authority is, as I understand it, the competent person.
All right. The area authority is responsible for ensuring that the conditions required for safe conduct of the job are maintained, or that the permitted activities are promptly stopped if there are any changes or violation of any of the prescribed conditions, right? That is the area authority.
No, I understand. I can read it too.
Then I'm missing
Forgive me if
something
I'm
there.
sounding a
Sorry.
little impatient. It's a long day. But I just want to understand from you, please, who you regarded as the competent person.
LMCS in this case.
LMCS, right. And you think that's right, do you?
I believe that's right.
That it
yes.
should be LMCS?
It should be LMCS.
Right. Well,
I already admitted that Paria didn't have the competence to execute the job.
No, I follow that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to leave it to Ms.
Mr. Mohammed, just 1 second. I'd just like to invite you to go back to 5.2. Competent persons are appointed by the terminal operations manager or technical and maintenance manager after they've undergone the required training and assessments. With that narrative, you still view LMCS as a competent people, persons, or authority?
Second paragraph of 5.2.
It has been a long day for me.
Competent persons are appointed by. Second sentence of paragraph 2. Competent persons are appointed by terminal operations manager or technical and maintenance manager after they've undergone the required training and assessments. So are you saying that it is LMCS that is the competent person?
Just make sure that I'm clear here. Just now. I too started to get a bit tired. And I think this was specifically designed for competent persons executing work within the Paria organization. So Paria or its affiliate, or Paria or the Kenson people who are performing. So there are two types of work that we do, right? There's routine maintenance work, where we have a maintenance crew or maintenance team that will do the routine work, repair the pump, grease the valves, right?
Cut the grass.
Cut the grass. Well, no, we actually contract that out, right? But there are people, there are people who.
All I want to know is who you thought the
LMCS.
As far as you're concerned, LMCS, notwithstanding you've been pointed out
Yes,
to by Mr.
LMCS
Wilson,
would be the competent.
you still regarded LMCS as the competent person.
I can't have it both ways. I can't say Paria is a competent person and then hire
Well,
a
they clearly
contractor.
weren't, because you told us they weren't.
Yeah.
But they should have been.
Should have had some level of understanding. Well, yeah.
I mean, this is written in such a way as to suggest that the competent person, as Mr. Wilson's pointed out to you, should be from Paria or Kenson or whoever else you want to appoint. But it's not the contractor, is it?
I see it a little bit differently, but I can't walk away from Mr. Wilson's point.
Again, at best ambiguous.
Not in my mind.
Not in your mind.
No.
Well, doing your best to apply your mind to it now, do you not think that is at best ambiguous? Reading that, isn't it somebody from your organization?
Yeah, reading the letter of it, I would say yes.
Well, if I may, right, I'll invite you to look at the bullet point number 2, which comes just after what we just read. Yeah, right at 5.2. We're looking at bullet point number 2. So it says the competent person shall identify any deficiencies in the equipment or method statement for the job and the potential adverse consequences. So essentially what you're saying is that LMCS is onto itself its own monitoring agent.
So yeah, I think we made up
its own independent person onto itself, if that makes sense.
I think we covered that earlier, and I think there's a recognition of a second check or a third check in the system that.
So then this is somebody other than.
Well, I wouldn't say somebody other than.
There's a project manager, project engineer.
There is some assurance that I would say that could be done.
Could it also mean a project engineer?
It could be a project engineer. Depends on what the work is, right? Depends on what is the requirements of the work at the time.
Right.
Sorry, I think Mr. Wilson has another question, but can I just, looking at this document as a whole, this is the permit to work procedure that you set. That is your procedure.
Yes.
Right? This is not
No,
LMCS or anybody else. This is your procedure.
Yes.
This is what you expect of those who are coming on site in order for them to be able to be permitted to do the work.
Yes.
You set out purpose, scope, authority, and then you set out what the roles and responsibilities are. There's an applicant. There's a competent person. There is a site authority. There is an area authority.
Yes.
There is a senior area authority, and there's a contractor official.
Yes.
The only person, can I suggest, that features in that could be the contractor is the contractor official.
Yeah.
All of the other roles are roles that either you undertake or you appoint someone else to undertake on your behalf.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
I know you're not given to easily agreeing to anything that's suggested to you, but please take a moment,
No, no, no.
have
no,
a look at it
no,
and be
yes,
sure,
Yes.
because this is quite important as far as we're
No, I
concerned.
listened. I'm listening. yeah.
And I, for my part, as Mr. Maharaj ventured into this earlier in dealing with the question of who the contractor, the competent person is. I asked you, after Mr. Maharaj asked you about the applicant, again about that. And all of these different authorities, these different responsibilities are said to be, are they not, those persons who are part and parcel of Paria or its appointees, other than the contractor official who's specifically identified and given particular roles. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So in pursuing the point being made just a moment ago by Ms. Prasad Maharaj, she identifies, not unreasonably, the bullet points that are set out underneath what the competent person is supposed to do.
Fair enough.
Well, one she's identified is that that person is supposed to identify any deficiencies in equipment or method statement for the job. In other words, you can't have the fox looking after the hen house, can you?
Fair enough.
You know, you need somebody who's going to be completely independent, who's going to look at the method statement for the job and the potential adverse consequences, identify any deficiencies, and so on. And that person's got to come from your firm, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Hasn't it?
Okay. Yeah.
There wasn't anyone, was there, doing that?
Well, as I said, earlier, there wasn't anyone from a particular appointment, but the process of the exchanges between the contractor and the company with regards to developing the risk assessment and the methods, well, not the method statement, but the risk assessment, identifying the risk with the job is where we expected those gaps to be filled.
See, what Ms. Prasad Maharaj was asking you is whether in the previous job there was an engineer who might have had at least oversight of some of those responsibilities.
And I didn't argue that position. If there was, there was.
All right, well, I'm not going to belabor it. I'll leave it to Ms.
Okay, good.
Maharaj. I think Mr. Wilson might have a question, though.
And Mr. Mohammed, one other thing, under your line of inquiry by Mr. Pegas, sorry, apologies, following from you. If I understood it correctly, he was trying to make a delineation from the contract, from the permit to work procedure. What I want to invite you to consider, because what I heard was, although looking at 5.2, I don't think, well, a delineation could be made, but not as I heard it. In terms of the contract is the contract, but the permit to work is really how you control the work. So it is using words like shall. And when you use words like shall, it can stand alone from the contract so that people are to adhere to it and it's not merely a guideline. Is that a fair statement?
The permit to work is not a contractual document, yes. But the objective of that permit to work is that people are guided and shall follow the permit to work as it is outlined.
Yes, and shall statements are different from should, but
Yes.
shall holds a lot of weight in terms of what a personnel
Yeah.
are supposed to do or execute any work or control work.
Yeah, can, yeah. I
Okay,
agree with
thank
that.
you.
Mr. Piper, I'd like to ask you to turn to page, Mr. Mohammed, my apologies. Might you turn to page 1452 of your witness statement, at
14?
paragraphs 53 and 54
Of my witness
of
statement.
your witness statement, which you dealt with earlier today. 1452,
Which paragraph?
paragraphs 53 and 54.
53 and 54?
Yes. This is where you spoke to the expectation of the TTCG
Yeah.
in relation to a development and implementation of a plan.
Yes.
All right. Can you give us a time frame as to that expectation?
You for For what,
For
53,
for that
54?
statement, yes, for the statement that you've made there.
I think the timeline that I mentioned before is, that would have had to happen within the first 6 hours of the incident.
No, not in relation to when it had to have happened, in relation to your expectation that the TTCG would, in collaboration with Paria, develop and implement a plan for rescue.
I mean, reasonably
I
thinking,
think it would be helpful if you looked at paragraph 67.
I was going to say by midnight.
By that night,
By midnight, by midnight.
by midnight. So that would have been outside of the time frame that you just said, the 6 hours.
6 hours from the time the incident occurred. It's probably be a little bit outside of that. Yes, I said 6 to 12 hours if I remember correctly.
Yes, I did hear that.
Yes.
Now, in relation to the request for the cameras, I know the chair has asked you to produce the timing of the experts, but in relation to the timing of the request for the cameras, did you at that point in time that you expected the TTCG to assist you with the formulation of a plan for rescue, did you at that point in time contemplated the condition of the pipeline to the extent that you have said here today, whereas you needed that camera footage?
Yeah, it was always part of the discussion. I think we had the first push-rod camera on site by about 7:30. Right, it was always the intention to be able to gather as much information as we could have about the pipeline to inform an effective rescue plan.
And the incident happening at
Quarter to 3.
No, it's
14:45 is what I believe.
2:50. Okay, the incident happening around that time.
Yeah.
When was the first time the personnel with camera, the equipment and camera contacted? Could you tell?
Almost immediately. Just maybe within the first hour and a half of the incident, I believe that we contacted PIPSL, I believe was the company, to supply the push-rod camera.
And
before or post Boudrum? Sorry, it's my shorthand. Before Mr. Boudrum emerged from the pipe or after Mr. Boudrum emerged from the pipe? Just so you have a timeline in your mind, 2:45 approximately when the incident first happened. Mr. Boudrum didn't come out of the pipe until about 5:30. Your log is available. I'm not sure it helps particularly.
Yes, the log had the time that the camera arrived, which was 19:30, which was 7:30, right?
Yeah.
7:30, 6:30, 5:30. I'd probably say maybe 2 hours before the camera would arrive that we would have made that request, reasonably thinking. 19:30 is when the camera arrived, right?
Well, at 19:30, your log shows it's at page 1573, which is the supplemental core bundle, ICT bundle, volume 2, 1573. And you can see there at 1937,
right,
ROV Subsea 7's boat with 2 ROVs leaving Chagurama. I probably said that completely wrong, but anyway, Chaguramas, and can arrive on site in 2 hours. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, no, hold on. line crawlers, cameras on site and deployed. 1937.
Sorry, you've got to speak into the microphone. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
1937, right?
1937, yeah.
Right. Line crawlers, cameras already on site and deployed.
Yeah.
Right? So I have the time that it was deployed. So I am making a judgment or giving a judgment that I feel that that would have been ordered about 2 hours before it was actually deployed. So that would be 6:30, 5:30 is probably when that call was made to have the cameras on site.
All right.
To have it mobilized and deployed would take about 2 hours.
After Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe.
Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe at 17:36, so somewhere just around that time.
5:30.
Yeah, somewhere around that time.
So it's
That was
after
about
Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe that you made a request for cameras.
It probably would have lined up with something like that, yes. Based on, and this is just, as I say, my back calculation. I could get the actual data.
Yes, well, I've asked you to do a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
exercise.
So
for me, and
I'll
you're
do
going
that
to it.
exercise,
I'm
right?
grateful for that.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
this is just my assessment. I could be wrong.
There you go, Ms.
Moving on. I'd like to ask you about the camera that was sent in at around midnight
All right.
and thereafter. You recall from the top of your head how far into the horizontal it had?
From the top of my head, I think
It's over 100.
I think it's probably, yeah, maybe over 100 feet, yeah.
All right. I'd like to take you to the transcript of Mr. Colin Piper.
Okay.
Yeah? Because he gave an explanation before the commission at page 99 of the transcript of Mr. Piper. Where he speaks about the crawler. Right. So he says here in relation to cross-examination by senior, he said the crawler was put down, yes sir, 220 feet up into the pipe with tanks and plugs from berth 6, side yellow, round white. You see that? Yes, yes, yes sir. And he goes on to where he was explaining that right. So what actually happened is this: as they were feeding it, apparently they had some rotation on, and they were feeding it. They actually did not go 220 feet. The hose, the line, the connection was actually turning on itself. So the crawler didn't actually go into 20 feet. That is my understanding.
If it's in Colin's statement, Colin would be the best person to provide that information.
All right. But my question to you is,
Uh-huh.
was there a calibration certificate in relation, or whatever may be the certificate in relation to the equipment that was used, the crawler that was used, that Paria received?
I'm sorry, I don't have that level of detail. I can't answer that question.
So you wouldn't be able to say
No.
what they...
No. It's something we could check, but I can't answer that off my memory or my recollection now.
You would appreciate that the machinery, the equipment that you're using must be able to give you proper information.
And I agree with, I wouldn't argue with that.
Right. I would like to take you to Mr. Collins, right on Mr. Collins' transcript at page 100. This is where he was referred to by senior once again to page 1544 of the ICT record. And we can go to the record itself. So there is a little mark there, if you can see it on screen.
Uh-huh.
And it speaks to business continuity.
Right.
You see that? 2:20
Yeah.
p.m. 2:30 p.m., sorry. And it says recovery not rescued. Directly under. Do you see that?
2:30 p.m. That's Cullen's statement. Cullen.
No. So this is the ICT record that
Uh-huh.
was produced by Paria.
Uh-huh.
And these are notes I wouldn't be able to tell you. You should say, or you may be able to say, who is the author of these notes. They're supposed to be contemporaneous notes. Would that be correct?
That's
Taken-
2:30 p.m. on which day, though?
Again, I won't be able to assist you. You need to assist us.
Look, I wouldn't. Yeah. So
We
it
know
has
it's
to,
not Friday, so it's
has
either
to be
Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
But in relation to the question and in relation to this aspect,
Mm-hmm.
what Mr. Piper's responses were to Xenia was that this is not in respect of Berth 6. This was continuity of work elsewhere.
I lost. Forgive me.
The words business continuity. Yeah? We're looking at that notation and trying to make sense and have an understanding of it.
Business continuity.
Right.
I mean, I probably would offer an explanation, but I don't want to go off what Colin was.
Well,
intending
that's
that to
fair.
mean.
So you can give us an explanation to that, if you may, if you have that knowledge. to
If you
offer.
can,
Yeah.
if you can.
I would give you what my understanding is rather than my explanation, right? My understanding is that we would have had Paria's in the business of keeping the country fueled, right? That's what we do. And my understanding of something like business continuity would be if there were, and I can't say this part of Colin's statement because the business continuity side was assigned to our commercial manager to be able to ensure that we keep product coming in and be able to keep the country fueled during the period of the incident. So, I mean, that's the only explanation. I have nothing else to offer on this particular statement.
Right. That's fair. On Saturday,
Yeah.
the 26th of February, 2022,
All right.
could you just remind us of the time that you came onto Paria's compound?
Saturday.
Saturday, 26th.
It's probably sometime early in the morning, between 7 and 8 on Saturday morning, right?
Yes.
Saturday morning, the 26th, yeah?
Right. The evidence of Kazim Ali Sr.
Right.
is that he was in front of Paria
Uh-huh.
to gain entrance
Uh-huh.
onto the shipping for the purposes of physically being present for a meeting in relation to rescue efforts.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of Mr. Kazim Zadi's evidence statement.
You may not be aware of his statement, but were you aware of the fact that he was at the premises from about 6 a.m. awaiting entry?
I don't know exactly when Mr. Kazim Ali came on Saturday morning. I don't know exactly when Mr. Kazim Ali came.
You were
on Saturday
aware
morning.
that he was
But
present
I saw
on
him. I
Saturday?
saw him when shortly after I got there. When I got there, I know that I passed Mr. Kazim Ali on Saturday morning. From what time he was there, I don't know.
All right. And you were aware that he requested a meeting with you
On Saturday morning?
on Saturday?
No.
You're aware that he had, in fact, had a meeting with Miss Catherine Balkisoon?
As I said, I'm not aware of Kazim's statement, but I know no request.
No, I'm not asking about the statement now. I'm just asking if you're aware of the fact that he had a meeting with Miss Catherine Balkisoon on Saturday.
Yeah, I think I could vaguely remember that Catherine mentioned that they had a discussion on Saturday morning.
All right. And were you aware that that purpose of that meeting was in relation to rescue efforts for these 4 workers?
I don't know what was the context of the meeting.
So the context and the content of that meeting was never conveyed to you? Is that what you're saying?
Let me ask the simple question, right?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. So I keep on hearing about this plan, and there is nothing that I have or have seen or has been presented to the committee or the COE about this plan. Where is so Mr. Kazamari went home on Friday night. He came back on Saturday morning with a plan to say, Catherine, we should do this, that, or here's it, we've thought it out, and this. Where is that?
You're asking me a question in relation to
I am trying.
the integrity of the plan that LMCS
I am trying
would
to.
have had.
I am trying to
Just a
understand
moment.
where.
I understand what you're saying. You've seen no plan. It's
No.
not been presented to you.
No,
That's your position. That's what you said.
that is my
Both me and
position.
Mr. Maharaj earlier on. So that's the position. Right.
Perhaps, but would you not agree that it was part and parcel of your responsibility to be able to question whatever plans and matters that you, however you put them and however you think it to be, from the contractor that was present at site from the time of the incident?
I would have tested whatever plans that would have come to me through the ICT, through the incident command team. The incident command team is the team that is in control of evaluating, testing, and I would say almost to the point where the ICT would approve plans and would test with me. I wouldn't be in a position to be going above the ICT to test plans specifically with anybody who bought a plan. So the information that would have come to me would have come through the ICT.
But I'm not asking about the testing of a plan. I'm asking about the fact that whatever you call them, if you don't want to say that they're plans, that's fine. You can say they're not plans, they're mutters, or they're simple, whatever you would like to call them, whatever is the category, whatever is the terminology you wish to have, right? Would you accept that part and parcel of the responsibility of the IMT, right, would have been to investigate those mutters and utterances and plans that the personnel would have formulated on site, competent personnel?
Look, those any plans or any discussion of plans for rescue that came through the IMT Colin would have probably discussed those with myself, and there was no plan that came to the ICT or to myself that gave us the confidence.
Right. Well, we're not getting any further.
And I think I covered that earlier.
I'm going to ask you to stop because we've been through this. You've been asked if there was a plan. You told us there wasn't any plan.
Yeah.
You told us that you did not contact anybody from that was on the site at LMCS. Yeah. You told us that you didn't pursue any particular plan with Mr. Berth or anyone else. Made that clear. I don't think we can take it any further. Witness is quite clear about it. He says he was never presented with any kind of plan. The most he got was some mutterings, as he puts it.
As he puts it.
That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. That's where he is. So I don't think asking him the same question again, bearing in mind we're at now 6:45 in the evening.
I accept. Same. It seems that brings me to the end of my questioning, please. I don't believe I have any other thing.
Super. Now, it's very late. I made clear that I would let this witness be concluded today. I don't know what you've got.
You will be able to do that, sir.
I don't want to be unfair to you.
No, I have all of 4 questions. It may be 3.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mohammed, good afternoon. Good night. The evidence before this commission is that LMCS personnel, that's the evidence, have been uncooperative when at Berth 6, when Ms. Balkissoon was seeking to communicate with them. Did that come to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And if so, when?
It came to my attention early in the night somewhere, I would say between 6:30 7:30.
Yes, uncooperative was the description in the
Yes.
evidence. Right. Secondly, in your testimony early this morning, you said this, or words to the effect, that it was Paria's responsibility to clear the line sufficiently to create an area for the working on the pipe. Based on the evidence in this inquiry, is that an error? Is that area of your evidence you maintain that just Paria's responsibility to blow down the line or clear the line? I don't have that up here. Oh, yes, yes. Mr. Chairman, to help the witness, if you could go to page 000659 of the core bundle. That sets out the responsibilities.
What is the document we're looking at? I don't recognize that.
The method statement in the core bundle, page 659.
You put it up on the screen.
Or another option is addendum 1, page 598.
No, 659 is fine. And that's the procedure for the removal of the line content between berth 5 and 6. Yes.
Yes.
That's the paragraph you're referring to, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you see that,
Yes.
Mr. Mohammed?
Yes. And this is the contract between LMCS and Paria.
Yes.
Yes.
So whose responsibility it was to clear the line?
Yes.
Of the
Well
contents?
then it would be, if it is written in the contract, then the contractor would have the responsibility.
It's uncontroversial that it was your responsibility.
It was on the contract.
Yes.
Yeah.
And another reference to the record, Mr. Chairman, is addendum 1, page 598, in response to a query, the question by
Yes.
LMCS. As to
In the addendum that we referred to earlier.
Yes. So that's clear. And finally, I wish to just refer to the supplemental bundle, page 3158 to 3159.
Supplemental core bundle.
It's a supplemental core.
What's the document?
It's the document, the NDA. It's with respect to the NDA.
Supplemental core bundle. Witness. Just a minute.
Uploading from the site.
Core witness.
Page 3158. I must have it here. Supplemental witness statement bundle, so page 3158.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. It's just. I'm going to look at it on the screen and make a note.
Yeah. No, look, it's the one we're looking at. Go down.
Yes.
1 minute.
Now I see it. I recognize it. But, I don't know what I've done with it.
Yeah, no, I want the line that had the no, it's I know. Yeah. You were being asked earlier by Mr. Shah, Hussein Shah, with respect to only calling on Mr. Fuentes to sign an NDA. And the spirit of that question came over as if Paria was seeking to suppress some evidence by requesting Mr. Fuentes to sign an NDA, which is a non-disclosed or non-disclosable agreement. Yeah. Could we look at 3160? Could you? 3160? And it's an email from Ms. Joanne Sinanan Singh from Paria to Mr. Yearwood, Mr. Paul Yearwood. Yeah. And it says this: Dear Paul, following your confirmation that LMCS Limited granted permission to Paria to disclose their information, please see attached NDA prepared for Mr. Krishna Fuentes. Right. Do you understand this, and it's clear language, yes, to be that Paria was requesting Mr. Fuentes to sign a non-disclosure agreement because they were handing over information from LMCS, yes, that was entrusted to Paria? Yes. Not that Paria is, yes, trying to suppress, yes, anything. Do you understand that, and you agree with that, my interpretation of that email? Yes. Yes. I know it has been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's it.
Thank you for your brevity.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think Mr. Wilson has 2 questions. And you have 3. So let Mr. Wilson go first, and then he might cover one of yours.
4, in fact, 4.
Let's go.
Mr. Mohammed, I'll be asking you 2 questions. I'm going to try to be brief. Throughout the course of the day, I've heard you reference industry practice and stuff. And based on that, I recognize that you hold an absolute position on the cause and or the responsibility for this unfortunate incident, citing several industry practices or best practices and stuff. Given that, can you alert me to the root cause analysis methodology in industry that you employ to come to that conclusion, and or any team that put in a report to you?
Sorry. If we go back to the incident report, I think the method used is on the incident report that was done on the incident. I can't recall it now, but we would either use 5 Eyes or Taproot or one of those methodologies. Mm. I don't have exactly in my mind what was the specific tool used in that report.
And why I brought that up was, of course, because of the findings and the recommendations of the report. It's a little lackluster if you using a quality type root cause analysis, because I found that you have some very tight positions of which you're holding. So I was kind of interested in that. So okay, we'll spend time on that. The second thing, we spoke about the track record in the procurement process.
The track record of the contractor?
Track record of the contractor. So I wanted to find out the track record being considered in the procurement process. Let me back it up, sorry. Are you aware of an incident that happened in Paria as it related to the contractor 5 months previous, where there was someone injured?
Yes.
And OSHA,
yes.
Right. How is the weighting on safety culture or HSEQ in the procurement process, given that there was a prohibition put by a body just 5 months prior?
If I recollect, this contract was awarded before that incident.
Okay.
Right, it was awarded before the incident. The incident was released, and we have made several changes coming out of the prohibition notice and the request by the OSHA. I think that's submitted as evidence.
Okay, thank you for that. I take that. But how much weighting is based on safety culture and HSEQ?
So we have modified our our procurement process that
Before the modification, how much weighting was put on
before
safety
the,
culture?
before the modification,
Yes.
I would say it would always have weighting, and the weighting would be heavy. And at the procurement process, one of the things that we use was the store verification for contract. Because if you have serious incidents, then you could be debarred from
Yes.
being a member of store, right?
Yes,
So we use the store accreditation, if I want to call it that,
which is a minimum standard.
which is a minimum standard, right? Since that, now we have moved on and said, look, you need to provide us with 3 years of history.
Yeah, so I'm not on the where you moved
Right,
on
but
at,
that is what was used at the time of the
okay.
incident. And to ensure the company had a good safety culture, high risk work, we thought store was an independent verification of the contractor safety culture and the performance.
But since you have an awareness of STO and that membership could be rescinded,
Yeah,
although the contractor was awarded
yeah,
prior to the incident,
yeah,
you couldn't go back as an organization and revisit
yeah.
since that.
We could have gone back and revisited, and this would always be a question in my mind, right? We choose to work with the contractor, right?
Fair enough.
We
Okay.
choose to work with the contractor. And I mean, that evidence is not coming out yet. The contractor is not seeing it. But I personally spent a huge amount of time
No problem.
working with that contractor around the safety performance.
And I hope I'm phrasing this question correctly, but in listening to all the inquiries,
Yes.
I didn't really hear anything that came out powerfully around the commercials. So I'd ask the question directly. Was LMCS the lowest bidder?
No, well, we didn't open it. Once LMCS, once there were no other technically compliant bidders, the only commercials we would have opened would have been LMCS.
What determined technically compliant, especially if you didn't have the competence into determine that?
Based whether we had the technical competence, based on what we had outlined as the things that would measure for technical competence, and the way that was assessed by the technical team, if no other company was able to cross the technical hurdle, then we would look at the prices of the other contractors. So whether LMCS was, what was important for the job was the competence, not so much the price.
So I hope I'm not beating a dead horse here, but since that you were on the committee, what were the technical components that you all were looking at that just said LMCS,
Right.
you're the guys?
Right. So, I mean, we had a debate on this on the committee, right? The main thing was they had done the job before. They have a track record. They know the infrastructure. LMCS has been working with Paria Fuel for a very long time, right? And we would have expected that they would have experience, understand the infrastructure, how the infrastructure works. Remember, this is a line that has been dormant for a very long time, right? So one of the advantages that they knew the systems, they knew the pipelines, they worked on the pipelines before, right?
Okay. All right, I'll take it as because you only had them as one technical bidder, but I just want to go one more question. I also heard you mention ICS, Incident Command System.
Yeah.
And under the inquiry by Mr. Ramada, I know he asked you how your team performed and stuff, but I'm not even going to ask you the question because my opinion from my experience with the ICS system, I haven't seen the components of an ICS as ICS advertised really executed. And where I want to go with that is under your roles and responsibilities of HSEQ.
Right.
And more into the events of Saturday morning, Mr. Piper, your incident commander, who I getting from your testimony today, you worked closely with during the incident. He left the command center at about 0300 in the morning.
Yes.
Your on-site commander, Catherine Balkisoon, who Mr. Piper indicated that was your ops section chief. I don't know how that works under the ICS. Left at 0600 Saturday morning. And I was unable to get from Mr. Piper powerfully any sort of handovers when, and you yourself departed about 5 and came back at about 0700.
Yes.
What I'm not getting powerfully coming out is from 0300 to 0600, because I don't view you as a member of the ICT.
Good.
How was the incident being managed past that? Was it that there was a mentality that we no longer have to manage the incident?
The handover for incident commander was done with Mr. Michael Y. On Saturday morning. Mr. Michael Y. continued to hold the incident command role while Colin Piper was out.
According to Mr. Y, he was the logistics section chief.
When Colin left, right, this is my recollection and understanding, Colin would have passed the incident command role to Michael Y. Michael Y would have passed the logistics section chief to Mr. Prakash.
No problem.
Right, I just the names kind of slipped me a little bit, but that was a discussion we had before we left on Saturday morning, that we needed to rest and we needed to get people who would hold that position until we return to the command center.
And under the ICS, this handover was done using the ICS forms?
It was done using the ICS forms and a verbal discussion on the handover. So we had the ICS forms. These were the targets that we were aiming for today. This is the equipment that we need, where we were with each objective and where the equipment was and what the continuing action would be. So
but was it on a handover form? Because
it was not a handover form.
So it didn't really function like an ICS then.
It was on the forms that we were continuing to fill out.
And I ended here. So by the time you had your on-site commander or your ops section chief, whoever Ms. Balkisoon was, how was the site being managed for continual and or protracted response?
There would have been a handover with somebody as on-site commander, ops section chief, right? Who that person name is now, I can't recall, but that I know that the handovers went from one person to the next and said, look, this is the team that we're going to leave in place while we just get cleaned up and come back to work.
Well, thus far the commission, we can't see anyone past 0600. So I'd ended here. What sort of activities, not the handover,
yes,
but once the handover was done, what sort of activities were being carried out, ensuring continuous?
The activities at that time was really around the dry rescue option.
Okay.
Right, and we were mobilizing pumps, making decisions around removing the hyperbaric chamber and things like that during that period of time. So if you look through the log, you will see when the pumps arrived on site.
Yes, I saw that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be very quick. I just want to point out to the witness and ask him about a competent person. If you look at 6.2 at page 33 of Core Bundle 1, under the heading Authorization Certification of PTW Signatories, you would see that nominees for the position of a competent person are submitted by the line manager of Paria. And there's a training course. Are you with me? 6.2, page 33?
That's all right. Page 24.
It's Core Bundle 1. Page 33.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Page 33, I'm on page 33.
I think you're looking at the wrong bundle.
This is volume 2.
It's Core Bundle 1.
Could you look at it on the screen, just so that we move along?
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Just for this short part.
Yeah.
6.2. Read it. You see it?
Nominees for the roles of applicant.
Yes.
Bring
Nominees
the
for
microphone in front of you.
Nominees for the role of applicants.
Yes.
Competent person, site authority, area authority may be submitted.
By the respective
Right. Training
line
will be
manager.
arranged and conducted for that's the party you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
So the competent person
Yeah.
is submitted. Those nominees are submitted by this department, the line manager.
Yes.
They have to undergo a training.
Yes.
So
My understanding of that training is, and Mr. Randy Archibald will probably bring a lot more clarity to this. That would be training in the use of the permit to work system and how
yes,
the
and
permit
it'll be
system
a Paria person.
who is getting the training,
Yes.
but it will be both Paria person and the contractors. Remember, we take everybody through.
No, Mr. Mohammed.
I'm
If you-
misunderstanding
if-
something?
If you look down below, contractor official, there's a different rule for contractor official to be trained.
But they are all trained in the permit to work system, right?
Yes, but one is a contractor official who becomes
Right.
a competent person, but he has to go through a training.
Yes.
LMCS didn't go through any training to become a competent person. And they get a certificate. Anyhow, can I take you also to 5.4?
5.4.
Page 31.
Yeah.
The area authority is a facility owner who audits the precautions conditions laid out in the safety certificate by the competent person to ensure that they are adequate for job taking into consideration simultaneously activities on the facility. So would you not agree that this shows that the competent person is trained and is a Paria individual?
Area authority is the facility owner who audits precautions, conditions laid out in the safety certificate by the competent person to ensure that they are adequate for the job taken into for permit.
Because the area authority is Paria.
Yeah, the area authority is Paria, yes.
Okay, can I also point you to, in respect of the answer to Mr. Pigas, you gave the impression that these permit to work rules are like guidelines. Can I take you to 5.0 at page 28? And if you look at the second paragraph, before the work can be started, all
Yes.
the requirements of the permit to work system
Yes.
must be followed.
Yes.
So they are mandatory requirements.
Yes, but not contractual requirements.
Yes, we know it's not contractual
Right.
requirements.
Yes.
But anyhow, but under the at page 557, under the contractual obligations,
All right.
it
You had to comply with
includes,
permit to work system, right?
sorry?
No, go ahead. Sorry, my mistake.
Right. You just answered about not contractual requirements,
Yes.
right? But under the look at Witness Bundle Volume 2, page 557, under the contractor's responsibility, at 5.12, to maintain permits to execute the entire job, the contractor shall become familiar and conform to Paria's permit to work procedure
Yes.
at his own expense, any limitations provision. So the contract require the contractor to conform to the permit to work rules. Not so? I have no further
Yeah,
questions.
all right, good. Thanks.
I think we can safely say it's not part of the contract itself,
Correct.
but in order to
You have to follow the rules of the permit
in
to
order
work
to win the contract in the first place, you have to agree
Correct.
to comply with the procedures.
All right, yes.
All right, fine. Well, look, I want to express my gratitude, and I know Mr. Wilson, for your fortitude this evening. Thank you. We are now past 7 o'clock. I shall not be so rash as to suggest that we will sit regardless next time. I hope no one felt disadvantaged. If they do, please let me know. I want to thank you also, if I may, Mr. Mohammed, for being with us all day. It's not easy, I'm sure, and I'm grateful for that. Unfortunately, we're starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning because we've got quite a lot to get through. I think the quid pro quo is I expect us to finish around lunchtime on Friday. So I hope that that will meet people's natural inclination not to be here by 9. But that's what we're going to do. 9 o'clock tomorrow, please, when I think we'll hear from Mr. Archbold first of all. Yearwood, sorry, Archbold. Mr. Yearwood, yes. Thank you very much indeed. That's the business for today. Please don't wait on me. I've got to collect up my papers and sort them out. So thank you very much. Thanks again, Mr. Mohammed. You're free to go.
All right.
No, I'm going to stay here. Thank you. You can go.
All right, folks, thank you for watching. That has been the Commission of Inquiry. And that's all for today. We're not going to have a debrief as we usually do because it's been 9 hours streaming nonstop. So thank you for joining us. We will be back tomorrow as usual to continue the conversation. Thank you for joining, and we continue to strive not to stop like TTT or other people and to give you the stuff live and direct so that you can get it and share your perspectives. So thanks again for watching on Facebook and YouTube. And do remember to share the lives when they do start. So 9 a.m. tomorrow, we start again. Have a good night. Happy New Year to all those who I've yet to wish Happy New Year to. And I wish you all the best. Have a good evening. Take care. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.